fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning, and, man, we got a lot to get to. We still got leftovers from the win over the Chargers. We've got the Chiefs to look ahead to. The Rockets with a big comeback last night against the Grizzlies, and the playoffs are set now. The Monday Night Football game is in the books. And, Seth, we've got our 8 squads, and the Texans are one of them, and this is a fun time to be alive. How are you?
The Texans will be, everybody get ready for a change in your routine. 3:30 p.m. on Saturday.
We got them right where we want them, man.
The Texans will play.
It's basically a home game for the Texans because they're playing at 3:30 on Saturday.
It is. Yeah, Kansas City's used to playing at night, and this will be an afternoon game with the sun shining and everything.
They're going to be so tired, yeah. They don't get to sleep in that day.
Hey, better if I find out a single report that they've bought extra gunpowder in Kansas City because they ran out of gunpowder the last time the Texans played a playoff game in Kansas City because they were firing their damn cannon off so much, I'm going to flip the hell.
What I'm a little surprised by myself over the last, call it, what's today, Tuesday? 48 hours is about how long we've known they're going to go to Kansas City. I've had no PTSD over that 2019 season playoff game.
Or various other, disappointments versus Kansas City in the past.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
It's a new group, man.
Yeah, I don't worry about that. Well, I think defensively especially, that was a rough year for the defense that year to begin with. And, it all very much came to a head in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think it's probably not to diminish Pat Mahomes and what the offense those guys can do. I feel a lot better about this defense.
The team should have zero PTSD. There's only 4 guys left from that team, and 2 of them are John Weeks and Kymie Fairbairn. So Laramie and Titus are the only, to my knowledge, the only offensive or defensive players that played in that game. I'm talking purely as a fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Purely emotionally, I've been pleased with myself that I've not let my brain go to oh my God, they're going back to the place where ... So
right,
right.
So. I guess I don't know. PTSD or past trauma or just a simple knowledge of history is all right. Now this is the Chiefs who replay last year's script of all right. They don't look like the same team during the regular season. And then you know that when you get to the playoffs, it's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
And then you add on to it that the Chiefs, starting with the Texans game, really just turned it up a notch towards the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And all of their younger receivers like Xavier Worthy and everybody else just started to fire on all cylinders. They had more lopsided scores. It just looked like what you would expect out of a 3-time Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, I was more confident probably in the Texans beating the Chargers, but I was more nervous about it. I was just more nervous about that game because we not seen a version of the Texans that felt like they could make a deep playoff run. I think in that Chargers game we saw a version of the Texans. Now I think it sounds weird because they won by 20. Mm-hmm. But I think they made a lot of mistakes in that game, the Texans did. I don't know if that version of the defense is good enough to beat the Chiefs. But overall, they committed a lot of penalties. You can't fumble the ball on the first possessions of each half, I think, in Kansas City and expect to win. There's a lot of stuff they need to clean up, I think.
Well, and even, something happened in that Kansas City game when CJ took that sack in the fourth quarter when they were down in field goal range. CJ did it again the other night, and there was bad pass protection, but in the fourth quarter with a lead, CJ took a sack that he could have gotten rid of the ball on, and it was.
Well, it turned 2nd and 1 into 3rd and 9. He gets rid of the ball, you're still 3rd and 1 at the 4.
Right.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right. Oh yeah, you were furious.
Yes.
Everybody else was looking at you like, hey, why is Sean so angry? I mean, they've pretty much got this game in hand. You're upset.
Yeah, I've rooted for enough teams that have coughed up games like that in the past. Oh, I was upset. I was upset just because it was stupid. They were football at that point really well in the second half, and it was 2nd and 1 on the 4, And Bobby did the same thing that he did in that Titans game when they were running the ball, and he had the ball on the 1-inch line, and he threw it on 3rd and 4th and goal. Like, don't get fancy, man.
I don't. That one didn't bother me as much because the Texans weren't actually running the ball all that well in the Titans game, down in the goal line in the red area and everything. Like they just the O line was still getting beat.
Sacrificed his neck to get down there to that 1-inch line. Davis Mills sacrificed his neck.
Right. Remember the good runs in the goal line area in that game where Joe Mixon bouncing outside an unblocked defender for 10 yards. And then Davis Mills running. But when running backs tried to run down near the goal line, they generally got stuffed in the backfield.
All right, well, I don't want to adjudicate the Titans game again. That's my bad for bringing it up. The Monday Night Football game last night. So what do you think happens with Sam Darnold now? Sam Darnold was trash again last night.
I think you send him back to the pumpkin factory.
He was.
I think you see if you can, turn him into pumpkin pie or something.
Do you think he's starting for a team next year? For those who missed it, the Rams destroyed the Vikings last night, 27-9. Sam Darnold got sacked 9 times. He looked just as bad as he did in that gotta have it game against the Lions a week ago. And there'd been a lot of talk about Sam Darnold being back with the Vikings again next season, like on the franchise tag or something like that. I tweeted last night during the game, I'm like, well, J.J. McCarthy, the job is yours officially now.
I think that I think a little bit almost just like the same thing that Gary Kubiak, the issue he had sometimes, is that maybe Kevin O'Connell good at getting the most out of quarterbacks. Just like Gary Kubiak was really good at getting the absolute most out of Matt Schaub, especially when he's paired up with Andre Johnson, Sam Darnold with Justin Jefferson, they got a lot out of him. And they also have a really good defense on the other side of the ball. But these last couple of games, he's just hanging onto the ball forever, turning down and missing opportunities. These were a couple of really bad games for Sam Darnold in crunch time. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man, but you also look at it and, all right, he's 1 year into revitalizing his career, kind of like Baker Mayfield in Tampa, over these last couple of years. I think there will be a team out there that looks at him as, all right, we're going to draft a quarterback, especially this year. There's no quarterbacks to get genuinely excited about. I think this year he's a starter next year for a team that's still looking for their long-term answer.
Yeah, and I think there was a point this season where people thought that Sam Darnold was just going to be a starter for somebody. Like he was going to get, at the very least, get the Baker Mayfield deal, like $35 million a year. I don't know he's going to get that now.
I'd say going into week 18, you might have felt that way. So I don't know. Maybe you'll look at the sum total of everything and think, all right, this was a really bad couple of games, but there's upside there.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. We're already getting texts. I still have PTSD from the 30-0 loss to Kansas City in the playoffs. Sir, you've been carrying that around for a while. That was 2015.
Yeah.
No,
that's. I was actually kind of surprised that you said that you're kind of isolating it to just the most recent loss.
Well, just because that was in Arrowhead, it's the most recent. It was historically bad. It was 24-0. Yeah.
Yeah, there's cumulative trauma though, man. You get shelled enough times in your life, all of a sudden you got you got shell shock.
Okay, so I was carrying that one, but not the 2015 one. This person is carrying a lot of KC PTSD. Lots of history to reverse. 2 Texans playoff losses. 2015 Astros when they lost to the Royals.
Oh, good call.
And the last Oiler playoff
Thanks a lot, Ted Cruz.
The last Oiler playoff loss in 1993 when Joe Montana came back against Buddy Ryan's defense. That is a lot, man. You're carrying Oiler PTSD around with you. All right, we need
to get a little Joe Montana voodoo doll or something and try to exorcise that demon.
Well, if I wear my new Montana jersey that Chris Newton got me, don't use me as the voodoo doll.
That's right. I forgot. Yeah,
don't use me.
That Notre Dame jersey, though. So.
Yeah, it's a Notre Dame jersey. The interesting thing about the 1993 thing, there's actually a theme that plays into this game on Saturday. And this is Robert Hensley is the one who sent me this number, is that Patrick Mahomes is going to come into this game on Saturday having not played football in 23 days. The longest stint that a quarterback has gone before that into the playoffs without playing because of rest and things like and buys was Warren Moon in that very game.
What?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
How did he do?
He lost 28.
I know he lost, but just not to wish this, What's going to happen? Do you have a bad game?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just Robert didn't send me the box score for that game. He just said Warren Moon lost the game.
Sometimes I assume you just have those stats memorized.
1993 playoff game. I wasn't living here at that point. If I was living here, I would have remembered it. I wasn't living here in 1993.
23 days of rust. So as that's accumulated up, has Pat Mahomes lost his sheen a little bit with all this rest? If so, I would encourage the Texans to take advantage of it in the first quarter.
Yes.
Because Pat Mahomes can shake off the rust right quick. Get it? If they can just really take it to him right from the get-go. Right, and then obviously never sleep for 60 minutes, but whatever advantage you might have because of rust, take advantage of it ASAP.
I have a hot take. If they get a 24-0 lead in this game on Saturday, they're going to hold on and win. That's my hot take. Hey, man, they didn't do it last time. That's a bold take.
Oh, they were just
They're 0-1 in Arrowhead in the playoffs when building a 24-0 lead in the second quarter. 0-1. I think if they get it again, I think they're going to win the game.
It was 24-0?
24-0, Seth, and they were – this I remember. 24-0, and they were trailing at halftime. The Chiefs scored.
That's right. It wasn't even an unraveling in the second half.
No, there was Bill O'Brien not going for it on fourth down and kicking a field goal to make it 24-0. And then it was on, man. They got a good kickoff return, the Chiefs did. They had a DeAndre Carter fumble on a kickoff. They had the fake punt by Justin Reed. I remember it all, Seth. I remember it all.
And then Bill O'Brien, to try to right that ship and figure out, hey, how do we beat the Chiefs in the playoffs when their offense was able to come back from a 24-0 deficit? They let DJ Reader walk out the door. They did nothing to improve the defense. Oh, well, they signed Eric Murray. So this is a little bit of a redemption game for Eric Murray because Eric Murray was the one improvement they made. They paid Eric Murray like he was a starting outside cornerback, but still, Eric Murray is still here. He can redeem him. He can redeem Bill O'Brien for bringing in Eric Murray is the only thing to try to improve that defense.
Amen. All right, texts are already rolling in, 713-572-4610. We'll get you guys a lot of people weighing in on this game coming up this Saturday. We've got do we have our disrespect for this game? The bye week comment by Rex Ryan was a bad thing for the Chargers. Do we have our comment from a talking head that gets posted on the wall and hopefully cigars smoked over it on Saturday night? We'll have that for you coming up next.
like the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to headlines in the next segment. There's coaching news. There's playoff football news. The Rockets, a big comeback in the fourth quarter last night that we'll get to. Congrats to them. Sweeping the Grizzlies over the last week. That's significant, man. Grizzlies are a good team. Good job by the Rockets. All right, last week it was Rex Ryan saying that the Los Angeles Chargers were on a bye. This week, is this what gets spread around the Texans locker room?
Stephen A., who's more on upset alert, the Chiefs or Lions?
The Lions. And I only say that because I'm giving the Texans zero chance against the Chiefs. Oh. Zero. I mean, it was a nice season. You know, they've had a lot of injuries, and we get that. If Dell and Diggs and those brothers were available, I'd feel differently. But no, they don't have a chance against they don't have a chance against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's why I say that with the Commanders, we're sitting there raving about Jaden Daniels and how mercurial he is and what he has the potential to pull off and do, even though I expect the Lions to win this game. But you know what? This brother's something special. Not to say that C.J. Stroud is not, because I know that he is. But I think that when you look at the Houston Texans, I don't see them. I give them no chance of beating the Kansas City Chiefs this upcoming weekend. I give the Commanders a very, very slight chance because obviously all the injuries that the Detroit Lions have suffered, even though they're going home, I just think that the Commanders have a better chance of winning than the Texans do.
What do you think?
All right, now he needs to learn something from a true broadcasting professional, Rex Ryan. If you want max clicks, you got to dress it up a little bit and say something like, well, the Chargers have a bye week.
Yeah, bye week.
That grabs the attention.
Next level, yeah.
That was, no chance to say, and obviously I'm joking. Stephen A. Smith been a broadcaster a lot longer than Rex Ryan. I'm a little disappointed, honestly, at the shade. Like, all he just kept saying is no chance, no chance, no chance. He needed to say something a little bit more creative. I expect more of Stephen A. Smith, and frankly, I feel disrespected by the lack of preparation,
lack of oomph in the disrespect.
Yes, that he put into it.
Yeah.
He just casually dismissed them by virtue of not even trying to creatively diss the Texans. No, sir. I will not be disrespected by your lack of effort in your disrespect.
Is that disrespect cigar-worthy if the Texans are able to pull off the upset? Are they smoking from a Stephen A. Smith pack?
Because what did Joe Mixon say? What'd that guy say? It's a bye week. It's a bye week.
Yeah. And he said, this is a Rex Ryan bye week pack that we're smoking off of here. Yeah.
We're going to have to do some deep dive. You and I might have to, put on our black hats and come up with better disses for the Texans.
Yeah.
Something we can latch onto and then feed it. You've got a friend who's a producer for a big-time national
I do, yeah.
Let's feed him some insults. It's for the cause. Kind of like the way, sometimes back before there was internet, coaches would sometimes fabricate quotes to get their team going. They'd say like, "Oh, look, this you'll never believe what opposing coach in Pulteneyville said about us. He said that you guys wear your mother's underwear to practice." Something like that. Real misogynistic, like back in the day.
Sure. Oh yeah, you could get away with it back then. Yeah. Did any of your coaches ever do that? Did you?
Yeah, my college coach did.
Coach.
There was like you read a letter
in the Ivy League
about. Hey, I'm sorry, Sean. Is that not a tough enough league for you?
No, I'm just
compared to the one you played in. All right. I got you.
Cornell.
Okay.
No. I'm just like I'm thinking like pre-internet. I'm thinking of like quotes in the newspaper. Sorry, like the Ivy League didn't get the coverage that say the SEC did back then.
Yeah. There are newspapers everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not just they have newspapers and even in smaller college towns and whatnot.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
So now you gave me.
I feel like I just disrespected you.
Myself.
Yes.
You're like in the eye. Oh, they write newspaper stories about those schools.
I know that was bad.
Yeah, that was messed up.
I apologize. Well,
a little pissed.
I will say you went on to have a hell of a career in the NFL. Do you feel like the 10
Thanks to that letter that my coach fabricated? Yeah, it sparked me.
Right.
He said he pulled up paper and said, these people say that Ithaca is too small to even have a newspaper. That's right out of South Bend.
Yep. Stephen A, no chance the Texans are going to win. I will say this, the one thing the Texans, win or lose against Kansas City, the one thing I think that they've done a good job of here throughout the season, and I think that the Charger game, that's the last home game we're going to get this season, is establishing NRG Stadium as a really difficult place for opposing teams to come in and play. This is the biggest home field advantage. I know their record at home wasn't probably the best. They lost to the Lions, they lost to the Titans, they lost 3 games at home this year. They were 5-3 at home, which isn't a great record. I'm guessing that most Super Bowl winning teams have a better home record than 5-3 at home. And yet I feel like they've done a really good job this season of reestablishing NRG Stadium as a home field advantage again.
Yeah, I think especially the other night. I mean, the pass rush built and mounted as the game went on. It got better and better. And they did a great job of selectively blitzing, but they got it done with a 4-man pass rush. The crowd noise is a big part of that, I think. The biggest thing I worry about on the sum total of this matchup is just that I still don't believe in the Texans' offense. I think they did some nice things versus the Titans in a meaningless game where there were progressively more backups playing on defense. The game went along.
Yeah.
Then you saw 2 1/3 quarters of really good offensive football by the Texans last week. There's not a solid foundation there yet. The biggest thing and the biggest difference, I think, is that, all right, the offensive line still has some big weaknesses and issues, and they still have a lot of blemishes. But I think there's more things they can do now. I think they have figured some things out in the run game, partly because Titus Howard, he's not a perfect guard. He still looks like he's playing out of position, and he has some really bad snaps, but he also has some really good snaps.
Yeah.
And there's some things they can lean into. That's the thing I'd look forward to in this game is, okay, how can this look different than the last one?
I would say, too, if Shaq Mason gets healthy, do not put him back in the lineup. Leave Juice Scruggs in there.
Keep the consistency as much as possible right now. Just keep it as it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
That's a really good – boy, that's a good point. And it's not like Juice Scruggs is playing like an all-pro or anything, but there's been a little bit of consistency and a little taste of success.
Yeah, I think you just got to roll with these 5 guys and see where it goes. Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football actually – kind of highlighted what we were just talking about with the Texans at home. And, yeah, the Texans not only reestablishing their home field advantage, but they've got a list of quarterback kills that's almost historic. Here's Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football.
So you know what Herbert did? Herbert, the guy who does not throw interceptions and does not really get sacked, did all of them, worst he's ever done in his career. The Texans defense against Josh Allen. Josh Allen went 9 of 30 with an interception. It's arguably the worst game of his career, not his season. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. It's arguably the worst game of his career, not his season. Tua Tagovailoa, another franchise guy, 3 interceptions. The Dolphins scored 12 points. Arguably the worst game of his career. How about somebody totally different? A young guy, Anthony Richardson.
Okay.
Went 9 of 19 and checked himself out of the game against the Texans. Yeah. The worst game of his young career. Guys, the meme is not the Dragons or the Soldiers. It's about the Texans' defense, and it's that one where the Grim Reaper is walking down the hallway, opening each door, and like, you're dead, and you're dead, and you're dead. And they just went to the Chargers' door, and now they're going to the big red door in Kansas City, and they got that scythe. Like, this defense has made some of the best quarterbacks in our sport ever look ridiculous.
Okay, it's nice to see the national media catching up to just how good the Texans defense has been at home this year and what they've turned opposing quarterbacks into. The big caveat that I've not heard anybody mention outside of Houston, and didn't hear Kyle Brandt mention it in that segment, because he goes on to talk about how Kansas City could be in trouble in this game. Mm-hmm. Those games are all at home. I just want to point, those games are all at NRG Stadium. The Texans have played good defense on the road. They haven't played that level of defense on the road.
They haven't played that level, and I think part of it, too, is I wonder, man, there is an element that the Texans' defense on the road, there's So, man, there's only so many times that you can hold off an offense when you're on the road when they keep getting cracks at it and opportunities. And we've seen that at various times this year where the defense will be lights out, but then, man, given enough opportunities, Aaron Rodgers in the second half, it ends up having 3 really nice drives versus the Texans defense. Like, the offense has to hold up their end of the bargain at some point. You can't expect the Texans defense to go out there for 12 series versus the Chiefs and shut them down every single time. I don't care who it is.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, it's not going to happen.
Tommy Townsend can't be punting 8 times in this game on Saturday. You know what I mean?
Right. So you got to sustain some drives. You got to do something to help the Texans defense out with field position. But other than that, I mean, on the road even, you know, you could point to the Packers game, for instance. It wasn't. I think you would get a better offensive performance there, and the scoreboard would have looked differently. The defense did some good things in that game. It's just that there wasn't a lot going on the other side of the ball.
No, CJ had under 100 yards passing in that game. That was a tough one, man. That was
Is
rough.
that frowned upon?
Generally speaking, under 100 yards passing, not approved.
Modern NFL. Sorry, Sean. I just went to a small college. I don't know.
This is going to come back.
I never had access to box scores until I got to Florida in 1990.
I was shocked you didn't bring up that Kyle Brandt went to Princeton after I played that audio right there.
It's amazing he's made it this far in life.
I know. Yeah.
You know, unlike in New Jersey, you would have thought he was illiterate, apparently.
Well, let's
according
see.
to Sean T. Pendergast.
Let's see. Let's see if he makes it through this next cut here with complete sentence structure and syntax. Here was Kyle Brandt on the Texans.
He did pronounce it Sive instead of Siv.
Yeah. See?
So, what are you going to get out of a Princeton guy?
Bunch of meatheads. Yeah. Here's Kyle Brandt saying the Texans could give Kansas City trouble.
It is an incredible run that they have had this year. And it's the Texans. The market might be a little sleepy, and they played some poor football, and they got hammered by Baltimore. Mm-hmm. So everyone was on the Chargers. Even Las Vegas was on the Chargers. But then you watch this defense, and you're like, oh, my God, I think they could go to Arrowhead and flip the table. They are that good, and it's not a one-time special. C.J. Stroud did not play well for a lot of this year. The defense has been crushing dudes all season long, and not just this guy or that guy, not the sleepy little AFC South. I'm talking about the big ones, like the big dogs. They've taken them out. They took out Herbert, and now they got the biggest dog of all coming. Texans defense with the scythe. Watch out.
Did it again.
The biggest thing, I'm guessing that's one of those words you can pronounce both ways. I think that the thing that maybe people don't mention enough, and I would include myself in this, but especially people that wouldn't have been watching the Texans closely, is that you've got 2 rookies starting in your secondary. One of the reasons the Texans have as many turnovers as they do is because those 2 rookies have played magnificently. But you have to remember that, all right, you look at the stats, the Texans defense has been really, really good. The sum total of it on the season was that they weren't an elite defense. Mm-hmm. They allowed too many big passing plays. They were one of the worst in the league allowing passing touchdowns. But what are you going to get out of a young defense? You're going to get some inconsistency. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden at the end of the year, those 2 guys are veterans, and they're playing like veterans. Other than, again, Kalen Bullock, rookie, should have been able to make a play on the ball that ended up being a Ladd McConkey touchdown. He kind of made a rookie mistake. But those guys are playing differently than they did certainly at the beginning of the season and for much of the regular season. They've just become better veteran players. And then you have the health in the front 7, although we're still not quite sure about exactly what's going on with Christian Harris. But the defensive line was healthy. It was a really good defense during the regular season. They may be right at that point where they're elevating themselves to elite defense. They played like an elite defense in the first playoffs game versus the Chargers. This is obviously a huge, huge, huge test. Unlike the quarterback they faced with the Chargers, Justin Herbert, Pat Mahomes, he has some good playoff performances.
He's made good plays. Yeah. I've seen him make good plays in the postseason before.
I've heard speak of it.
I've heard stories.
When I've been able to grab a newspaper from somebody who was traveling through town.
Right, thank you. Yeah. Nick, someone says Nick.
Some rich man is giving me one as a tip for shining his shoes.
I'm never going to live this down. I need Wednesday to get here.
Is that guy on stilts?
Fair. Okay, we don't have time to explain. Thank God. Thank God. Someone said on the text page, Nick Wright will have some good bulletin board material for the Texans to have. Here's the thing. Nick already did. Lopez.
That skinny little bastard.
Lopez tweeted out yesterday how excited he was. He copied me on it. He's like, I'm echoing what Sean Pendergast tweeted. I'm so excited about the show today, and here's why. Like, you getting people pumped up for the Monday show, right?
Yeah.
And Nick replies to it, and he's like, doesn't matter. Chiefs are going to cook you all this week or something like that.
Oh,
Here's the thing about Nick's disrespect. He's a Chiefs fan. Like, so I can't – like, Stephen A. doesn't have a dog in the fight. Like, I expect Nick to come in with the Chiefs are going to kill you. Chiefs are 6-0 in the divisional round. I think he had another tweet later where he called it like the Patrick Mahomes warm-up round or something like that. Like these are his scrimmages before he gets ready for the real season, the AFC title game. So like Nick, I can't take his shade and put it in the same category of disrespect like Rex Ryan and Stephen A. Smith. You know, like he's a card-carrying Chiefs fan. That's what he's supposed to do.
He is well, so are like many other Chiefs fans who have grown insufferable though these past several years.
Yeah,
they're hypersensitive. They're incredibly vigilant for anything they perceive as a slight against the integrity of their team or the greatness that is Pat Mahomes and everything else like that. They need a little bit of a comeuppance is what they do.
That would be nice.
No matter any Kansas City Chiefs fan who's ever been or is associated with Sports Radio 610. Time for
the Texans will have America behind them on Saturday. I feel strongly about that.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
America. It's a hell of a country.
We need to lean into the love.
Yeah.
The various reasons that people almost guilt them into really, really pulling for the Texans.
Yes, guilt.
Do the Chiefs feel like an evil empire yet?
They're getting there.
The way you think so?
If they three-peat, they're an evil empire. It's never happened in the history of the league. So if they win it this year.
But as far as the hatred for the organization, because people hated the Patriots,
yeah.
I still don't sense that people really hate the Chiefs the way they
not
hated
to that
the
level, not to the Patriot level, but because the Chiefs don't. I mean, they do have the whole like narrative about the refs going on. That doesn't help.
Yeah,
Taylor
it's
is probably
different than being caught like in an actual scandal.
Taylor Swift is hurting more than she's helping right now when it comes to the love of the Chiefs.
She's divisive, I guess.
Yeah.
It's probably good for. They've gained a lot of women age 15 to 34, but they've also kind of put off other people.
The way they won that Super Bowl with that phantom holding call against the Eagles a couple of years ago, I think still sticks in the craw of a lot of people. You know, even though it was the Eagles weren't really well liked either. So we'll talk about it. We got all week to talk about that for sure. Headlines coming up next. Playoffs are set. Rockets big comeback. Man, the Rockets are fun. We'll get into all that in headlines. Ross Tucker joining us at the top of the hour. That's all coming up next. But first, I want to get you guys into a new Lincoln Navigator. Not just me.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. The NFL playoffs, they are set. Monday Night Football last night. We'll get to that in just a second. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday, and he talked about the tough challenge ahead with the Kansas City Chiefs.
We're excited about the opportunity we have. We understand what's in front of us. Great team. KC has done a great job for the past few years of really dominating the league, being there at the end. They have great coaching staff, great players, great team all the way across the board. So it's a really tough challenge for us. We're excited about the opportunity we have versus KC. We know it's a tough team to beat, right? It's going to take everything that we have. It's going to take all 4 quarters. Similar to our last game, we just have to stay the course, remain persistent throughout the game, and find a way to win in those critical moments.
So DeMeco was probably at his most kind of coach speak, milk toast, not saying anything all that jarring or rattling yesterday, which is kind of what the approach he took last week. And yet the fact that the players afterwards were talking about Rex Ryan, saying that the Chargers had a bye week and all of that, I wonder what's brewing. I wonder there's a certain anger. There's a certain anger level after that game that I like to see. And I think some of that just comes naturally because of the types of guys they have on defense. But Joe Mixon offensively, that's the one. I think DeMeco talked about Joe Mixon's leadership, and a lot of the players talked about Joe Mixon as a leader after that game. And you just see, he's a primetime guy. He's not going to back down from any kind of a fight. That's the guy that, as awesome as Nico is, Joe Mixon's that kind of guy that's got kind of an infectious enthusiasm and attitude. And I think it is part of maybe really helping this offense turn the corner. You know who was telling CJ all year long that he needs to run more was Joe Mixon.
That's right.
And CJ, after that botched fumble play, he started taking the easy opportunities. You're facing a quarterback who takes those easy opportunities to run. And I think for CJ, who's been trying really, really hard to become a NFL passer, I think sometimes there's almost a hesitancy because you don't want to take the easy money. You want to do it the hard way. These stubborn young men, they always want to do things the hard way. And sometimes as an old guy, sometimes you're always telling the youngs, you got to work harder. There's some kids that you got to tell, hey man, it's not lazy to take the easy way if it's the right way sometimes.
That's right.
And for CJ, understanding when to run, when to take the easy money, when to check it down, I think maybe he turned a corner in that regard.
Well, if you rewatch that play, the 27-yard scramble, I don't know who the defender was for the Chargers, but there was a defender who looked like he was just kind of taking it easy and didn't expect CJ to be moving at that clip. He just sailed past the guy. Mm-hmm. And I was listening to John and Mark after we were done yesterday when I was in the car, and I thought Johnny made an interesting point, and Johnny would know he's down on the sidelines. He hears that crowd as much as anybody does. And he said, man, that scramble by CJ, and this is what it felt like in the building, too, up in the press box, that scramble by CJ seemed to fire the crowd up even more and maybe even fire CJ up even more than the play to Hutchinson right before that, because the Hutchinson play was the last play before the 2-minute warning, so there's kind of a cooling off period after it. Whereas the CJ scramble play was totally unexpected. We've never, ever seen that out of him as a Texans quarterback. The longest scramble he's had all year is probably 10 or 12 yards, and he runs out of bounds. Yeah. That one, he's running past guys, and he's not even sliding. He's going to his knees, whatever that was. And he got up, and he's pounding his chest,
I wonder with CJ, too, because he hasn't run a whole bunch, I wonder if there's a little bit of a confidence level there where
I can do this.
I would think, because Mahomes runs really well, but it's not like he's an electrifying athlete. He's just really, really smart about where he takes his opportunities.
Yep.
So it's not like he's running super fast. He's just really savvy about understanding where the opportunities are, and then he uses the athleticism he does have. I haven't looked at 40 times or anything like that. They seem like about similar athletes.
I agree.
And I think maybe with CJ, that is part of his development is maybe trusting that, look, you are athletic enough to do this.
Yeah.
I know everybody, sometimes you have to tell young defensive linemen this. especially the lighter skin-toned ones. Listen, I know everybody's been calling you a plugger your whole life, and you're a blue-collar lunch pail guy, but no, you're actually a really good athlete. Play like an athlete.
Yeah.
And with CJ, I wonder if people have been trying to tell him for so long, well, you're not that athletic, you can't improvise and all this, that maybe a little too much of it has seeped into his subconscious.
Tell him to watch the Georgia game again. That
the
playoff
unconscious
game.
bias, that's one of the biggest problems with unconscious bias is that we direct it towards ourselves as well.
Yep.
And he might have just heard it enough and seen it enough that he doesn't understand that he's more athletic than maybe he gives himself credit for.
All right, 2 big headlines in the NFL. One, the playoffs are set. Minnesota gets destroyed by the Rams last night. 9. We'll talk about that later in the show. We've not talked about this yet. How about Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones chatting about the Cowboys head coaching opening? You were the first one that I remember bringing up Deion as a possibility for the Cowboys way back at the beginning of this season.
Yeah, and I'm sure other people. I mean, it's a natural, obviously, him having played there and everything, and then given Jerry's penchant for publicity.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking about for me. You were the first one that I heard, and got into my conscience, bringing it up. That's a definite, distinct possibility.
It was almost, I think, the first time that I thought, oh, for sure, is when Deion adamantly said he didn't want to coach in the NFL.
There you go.
And I was like, oh. That's really good negotiating for, say, an owner that might be willing to pay $25 million a year for a head coach, and I feel like that's Jerry Jones.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think is more likely? Deion Sanders is the head coach of the Cowboys, or Deion Sanders gets a fat extension from Colorado?
Ooh, boy, he would get a fat extension from Colorado, but it's not going to be as much as Jerry Jones can pay him.
Right.
And at the root of it all, Deion Sanders is a much better football coach than people wanted to give him credit for. But he's also an incredible business person. So I think Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think Jerry Jones is just going to see. He's going to have so big dollar signs in his eyes, and he's going to love all of the attention that Deion Sanders is going to bring to the Cowboys. And also as a nice little add-on for Jerry, he might be a really good coach too.
Yeah.
But Jerry doesn't care about that. He likes dollar signs. But Deion's no beta male.
Dude.
Deion ain't going to just take marching orders.
No.
Can Jerry stomach a guy that isn't just going to jump when Jerry says jump?
Can you imagine being the poor guy that has to come into Colorado after Deion Sanders? Can you imagine being a head coach after Deion Sanders at Colorado?
It's going to seem so boring.
So milquetoast, man.
He's going to be like a Ritz cracker after you've been eating shortbread.
Yes. Rockets win last night, 120-118. Huge comeback in the fourth quarter. They were down 13 points with less than 10 minutes to go in the game.
It was intense. That was a great fourth quarter. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, man. This second in the Western Conference, everybody.
Man, yeah.
Back in our dojo.
Yeah, well, and we're getting to the point in the season where it's like, okay, no, this is not a 20-game sample size anymore.
This is a tough stretch of schedule coming up too.
Yeah.
I don't think they play at home until June.
Yeah.
It's so this is a big test.
Yep.
This is a proving ground up here in the next couple of weeks.
All right, Ross Tucker. He is on the Texans game this weekend on the radio with Kevin Harlan.
Is?
Yes.
Ooh.
Westwood won. So that's a nice team right there. Kevin Harlan.
They have radio in Kansas City?
They do. They do.
It's good for them.
They better. Now, we'll get it locally here with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware. So we're good. We're set already, but the rest of the nation, they're getting Ross Tucker and Kevin Harlan. And we get Ross Tucker coming up next. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Stay there.
Kirk Holmes, the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is 7 a.m. on a Tuesday. We know what that means. It's football season, playoffs still going here in Houston. And joining us right now on the line, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, daily NFL podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, it's great to talk to you. Yes, download it. I subscribe.
It's really good.
We subscribe. You should subscribe as well.
Greg Cassell on once a week, too. That's always really good info.
Good stuff. Good stuff. How you doing, Ross?
I am doing fantastic. I'm excited for you guys. I think, I don't know. Obviously, I'm curious. What were your expectations going into that game? Because we didn't really talk about. You guys asked me what I thought. I didn't really ask what you thought going into that game Saturday.
Honestly, going back to, whenever we realized the offense was struggling the way they were this year, my expectations or my hopes were all about the defense being able to create turnover, especially at NRG Stadium, where they've had some really good performances versus quarterbacks who are much better than Justin Herbert. So it played out the way that we would have thought, except that also all of a sudden the Texans could run the ball in the second half. Like, I didn't expect any of the offensive part, Ross.
Yeah, Ross,
to answer your question.
Yeah, Seth picked a close, low-scoring loss. I picked a close, relatively low-scoring win. We both thought it would be a close game. I don't think neither of us expected the Texans to just dominate Justin Herbert the way that to that level.
Herbert had been careful with the football.
Yes.
So I thought, okay, maybe they'll pick him off a couple times, which would still double any of the interceptions that Herbert had thrown. Yeah. So, I was pleasantly surprised, Ross.
Well, it's interesting because I was in the Baltimore Ravens press box, watching the game, getting ready to be on the sideline for Ravens Steelers, and the first half was like, if you didn't care who was winning or what, that was a rough watch.
Yes.
I mean, neither offensive line could block the other team's defensive line. Neither team could get a whole lot going. Both quarterbacks threw like horrendous interceptions. I mean, really bad. And I thought, wow, this is bad ball. And then in the second half, it was more bad ball from the Chargers, and I think the Texans' defense deserves a lot of credit for that. And then I think the whole key, and this is my idea for the first play for the Texans in this game Saturday, you got to have the snap go right through C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
Like, go through his hands, have it bounce on the ground, he'll pick it up. Because, it was like after that, he played awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't get it. It was like they hadn't been able to do anything, and then the ball goes through his hands. He makes a special play, and after that, it's like he was on point. They could run the ball. The O-line started to block a little bit better. It was really funny to see that happen. I will say this. I said this right at the start of the Texans-Titans game in Week 18. If you guys remember, right when we're on camera at the start of the game, the Texans are absolutely elite at edge rusher and at corner. Mm-hmm. And that gives them a chance, I feel like, in every game. I mean, those are the positions that people care the most about. And it's not like they have one good guy at both those spots. They have two really good guys at both those spots that give them a chance. And you combine that with the fact that when you get Autry, to get the one-on-one. I mean, Autry was killing the poor right guard, Salyer, for the Chargers. That was a key part of it as well. And so that's the formula. I mean, it's kind of how the first Chiefs game went a little bit as well. But they really need those guys to dominate. That is their chance, is if those guys can dominate what I would say are subpar tackles for the Chiefs. So if the edge guys can get there, if they can, force Mahomes into a couple turnovers, that's the formula to get this win.
That's and Ross, I guess that's the big question is, all right, it looks like the Chiefs kind of started clicking there, really starting with the Texans game, and then since then you started to see the margins that you might expect from a team that's won as many Super Bowls as they have. Aside from the pass rush on the defensive side of the ball, what can the Texans either replicate from this last game or exploit out of that Chiefs defense, which also has started to look more like the quintessential Chiefs defense?
Yeah, and I think part of that is because they're getting healthier, and man, goodness knows those guys are rested. I mean, that's the other part of this thing is, and you can say this about any team in any game, but it feels especially important that the Texans get off to a fast start. A lot of different reasons, right? Like, number one, to try to take the Chiefs crowd out of it a little bit, but also, there's a very real chance that the Chiefs are rusty. I mean, it's one thing to take a week off, maybe even 2. These guys haven't played in like 24 days. I mean, it has been a long time since these guys played football on Christmas Day. Think about that. Think about, like, if the Texans hadn't played since Christmas Day. That's the last time the Chiefs played. And so I would expect there to be some rustiness from the Chiefs. I think the Texans need to capitalize, right? Texans have some momentum. They finished the second half strong against the Chargers. They're feeling like, hey, we're as good as anybody. We can do some damage here. I think they really need to get off to a fast start and take advantage of what should be a little bit of a rusty Chiefs. I mean, that's a long time to not play in a game and have the speed of the game. I don't know what Andy Reid did to try to make sure those guys are still ready to roll, but you would think if there's an advantage for the Texans, it would be early in the game, and then you think the Chiefs' advantage would be, as the game goes, with the Texans being a little bit more worn down, although they were even able to rest, a lot of their guys for most of the game against the Titans Week 18.
Ross, the other, the big matchup this week, obviously, is the Bills at the Ravens, and I'm just trying to figure out exactly how you beat the Ravens if they keep playing the way they've been playing. What's the secret sauce?
Well, I think 2 things. One is you got to be able to score with them, and I think you can do that. I mean, Russell Wilson and the Steelers actually moved the ball pretty darn well in the second half through the air against the Ravens. I think the rookie corner, Wiggins, is good. The guy on the other side, Stevens, that's the guy that people have kind of been picking on. So, I mean, the easy answer offensively is you need Josh Allen to be Superman, which he can be, right? Like, he can be that guy that kind of takes them on his back, throwing and running. I mean, you're going to see a lot of quarterback runs Sunday night because it's do or die. Defensively, I'm sort of the mindset, especially without Zay Flowers, and we'll see whether or not he can play, but even if he does play, he's clearly not going to be 100%. I kind of feel like you gotta hope Lamar Jackson has like a bad shooting night, so to speak. Mm-hmm. I'm of the mindset you absolutely sell out to stop the run and to get pressure on Lamar, and you play man-to-man with a single high safety, and you take your chances about getting beat deep, right? Like, if Lamar is going to chuck it deep to Bateman or one of these other guys, and they're going to beat your corner on a deep shot, I think you live with that. I think that's your best chance to win, is you try to get pressure on Lamar, you try to get in his face, you're physical with the receivers, make him and them convert the deep passes down the field, deep contested catches down the field. Because if you just sit there, he's eventually going to pick you apart. Yeah. And I was like borderline, Seth, it must have driven you nuts. I was like borderline embarrassed for the Steelers on Saturday. I mean, the Ravens had 250-some yards rushing with 6 minutes left in the third quarter of that game, in which the Ravens didn't have the only Pro Bowl receiver in franchise history. Mm-hmm. Like, how you let your you-know-whats get run over by Derrick Henry and the Ravens is beyond me. Like that's,
Ross,
that's
honestly,
the only thing that can't happen.
I get so much sympathetic stress for defenses when they face the Ravens because, going back to the veer option days back in the day, you get put in that bind, when you're a defensive end or when you're a linebacker and you've got a split second to make the decision on whether to go after Lamar Jackson or Derrick Henry or stay in pass coverage. It just sucks. There's parts of it where, the Texans last year in the playoffs, in the first half, they were way more aggressive. They blitzed way more than they had all season long. And it was effective, but in the second half, you saw, this is a different Lamar Jackson who can kind of take what the defense is giving him, and he diced them up with it, and he ran when there were opportunities to run, and he's operating at a higher level right now. Yeah, I wasn't as embarrassed for them as much as I felt I felt the crunch of what a nightmare it is playing that offense.
Understood, but it was like there were guys that it did not seem like wanted to be out there and be physical.
It turns your brain into mush. It castrates you too. They take care of all of your vital organs, your brain and both testicles.
Yeah, but there's videos out there of guys that I thought the effort was disappointing by some guys. I thought the lack of physicality was disappointing, and I know there are certain plays where they put you in a bind. But listen, if they're running the zone read, the Steelers were they had the edge guy closing on the running back, which I thought was the right call. But then you have to have the linebacker scraping over the top. There were just things that happened in that game that I thought were very disappointing.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us. Hey, Ross, before we cut you loose, the big topic league-wide today seems to be Jerry Jones talking to Deion Sanders about the Cowboys head coaching job. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Deion Sanders would be a good hire for the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, I'm not surprised at all. I posted that as soon as I heard the Mike McCarthy news. I posted at Ross Tucker NFL, Dallas Cowboys head coach Deion Sanders, question mark.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when it switched or when it happened, but on some level, it just feels to me in recent years like the Cowboys have decided winning financially is more important than winning on the field. And because there's not a lot of explanation for how long to do deals with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. There's not a lot of explanation to have Mike McCarthy. You wait a full week. Now they can't even interview guys like Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson because you had to interview the guys on a bye week during their bye week. Now they have to wait till the end. They do things that seem like the priority is the attention, and right or wrong, right? Yeah. I think that seems like it's the priority, and if you're a Cowboys fan that wants to see them in meaningful games and conference championship games and Super Bowl, it's wrong and has been wrong for a long time.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us. Hey, Ross, you're on the game this weekend, right, for Westwood One, the Texans and the Chiefs?
That is right. Unfortunately, nobody in your area would be able to hear it,
right? Because
you guys will obviously have Mark and Andre Ware. But yeah, it'll be me and Kevin Harlan in the booth in Kansas City. Going to be electric.
Yeah, that's a dream team right there, man. That's a good pairing. You and Kevin Harlan. That'll be a fun listen for those outside of Houston, as you point out. Hey, Ross, we always appreciate the time, man. Make sure that you download and check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Daily NFL Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever it is you get your podcast. Ross, safe travels and bring some good luck to the Texans, man.
You know what? I will try because I want a close, competitive game. And just real quick, watching that first matchup, it was pretty competitive, I thought. It felt like until the Tank Dell injury, that the Texans. I don't think the Texans are going to be afraid. I'm really looking forward to it. I think the Texans are going to surprise some people. I'm not saying they're going to necessarily win the game, but I think that they can get it till the end, where 99.5% of the time Mahomes makes those 3 plays, so the Chiefs win by 3. So we'll see if that's what happens.
Yeah, no doubt. That 8-point spread's a big number, man. We'll see what happens. Ross Tucker joining us here on his Tuesday visit. Hey, Ross, we appreciate it, man. Safe travels.
All right, see you guys.
All right, take it easy. Ross Tucker.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I guess because the narratives are so easy with the Chiefs that, okay, well, yeah, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to struggle in the regular season, and then they're going to turn it on in the postseason. And it's all justified. They do it.
They do it every year.
This year, throw out the box scores. They won games in the fourth quarter. It took a little bit of luck, but it's the old classic, part of being lucky is being in position to take advantage of lucky situations.
And being comfortable in those situations.
Right, and being comfortable. Like the Astros in the playoffs, year after year after year. And we saw it with the Texans played a competitive game with the Chiefs right up until the Texans fell apart in the fourth quarter. And teams like the Chiefs don't fall apart in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, if there are lucky bounces of the ball, the Chiefs are there to take advantage of it, and they know that. But, I think the notion that somehow the Chiefs just bludgeoned the Texans to death in the first game, which was in Kansas City, I think you're not paying close enough attention just to casually dismiss it like that.
If you watch,
it was a competitive game.
It was a competitive game. If all you did was turn the game on with 11 minutes to go and you didn't look at the scoreboard, you would have thought the Texans got blown out in that game because for the last 11 or 12 minutes of that game, the Chiefs had the ball for 10 and a half of those minutes.
Right.
They just choked the Texans out in the fourth quarter. But, yeah, it is one of those things you think, man, if Tank doesn't get hurt on that play, if it's just a touchdown, and if Kaimi makes the extra point, that's where you started to feel the game roll downhill a little bit. Was man, you sat there for 20 minutes watching one of your best players get put on not even a cart, in an ambulance on the field. You're looking at your quarterback who's bawling his eyes out watching this thing, and you finally get reset. You finally line up for the extra point, and Kaimi shanks the thing. It's man.
As far as Ross was talking about with the Steelers defense, I guess as a defensive player, the way I can empathize with it is that, yes, you'd love to see that your guys are fighting like crazy and everything, and lots of guys will fight like crazy no matter what the circumstances are. But there's a certain element of playing against a team like the Ravens where it's the same way it is with animals when you train them. It's learned helplessness. The reason that if you train a dog really well, he's not going to even try to leave the property even when he's not wearing a leash because he's learned to be helpless. All those things, and there's almost it's a team like the Ravens. It breaks you like you're a horse. It's because everything Ross was talking about. Okay, hey, if you're gonna just have the defensive ends crash down and play the run, then the linebackers have to scrape over the top. Problem is when they do that, Lamar Jackson is good enough to kill you through the air if you make the wrong decision. And emasculating is, I think, the right word. It kind of it takes the testosterone out of you. You feel like you're stuck in this bind because they're really, really good at putting defenses in a bind. And it's stressful as hell to watch. I hate it. The Texans players, because I knew a lot of people after the Texans played the Ravens, they were angry. I saw people accusing Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter of being selfish and only playing for the sack or only doing this or that. No. Part of it was there's times where you say, look, no, on this play, you're going to play the quarterback no matter what. But that puts a lot of stress on everybody on the inside, on the defensive tackles and the linebackers and everything else. And if you guess wrong, at some point it gets you. Which is a really long-winded way of saying the Ravens' offense is really good because they can threaten you in so many different ways that it makes defenses think, and once you're thinking, you're screwed.
Yeah, did you? I just sent it to Ben to add to the Pettycast at 8 o'clock, but did you see Herb Street just eviscerate the Steelers during that game when they came up to the booth for a hit?
No, I didn't.
It was during the third quarter. It was, Herb Street is stronger on college than he is on pro. I just think he's good at both. He's really talented, obviously. But this was as forceful an opinion as I've ever heard from Herb Street, just basically questioning the manhood and the want to of the Steelers. It was, and especially because it was the Steelers who would be way down the bottom of the list of NFL teams you think would, like, I'm not even saying allow the yards, but just like the optics of them just like giving up
just
almost.
Laying down.
Yeah.
And especially, I mean, imagine if Tomlin didn't have the track record of toughness and success that he's had, where, those teams fight, no matter what. They make the playoffs in years when you didn't think they had any chance at all of making the playoffs. To lose 5 straight like that, it's a weird place for the Steelers to be right now.
5 straight playoff games. Yeah.
No. 5 losses in a row in the regular season.
At the end of the season,
they've lost 5 straight times.
Yeah.
They haven't won since, November?
Yeah.
Early December? It's a lot of losses.
I don't think they've won since the game I went to in during the bye week.
Lucky charm.
I was.
You're their little troll doll.
Yeah, they beat the Browns.
They need to put you in the corner of the end zone.
They needed me to beat the Browns, yeah.
They need you to be a pylon.
Yeah, who they actually – I don't want any of that. But they haven't won a playoff game in forever, too. Like, I was reading Mike Sando's Pick 6 column this week. The lead in there is about Tomlin and the Steelers and how that's the biggest conundrum of this coaching carousel, because reportedly there's teams that are thinking of trying to trade for Mike Tomlin and that he might be available because the Steelers might have reached their breaking point with, like, he does raise the floor for you, but he sure does bring the ceiling down as well, or at least that's the perception. You know, like, hey, man, that you're a Steeler fan, you are guaranteed to be playing important games in December and early January. You're also guaranteed to lose important games in the middle of January.
This is, and we'll get back to Houston stuff in a minute here, but look, if the Texans pull off this upset, you're likely going to be playing the Ravens, you will be either playing the Ravens or the Bills, but likely the Ravens, in my opinion. Okay, this is how bad the turn was, though. Just to lay it out very simply. November 10th, Steelers beat the Commanders. November 17th, Steelers beat the Ravens. November 21st, Steelers lose to the Browns. Yeah. But, hey, they rebound. The next week they beat the Bengals. Then they lose to the Browns. They beat the Browns. They beat the Browns. But then, starting on December 15th, they lose to the Eagles. They lose to the Ravens. Yep. They lose to the Chiefs. Yep. They lose to the Bengals, and then they lose to the Ravens, which, I mean, some of those are quality teams, obviously, but they've just lost 5, and they haven't, and it looked worse with each successive week.
Yeah, I think we all knew with the Steelers that there was that stretch of schedule coming. It got brought up every time there was a conversation about, are the Steelers a real Super Bowl contender? Because it got brought up all the time on the debate shows and whatnot. Everybody brought up those last 4 games that you talked about at the end of the year. I just don't think, to your point, Seth, I don't think anybody thought it would look that bad. I think people thought they'll win one of these, right? You win one, and if it's the right one and you actually beat the Ravens, you win the division. You know,
the big thing about the Steelers defense too is it's the highest paid unit in the league. It's the highest paid defense in the league. So the letdown is extreme. Yeah. If you start talking about like wanting to and how hard guys are trying and everything else like that, it's bad juju up there in Pittsburgh right now.
The biggest thing for them right now, and it's been this way ever since Ben Roethlisberger started getting injured and wasn't the same Ben Roethlisberger, is they're having a really hard time getting a quarterback. You know, they tried it with Kenny Pickett, and it didn't work out.
I thought they were the most brilliant team in the league for trading for Justin Fields. How'd that work out? Is that
he's a hell of a backup? He's a hell of a gadget
I didn't
guy.
get to watch the entire Steelers. I didn't get to watch much of the second half at all. Justin Fields didn't come in and mount a startling comeback.
Not that I saw.
Okay. Just checking, because I just remember all the gushing praise of them for being so brilliant. And it wasn't a dumb move. They didn't have to give up anything to get him, but they acted like it was the coup of the century that they got a bust on their team.
Omar Khan's playing chess compared to everybody else because they traded for Justin Fields. And they got Russell Wilson for $1 million. You know,
the other annoying thing about that was that the way it was framed by the GM of the Bears, what's his face?
Ryan Poles. Yeah,
Ryan Poles managed to put the propaganda out there that he could have gotten more for Justin Fields, but he wanted to do him a solid.
Yeah, Justin wanted to go to Pittsburgh.
Like, no, the Steelers were able to get him at that price because nobody was offering anything for Justin Fields.
Yeah,
idiots.
Honestly, like that to me makes Ryan Poles look worse. The Bears, I'm like, okay, you're doing a player a solid instead of doing what's best for the Bears.
Yeah, are we going to have a nice? Let's all gather around and sing "Kumbaya."
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, man, it's a business. I liked Ross bringing up the Xavier Hutchinson, C.J. Stroud play. Like, it's cool to see people outside of Houston notice. Like, and if anybody would notice that, it would be Ross, who I feel like has 48 hours in his 24-hour days to watch all these football games.
Well, no, the great thing about that fumble turned deep strike to Xavier Hutchinson, it's that it does remind me of a few weeks ago. Jared Goff had the play where they pretended that he stumbled, because what it does is it busts up the rhythm of the play, and in the defensive backfield, it takes their eyes, it screws up their eye discipline. And the exact same thing happened with the Chargers, where the Chargers, you see, as a defensive back, you see what's going on in the defensive backfield. You start getting lulled into like, okay, wait, there's a busted play, and it screws up the timing a little bit. And when you watch the Chargers defensive backs, they keep their shell, but almost too much. Because I think there's a little bit of that, like, oh, crap, busted play. Oh, wait. Okay, no, it's still a pass play. And the safety rolls over with CJ, even though there's no actual threat underneath. And it allows Xavier Hutchinson to just kind of wander and meander over there into the middle of the field. Wide open.
Wide open.
So it wasn't like a complete breakdown in discipline or anything, but it was enough that it made it skew. So, yes, this week I would like there to be a planned bad
fumble
snap or botched snap.
Yeah. Ben Johnson would do it. Come on, Bobby.
The one I thought of, and I told you, was that it reminds me of when a punt returner muffs a punt.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, because it just screws up the angles,
all the lanes and
everything else like that.
Yeah.
So I went in a little bit of a rabbit hole yesterday trying to find an example of it. And the Deshaun Jackson one versus the Giants from 2010 came up. Remember, he muffed the punt and then ends up taking it to the house?
Yep, I do remember that. Hey, let's relive it. You can never relive the good stuff too many times. Here was the C.J. Stroud fumble hutch play.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up, scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long.
That flipped the game, man. C.J. Stroud's passer rating before that, 44.53. C.J. Stroud's passer rating after that play, 128.39. 10.3 yards per attempt. Not including that play, like 10.3 yards per attempt after that play.
This is where I hope that, I think with CJ and, Bobby Slowick obviously is a huge part of all of this entire season, the way it's gone for the offense. It's not a separate topic, but like we'll set that part of it aside for a second. I think with CJ, there's a little bit of, in the early part of a learning curve for a quarterback or anybody, like whenever you're learning, it's the curse of the conscientious, which is that the guys that are trying really hard to do everything the right way and have like a very high standard for themselves, they're not going to necessarily, it's not going to be a smooth path for them, because they're working so much on doing things the right way that sometimes it starts to get in the way of just letting things flow, and it's a really hard balance to find. But I think after that play, there was a little bit of CJ that just started playing football and let the game come to him. And part of that was him taking the easy money and running when the opportunities were there. Like, that's a little bit of, man, like, because with quarterbacks especially, you're trying to do the right things. You're trying to be a pocket passer. You don't want to take the easy path. That's an awesome attitude to have. But sometimes just take the easy path.
Yeah.
And let the game come to you and let things just happen. But God, it's like anybody listening right now has struggled with this in life. Finding that balance of when to let it go and when to rein things in.
Sure.
It's really hard, especially when 320-pound men are trying to pick you up and throw you on the ground.
Yeah, no, Nick.
And have done it successfully at times this year.
Yeah, for sure. No, when we asked Nick last week about, do you think C.J. Stroud's a better quarterback now than he was this time a year ago, and he said, man, it's the hardest position to play in all of team sports, to your point. Now, here was Nick on Texans All Access. I think this interview runs today. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow, Ben? Okay,
It's
runs
on YouTube already.
It's on YouTube.
So,
I was going to say it's on YouTube, but it runs on the radio. It runs on Wednesday. Good conversation as always. John and Mark do a great job with both him and D'Amico. This was Caserio talking about that scintillating, exciting play we just saw to Hutchinson. Here was Nick Caserio on that play.
Yeah, you never really know what play is going to kind of change the complexion of the game there a little bit. Even that start of that drive, we had the ball on the one. Yeah. We're actually able to get the ball off of the goal line there a little bit. We were backed up. The first half really didn't have control of field position. It seems like we were always playing on a short field. And then we were able to get that conversion there. And even if the snap wasn't dropped, you look at the play and the concept, there was going to be some space probably for the in cut there. Now, the way the play materialized, I don't think anybody drew that up on a paper, but sometimes players just have to make plays. Seemingly, Hutch makes a play like that during the course of the year. Did against Green Bay, where he came up with a third down conversion. When he gets an opportunity, they're limited, but he maximizes those and capitalizes them. And CJ kind of kept his composure and was able to make a good play while on the move.
Now, not that I expect Nick to be over the moon about a play like that.
Yeah.
Like Vandy was calling it. Or even like D'Amico, I think, does get pumped up. Certainly on the sidelines he did. And I think even like Nick, I need Nick to describe, like do a narration of like movie scenes that are like over the top, like, or even like Game of Thrones. Like, Nick, I need your commentary on the Battle of the Bastards, where Jon Snow is standing there with a sword and he's got 1,000 soldiers charging at him and somehow finds a way to win that thing. And he's like, Jon Snow's a good player. He's got really good balance, good contact balance. You can see that here. He's getting mobbed by 20 soldiers from the opposite side. And I think he probably would have won this anyways. We had a good plan in place to win the Bastards. But to see John come out, John's a good player. He's a really good player. And, it's good to live and fight another day.
So, Jesus, he carried the cross through Jerusalem, and then he was up on the cross for a while. He died, and then 3 days later, there he was.
He rose.
And, and then we was done, and they read the Bible.
Jesus is a good player. He's a good player. Makes good plays.
Yes,
That was a turning point in the game.
The Germans were in France, and, basically we sent a bunch of Americans over there, and, we went across the English Channel, and then we won the war.
Darth Vader, jumped on the rebel ship, and here you see him here. He's slicing down 10 soldiers at a time with his lightsaber. He's always had really good lightsaber skills, good contact balance, good center of gravity here. Vader's been a good player for a long, long time.
Luke Skywalker's a guy who struggled with his emotions at times, and we're trying to work through that and just understand that the Force is the way. But then, he found out that Darth Vader was his father, and he lost his hand, and we just got to get back up and get back at it.
We're really proud of how far Luke has come as a player, early in his career.
Yeah, it's a struggle for a young player to learn how to rein in your emotions.
Had his hand chopped off by his dad,
Being a Jedi is the hardest position in the universe.
Being a Jedi. I will say this, it's the hardest position in all of cinematography. Yeah. Being a Jedi.
I think people don't really talk about or credit enough really just how much Chewbacca meant. He's kind of the unsung hero in that. A lot of people thought Chewbacca was dumb just because they couldn't understand his grunts and such, but he's actually really, really one of the most intelligent. What was he? What type
he was a
Wookiee,
yeah.
Yeah, really one of the more intelligent Wookiees we've ever had.
Out there. Not to talk about a group of people like that, or anything.
There's a lot of,
not to profile
have opinions about
Wookiees.
Wait, what is he? Wookiees, yeah, Wookiees.
Yeah.
Frankly, it's BS. That's where I'll get elevated about it.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, a lot of people thought this.
It's Chewie.
Wait, what kind of creature is he?
He's a Wookiee.
A Wookiee.
Yeah.
It's such a dumb name. It's like. So,
a
lot of people. There were a lot. I'll be honest with you. A lot of people thought this Wookiee couldn't do the job. And it's BS.
Right.
Because, we'll take any Wookiee on our team.
Absolutely.
We don't. What we care about is not. We don't care about the various species you've wiped out before. When you enter this building, it's a clean slate.
Yes.
And we're going to find out what a Wookiee can do.
We expect him to be Wookiee of the Year next year. Absolutely. Do you know the dumbest thing about the word Wookiee? It's spelled with two E's. It's Wookie. Spelled like rookie, but with another E at the end of it.
With an extra E.
Extra E, yeah.
Trying a little too hard there.
George Lucas. Yeah, what the hell? Am I right about that, Ben? Is that how it's spelled?
You're right.
Yeah, Ben.
My favorite thing is their Wikipedia is called Wikipedia.
Wikipedia, yes, that's right. That's good stuff. Texters, a lot of texters, Seth, weighing in on hatred for the Chiefs. High or low hatred. And a point text that I think is a good one. We tried to make the comparison of where are they on the hate scale compared to the Patriots dynasty right now.
Yeah.
I think the pending three-peat.
Maybe or hatred outside of Houston for the Astros.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's as much venom for the Chiefs as there is for the Astros.
I don't either. Yeah, no, I don't
imagine the difference there.
Why is that? Someone points out on the text page that everyone loves Andy Reid, which means the Chiefs will never be as hated as the New England Patriots.
It's hard to hate Andy Reid. Really, really, really hard to hate.
Doo.
Yeah, especially these guys. Just like with Jim Harbaugh, like Jim Harbaugh's quirkiness, like there were parts of it that used to annoy me, but now he's at an age where you're just kind of like, what a lovable old weirdo.
Yeah.
And Reid's never been detestable. He's always been, because it's funny though too, because he's widely regarded as one of the toughest coaches to play for in the NFL. And which goes back to what I've told you forever is it's not about yelling and screaming that makes you a tough coach. It's how high is the standard, and do you hold guys to it?
Yep.
And then they practice really physically and tough. They have like really tough training camps by modern standards. But he's just his demeanor and his appearance and everything is just like, oh, he's a lovable old fat guy.
That's right.
Yay.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big thanks to Ross Tucker for joining us on the show. Yeah, subscribe and download to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. All right, hypothetical for the next segment. The Texans have a bunch of really good players on injured reserve right now. If you could pick one to bring back for the magic potion to make them fully healthy, I put up a poll about this. I'm a little surprised, slightly surprised at the results of the poll I put up about this yesterday. But we'll tell you what the results are. We'll get your thoughts on it. 713-572-4610. See what Seth has to say as well. We'll do that next.
from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to Payne and Pendergast. People enjoyed that last segment. We appreciate the feedback. We'll read some of the text. 713-572-4610. People like no drama, Nick.
Yeah, that's a fun little thing. We'll have to make that a recurring theme. Speaking of which, I'm trying to figure out which Pope Zaza hat to buy here.
Is that what you've been doing? You've looked so intense the last couple breaks.
Yeah. I'm starting to get. There's some nice Pope hats out there, but I got to find one that doesn't have a cross on it. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be overtly sacrilegious here. So I'm just trying to get a Pope hat. I just want to call myself the Pope.
Of course, we did just do no drama, Nick, describing Jesus walking through.
I feel like I can get away with, like, Catholics have a pretty good sense of humor about things with stuff like this. If I put a cross on it, then I'm opening it up to anybody and everybody. We have one listener who's stopped listening to the show because I would reference the football gods from time to time.
Yeah, that's
and I thought he was joking, but he was definitely like. I ended up texting with this guy. And he says that he's evangelical, and his pastor, because I told him, I was like, you should talk to your pastor about this, because I really feel like you're taking this a little too literally.
Yeah.
It's very much a metaphor for like fate or chance or whatever it might be. And he said, no, I can't talk to my pastor about it because my pastor doesn't think we should even be watching football.
Okay.
So
that's a little extreme.
I'm like, he allows you to have a smartphone? Like, I just
no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
So there are at least some people who very seriously don't like it when I say football gods, which I can't stop doing it because it's no, it's not because it's stupid.
Right.
So yeah. But I feel bad that I lost that listener.
Okay, well, I mean,
sorry, Sean. I took him away from you too.
Look, if that guy was going to find something with this show eventually, anyways, is how I feel about it. Like,
yeah. I think I made a compromise with him, actually, if I remember properly.
Okay, look at you.
I think I'm going to talk about baseball gods, but not football gods.
For those wondering why Seth is looking for a Pope hat, we got a little Pope Zaza thing I think we're planning for later this week, right?
Yeah.
On the show,
Yeah. My alter ego, Pope Zaza, which we've never fully really developed. I need to just start. I need to flesh that out a little bit. I need to resurrect that, so to speak.
All right, good job. All right, this was the question on the poll, and I'm assuming you've not looked at the results because you like to not look at the results of these things.
I like to guess.
You like to guess. Pender poll for Texan fans. If you could bring back one of these four injured players healthy for the rest of the postseason, who would it be? Jalen Petrie, Jimmy Ward, Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs.
This is a tough one.
Who would you pick, and who do you think the people picked?
Oh, boy, this is tough. And, in the heat of the moment here, the defense just played as well as they did. But versus, not the best receiving core and not the top 5 quarterback necessarily. That I'm tempted to say Jalen Petrie, though, because you're going to face tougher offenses very soon, or tougher quarterbacks.
So that would be who you would.
No, because Tank Dell also, but likewise, I would say Tank Dell, especially given the fact that in the Chiefs game, especially he had started to find his rhythm. They were feeding him the ball heavily. I would say Tank Dell, and I think Tank Dell is what everybody else would say.
Tank Dell is not what everybody else says. I'm shocked by this. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
You didn't even bring up the name of the runaway winner of this poll. 50.7%. He's got an actual majority in this poll. 50.7%. Tank is number 2. 28.9%, which I think speaks to the need being more on offense than it is on defense. But man, Jimmy Ward got 1%, so he's way back. Jalen Petrie got 19.4%. He finished 3rd. It is fun to think of adding Jalen Petrie back into this mix with the way the rest of the secondary is playing right now and what that might look like. But I would have said Tank. I'm with you. I think Tank. I think they need the element that Tank was starting to bring more so than Stephon Diggs.
I think with Stephon, well, and partly too is that Stephon was really good at the short and intermediate stuff, and in his absence, it was a matter of trying to figure out exactly how to how to replicate that. And Tank wasn't stepping in and taking over that role for Stephon Diggs the way we thought. I guess for me, maybe I'm a little too much influenced by that Chiefs game.
Maybe.
And what it looked like before he was injured. I did think that if you could start to get that, because they were getting Tank Dell over the middle. They were starting to do some of the crossing routes and things that you wondered, why are they not doing more of this? And partly it's on just Tank Dell learning how to play receiver in the NFL as a smaller guy. It felt like it had started to click.
Yes.
And, man, that's and for the long term, that's what I would want to be. So, but I am torn because Stephon feels like such a distant memory at this point.
It doesn't feel real. It feels like a fever dream.
Yeah, it feels like it felt like it was something that happened in 2023 or something.
Yeah.
I think that people might be correct on this. As far as just being able to plug in and get something out of him and have it be consistent week to week, Stephon's probably the right
Especially
choice.
when you think of just sheer reputation. I mean, Stephon Diggs is a multi-time Pro Bowler and a recent former All-Pro. And again, it's fully healthy you're getting these guys. So it's not after their rehabbing of their injury or anything like that. In the hypothetical, you're getting them fully healthy. Boy, we're getting a lot of texts. People really enjoyed us doing No Nonsense Nick. Here was, just to reset, what set off Seth and I doing No Nonsense Nick was Nick Caserio being asked about the Xavier Hutchinson catch after C.J. Stroud fumbled the snap. He was asked about it by John and Mark on Texans All Access.
Yeah, you never really know what play is going to kind of change the complexion of the game there a little bit. Even that start of that drive, we had the ball on the one. We're actually able to get the ball off of the goal line there a little bit. You know, we were backed up. The first half really didn't have control of field position. It seems like we were always playing on a short field. And then we were able to get that conversion there. And even if the snap wasn't dropped, you look at the play and the concept, there was going to be some space probably for the in-cut. Not the way the play materialized. I don't think anybody drew that up on a paper, but sometimes players just have to make plays. Seemingly, Hutch makes a play like that during the course of the year. Did it against Green Bay, where he came up with a third down conversion. When he gets an opportunity, they're limited, but he maximizes those and capitalizes them. And CJ kind of kept his composure and was able to make a good play while on the move.
So Nick took the most exciting play of the season, maybe the most important play of the season, one that Vandermeer screamed, X marks the spot at the end of it. And he takes it, no nonsense, purely descriptive, like, wow, that play sounds almost boring right now. And so Seth and I were describing various historical things that had happened, you know, winnings of wars or movie scenes, battle scenes described by Nick. The texts are hilarious. This is a text message. This is from 6561. You know, not enough people give Han Solo credit. I mean, he's actually playing out of position. His normal position is not the hero. He's more the, you know, the guy that doesn't really believe in anything. So for him to step up and become, you know, the hero in the story is completely a different position, and you've got to give Han Solo credit.
You do. You have to give him a lot of credit.
Oh,
you know?
my God.
Luke Skywalker, you know, he's, you know, young players go through their ups and downs, their peaks and the valleys, but, you know, by the time the Empire had started to build the second Death Star, we felt like Luke had really made a lot of progress. He made a lot of strides, you know. And you never know. You never know until you never know until they try to come back. And there's still these guys have a lot of temptations from all over, you know. And there's so many change things, and did Luke think about maybe going to the dark side? I don't know, but it's not a concern anymore.
No, it says a lot about him that he didn't give in to joining his father of all.
Well,
people.
You talk about veteran leadership. You know, Lando Calrissian. You know, really got selfless, willing to do whatever it took. You know, and he's gonna. You know, sometimes you can't replace that veteran experience.
Great teammate, great guy in the locker room, great guy in the Cloud City. Other than, you know, diming out Han and giving him to Darth Vader. After that, he really made up for that by going and finding Han and unfreezing him out of the carbonite. That was a good job by Lando Calrissian. Aaron Raybold poked his head in, one of our engineers up here, and he said, I'm shocked that you guys didn't do the end of Godfather 1, where Michael takes out all the family business. Like, you know, we knew Michael had a lot. You know, Michael was eventually going to be the leader of the family, and to see him take out Bazzini and Tattaglia and the other 5 families, you know, it was good to see him finally cash in on that potential. And you got to give Michael a lot of credit. Like, he's relentless when it comes to killing off the other 5 families, the other 4 families.
That was good. Yeah, it was good.
Yep.
It was good. But we got a lot of work to do. You know, you just gotta move on to the next one. You gotta move on to the next movie. Just don't cast your daughter in it, you dumbass.
We're kidding. Oh God,
that
brutal.
was 3.
That was 3. That was 3.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of Wookiee texts. After 18 games, he's no longer a Wookiee. So dumb. That's so stupid.
There's a lot of disadvantages to, a lot of people say you can't have a 7'6" too tall. They can get up underneath your pads, but we evaluate each guy based on his own merits.
We do, and we try to put him in position to be successful. If they have one thing they do well, put him in position. Yeah.
The big thing with a lot of these Wookiees, they come in, they don't understand. You got to communicate, and it's a matter of you got to really be sure you communicate well. And it was a challenge for this Wookiee.
All right, keep texting in. We got a little petty. You ready for the petty cast? Are you ready to get petty?
Born ready.
Yeah, you're ready. I'm petty. Seth's petty. You're all going to be petty. Text in your petties. We do the petty cast Tuesday, 8 o'clock every week. The biggest examples of pettiness either on this show or around the sports world, and that is coming up next.
Hey, let's get petty. Get petty with
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We already got the petties are rolling in on the text page. People are feeling it today, man. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
It's good.
Yes.
Let's get petty.
Let's get petty.
I think Rex Ryan did us a favor by really, as a city, as a football team, everything else, just brought it all down to like us against them.
Yes.
It feels like it's time to circle the wagons against Rex Ryan and all his foot soldiers.
Well done.
Thank you.
Here was D'Amico Ryans addressing his team after the win over the Chargers in the locker room.
Hey, man. Hey, outstanding job by everybody. How was that bye week?
So D'Amico heard it. Pettiness, we love that, man. Like Rex Ryan saying that the Chargers had a bye week. I love that the team internalized it. Let's get to Joe Mixon. We'll skip to Joe Mixon here, Ben. We know this. Joe Mixon and the crew heard it. They were smoking cigars over it.
I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week. Who's smoking on that? He's smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week pipe. Come on, Rex.
I love that.
Yeah, that's and laid out too was Joe Mixon first heard about it when a reporter asked him about it. And he hadn't heard that, and because that's the way it works. Like they're gonna, no matter how much you try to ignore the outside noise, at some point a reporter's gonna ask you a question about something some dude said, or somebody's gonna text it to you, or whatever it is. And that's the appropriate amount of just finding something to get angry about, but that doesn't hopefully dominate 4 hours of your day scrolling through social media.
Yes.
You get nervous when players or teams start just being a little too rabbit-eared about what's going on in social media, because you're never going to win that war, and you're always going to. There ends up being too many chips on your shoulder.
Yep.
But just a well-placed barb from a fat SOB like Rex Ryan.
I love that.
This is the petty cast, right?
Yes, it is.
That feels good. That feels good.
Not that stopped you earlier in the week from calling him a fat SOB.
I was prepping for the petty cast.
There you go.
I didn't call him a fat SOB earlier in the week. I just said that he deserves credit for defying the odds and defeating his bariatric surgery.
The lap band.
He managed to become a plump individual again.
He is. That was a big victory for him.
Which I would never make fun of unless he was a bastard, which
Right.
he is. So there you go.
You know who was really mad at the Chargers, feeling very petty? Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports.
Yeah.
He had money on Justin Herbert. He is, I know, Portnoy.
You give him a bad pizza review?
Poor guy. Here was Dave Portnoy after the Texans rolled up Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
Go back at anything I've heard, like Coach Gruden. Oh, he's got all the tools. 5-star arm, exquisite spiral. He sucks. I don't care what tools he has. You know who had tools? Jeff George. Sucked. You know who has tools? Jamarcus Russell. Sucked. What is the infatuation with this guy? He sucked at Oregon. Their team got worse. He was supposed to be the #1 draft pick. Fell because people watch him like, hey, this guy may suck. You know what sucks? Running when it's 6-0, okay? 6-0, you're dominating the game. You get turnover at the +40. You scramble 20 yards to your right, stop, throw 40 yards downfield across your body in double coverage, pick, let the Texans off the mat. Not that it would have mattered because you're throwing pick sixes every 5 seconds. He stinks. He stinks. You have to prove it. I don't care what tools they have. You can have a bunch of parts. If they don't fit, you got a dysfunctional robot. That's what he is. And yes, I bet a ton on the Chargers today. Shame on me. Because I also have the Texans to win the Super Bowl, which I started at the beginning. So I'm a loser. Ha, ha, ha. Laugh at me for betting on Justin Herbert. He is soft. So what? He has good hair. He has bad skin. I do not like him.
Bad skin. The bad skin part is like where I'm like, oh, this goes in the petty cast for sure.
That's right. Yeah, so he's got good hair,
skin.
bad skin.
Bad skin.
Yeah, he's still. Does he have?
I think he's got a little bit. I think a little bit. Yeah, I think a little bit. Pretty sure.
He's getting beyond the age where you typically have acne issues, isn't he?
Yeah. He plays like he's that age, man. He plays
that
like
is
he's 17.
petty. That's really petty when he brought up the bad skin.
Skin. That's where I'm like, oh, yeah, this is going in right here.
Lumping him in with Jamarcus Russell was a low blow.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a bit much.
Overreaction.
Jeff George is a whole different dynamic, too, because Jeff George was an a-hole, where Justin Herbert seems like a pleasant enough young man.
Guy. Yeah.
But Jeff George, when he brought that up, I thought, like, well, hey, Jeff George had some good years. Nope. He had one good year.
Yeah.
When
the Vikings.
In 99, yeah, he was 8-2 with the Vikings.
Yep.
He led the league in passing in 97, but it was a year in which Oakland went 4-12.
Yeah.
So he had very, very few winning seasons, and when he did have winning seasons, they typically ended up being like not even a complete, like he was 6-4 in 92. Oh.
I don't know that anybody threw a prettier ball, though. Like, his release was sick.
He was gifted.
He was very gifted. Yeah, he was gifted, but he was a jerk. All right, we mentioned this a little bit earlier. I can't remember if we mentioned it on the air or off the air, but I know we talked about the Steelers with Ross Tucker and just how they laid down for the Ravens, it seemed like. The Ravens had 250 yards rushing before they were even midway through the third quarter of that game. Boy, Kirk Herbstreit killed the Pittsburgh Steelers during the broadcast. That game was on Amazon, so it was an Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit joint. Here's Herbstreit just killing the Steelers.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
Yeah, that's a strong opinion from Herbstreit Bell game right there.
I think the biggest, I guess, maybe I'm way too sympathetic to the challenges of facing this Ravens offense because there's definitely room for better energy, better viciousness by the Steelers defense. Yeah. But there's an element to playing that Ravens offense because the misdirection and the effectiveness of their offense, it puts defensive players into so many binds that it just takes the fight out of you. You know, the old saying is, if you're thinking, you're done. You know, you don't want to think too much as a defensive player. You want to just think the minimal amount, minimal effective dose of thinking. And they make you think a lot, and that does tend to take away, just like many astrophysicists and other smart people, not the most violent of bunches. A lot of time thinking. That's right. It'd be like if you were fighting, like if I had to go into a boxing match with a middleweight boxer, you know, that like is an actual boxer, and I'm just me, and I'm not allowed to grab him. It's not MMA. I can't turn it into, my grappling skills are useless. Yeah. And somebody's like, punch him. Right. I'm like, I'm trying to punch him. I can't. Punch. Why aren't you punching him?
That's a great
because
analogy.
I can't punch him. Yeah. So I'm just covering up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So Herbstreit on the Steelers. Now, here's another Steelers one. This is a Pettycast. If you're just tuning in, and we got some good petties on the text page we're about to read. George Pickens, this is a hilarious exchange on whether or not he's optimistic about the future of the Steelers.
Yeah, I seen signs of growth for sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of growth, man. Since I got here, we've grown a lot as a team. So does that make you optimistic for the future? Nah. My first
for
thought,
his future.
If it was almost any other player,
yeah.
I would have thought to myself, did he mishear what word it was?
Or did he maybe mean, like, are you reading into that or whatever?
Yeah, or does he not know what optimism is?
What is it with the Steelers and receivers? It's like they are a disgruntled receiver factory.
It's really weird because they're really good at finding skilled receivers. Like, they're really good at scouting the skill set.
They're really good at getting the most out of second round and later receivers,
Antonio Brown
Antonio Brown, Hines Ward, like all these various guys. They don't need to spend a first-round pick on a receiver.
Mike Wallace, Chase Claypool when he was a Steeler before he went off the reservation as a Bear or wherever they traded him to. It's crazy, man. It's so George Pickens not optimistic about the future. Speaking of Steeler receivers, Antonio Brown tweeted out a picture after the Steelers lost to the Ravens, where it's one of those things where it takes like 4 pictures to morph a face into somebody else's face.
Uh-huh.
And it took 4 pictures for him to kind of the software morphing Mike Tomlin's face into Doc Rivers' face. The end being like, Doc Rivers, playoff failure, whose who's won a
got
championship back in the same year that Tomlin won his only championship back then.
When I first clicked on this, Sean, when you sent the link, I was disappointed because I had read Phillip Rivers, and I was I was excited to figure out, like, what's the correlation there? I guess playoff success or lack there, I don't know. But okay, I'll take Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that's a deep analogy because they both won their championships, I want to say, in 2008. And so that's a good job by whoever's running Antonio Brown's X account.
It's closer than I thought it would be.
It didn't take long, man.
If I'm looking at, Doc Rivers has if this is his current hairline, that's a really impressive hairline for a man his age.
Yeah, I don't
Good
know.
job, Doc Rivers.
Is his face? I don't have
you.
it open. I like to see. Sometimes Doc Rivers like to see how shiny his face is. He's got one of those faces. He sweats a lot, like he's, good shine right there, I would say, on his face.
He still does. That's his legitimate hair. I'm looking at a current picture of him from a press conference.
Yep.
His hair's still good. Yeah.
Bucks coach right now. He's been all over, man. Doc's been all over the place. All right, this is me getting petty right here. Here's Tom Pelissero talking about the Chicago Bears, who have a head coaching vacancy to fill, talking about looking at my head coach.
I am told the team wants to interview Notre Dame's Marcus Freeman for the job. Freeman is in the midst of a magical run with the Fighting Irish to the national championship game. Obviously unlikely that he would entertain NFL overtures prior to a week from tomorrow against Ohio State. But the Bears have done extensive research for months on Marcus Freeman. He's only 39 years old. Would not be a shock if at some point he at least considers going to the NFL.
Oh, boy. I don't know what to tell you, Sean. I don't. What are you going to get petty about here? You're not going to get petty about Marcus Freeman.
Petty that the Bears are even putting their greasy mitts. Stay away from my coach.
Yeah.
He doesn't want your janky-ass team, all right?
He has never coached in the NFL, right? I mean, he was.
I don't think he's even been an assistant in the NFL.
No, I mean, he played. He was. He got banged up. I mean, he played. He was on the Texans, either the practice squad or the regular roster in 2009.
Briefly,
his rookie year. And then he had some injury and
he
never played again.
He got cut by the Texans. He eventually wound up with the Colts, and the Colts in their physical with him found an enlarged heart valve. And said, hey, no team is going to clear you to play after they find out you have an enlarged heart valve. And so I saw an interview with him recently where he talked about that. He was talked about how, like, this is God. Because he had been toying with the idea of getting into coaching. He was ready to go coach at Ohio State, like as a grad assistant. And then the Colts called him and said, hey, we want to bring you on the team. And whoever the head coach, I think it was Tressel at the time, said, hey, man, play for as long as you can. That's where go make your money. And he went to that Colts physical, and they found an enlarged heart valve, and they said, no one's going to clear you to play. And he was very reticent about it. He said, okay, well, this is God telling me it's time to go coach. And he went and coached, and now here he is.
So he's, so for one, he's got very limited NFL experience, just as a kind of knock-around player who's on a few different teams for 1 year. I'd be surprised if he wanted to make that leap. I am too. I think. I mean, he's making $9 million a year.
Yeah.
I think in this age of transfer portal and everything and NIL, I feel like Notre Dame is positioned really well.
They figured it out, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think there's some of those schools that either academically or because of tradition or what have you, but especially maybe on the academic side of things, I think they've got an advantage in retaining some players because there's an appeal to having that degree and going to that school and everything. You got alumni like Sean T. Pendergast, who are out there just always
scratching
available
out
to
checks. Yeah.
Yeah. How much have you donated to the collective?
A lot. I'm not going to want to say how much.
Invested, I guess.
I don't want to say how much. Tax purposes and everything. I don't want to give it up, but yeah. Hey,
I don't think he's going. Sorry, what are we being petty over the fact that he's lame, that he's got this?
No, I'm petty about the Bears. I'm petty about the Bears even just sniffing around my head coach.
Well, now I feel bad. I was trying to get into it, and I was making fun of his medical condition. Thanks a lot, Sean.
That sailed right over my head.
He's weak. He's damaged goods. You hear? A real man would have put a pig valve in there and gone off and tried to play football. That's what we did back in the day. Rub a little dirt on that heart valve and get back in the game, kid.
Pig valve.
Yeah.
Who's more qualified to coach in the NFL? Marcus Freeman, Sanders.
Deion. Just on the surface of it all, by resume, I guess, just because of his extreme experience in the NFL. And then also,
Notre Dame's not an easy place to do this thing. Like that's.
You're right. Yeah, I'm basing it purely on college versus NFL.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's been easy. Now, I'm not trying to diminish what he's done there, Sean.
Yeah, I'm just making
a
counterpoint.
Not being petty in all directions.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I've already lambasted him for his pathetic heart condition. Yeah. Now you're asking me to act like, oh no, not impressive at all what he's done with his football team.
That's true. I should have waited. The text message. Okay, this is a good one. There's a little bit of unnecessary pettiness, but I'm happy the Vikings got bounced in the first round so that Grenard and the 10 other Texans they have signed don't make it further than us in the postseason.
That's a good point. Yeah, because a couple of them, just like it happened in the Texans game, both Grenard and what's-his-face there showed up last night.
Blake Cashman.
Yeah.
And Kamu Grugier-Hill almost blocked a punt. I'm like, God, this won't end.
Remember, Kamu showed up in the Texans game, too.
The pick? He had a pick in the first quarter.
Grenard and Kamu. That's what I was thinking of. Grenard and Kamu showed up big.
Yeah.
Cashman. I think Cashman had a good game.
Cashman would have had a touchdown if they didn't overturn that fumble call on Matthew Stafford. Yeah. Cashman's they've all been really good. Those have been good signings by the Vikings. They've all played at or above the level I think the Vikings expected from them.
What a letdown for that team. Just talking about being petty. My God, Vikings. How do you start off as the Wonder Boys of the NFL? Just the feel good. Wow, you got Sam Darnold. You got this, that. You win 14 freaking games, but in the last 2, you've just been a non-factor. Yeah. You just showed up and got your butts whooped.
You look like the Jets with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Yeah. You got destroyed.
It makes me, I'm petty about the fact that the Texans lost to that pathetic band of just imposters is what they were. Imposters.
Text message. Those Wookiees that they don't know anything.
Rookies they don't know anything.
Signed Willow Wyan.
True. Chewbacca was always trying to contribute to the game plan and everything. Yeah. Just shut up with your suggestions, Chewbacca. Right.
Question gets asked at the press conference for D'Amico yesterday that only Payne and Pendergast can answer. D'Amico himself couldn't even answer it. Only Sean and Seth can answer this question. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, Berkeley,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Will Kunkel at Fox 26. I like Will. Will does a good job.
I think it's pronounced Kunkel.
If you're fancy, you pronounce it Kunkel.
Ever since I realized that Bullock was supposed to be pronounced Bullock for Kalen Bullock, I've really been emphasizing the second part of people's names.
Is that really? Is that how it's supposed to be pronounced? Okay.
Yeah, he clarified it a couple weeks ago. You and I missed it.
Yeah.
But I noticed it on the broadcast because they were saying in the Titans game, the play-by-play was really emphasizing the Bullock.
Yeah.
And it is in the pronunciation guide. It's Bullock.
Bullock. Okay. That's
Bullock is even better.
Bullock. So Will Kunkel of Fox 26 asked D'Amico Ryans yesterday who epitomizes the swarm mentality. He was looking for names. He wanted names. I was a little surprised D'Amico actually gave some names in this answer here, but here's D'Amico Ryans answering who epitomizes swarm the most.
Who leads the swarm charge? That would be, well, you really can't go out there if you're not about it. Like, and that's what's unique about our defense. Like, it's not one guy. If you wanna talk about one guy, you can talk about Will as the guy who leads it. You talk about Aziz as the one guy. You can talk about Stingley. I can name all those guys because each one of our guys, when you play defense, the way I believe in playing defense, like if you're not about the swarm mentality, then it's going to be hard for you to play defense for me because I see it one way.
All right, I like that he named one at each level. That was good spacing out. Who's the name that pops into your head if you had to answer that question?
If I had to answer it, it's tough because there's parts of Will Anderson that I think just leap out immediately. But I feel like for this sum total of all that is swarm, that indefinable swarm, Aziz Al-Shire.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I think there's a reason why they handpicked him to come in here and be the middle linebacker for this team.
Yeah.
You know, the history that D'Amico, they knew what they were getting with Aziz Al-Shire. D'Amico had long history with him, and it's other than the injury and it's worked out fabulously, I think. Would you agree? Like that's been a good game to game. That's been when he's been on the field. That's been a good signing for this team.
Yeah, no, and I think he's done everything that you brought him in for, not just as a player, but for his leadership. Because there's leadership's a dicey thing. Sometimes guys are good leaders in one scenario, but in a different environment, it's not quite the same fit. I think with Aziz, the on-field leadership, just in terms of the X's and O's, getting guys lined up properly, keeping guys with the right keys and everything, that shows up.
Yeah.
And I think versus the Ravens specifically, if the Texans face the Ravens again, I'm not claiming that it's like Aziz Al-Shire is going to be the difference that turns it into a competitive game or anything, but I don't think it'll be as bad as we saw the first time around because the Ravens just do a lot of things that challenge you mentally, and Aziz can keep things kind of on the same page. But then with the off-field stuff or the locker room leadership, so many guys this week after this game cited Aziz as just in various different facets and aspects. Will Anderson on your show in the postgame, you and Clint, he said that Aziz is the guy that said, like, we want to be the kind of team that can take a punch and then keep coming. And that's exactly what happened in that game. They took a punch on that first drive, and it got down to 3rd and 2 for what looked like, given the way that first drive went with the Chargers, it looked like they were just going to march into the end zone. They came up, stopped them, and then they kept it. And then the next series, or like 3 seconds later, they had to deal with a short field, and they held them to a field goal. And then it was eventually off to the races once the offense joined the party. Aziz Al-Shire for sure.
He is for me, too. Now, the reason I said that really only Payne and Pendergast can answer this question empirically, who epitomizes, who leads the swarm charge to...
We've got the data.
To reiterate it to
me.
We've
got the stats.
We got the analytics here, yes, for this. As many of you know, we started in week 3 of this season. It was Seth's idea to do a circle of swarm, similar to the Astros circle of trust, but more exclusive. Just as subjective, but more exclusive to where Seth and I each pick 3 to put in the circle of swarm each week. And it's based totally on our own criteria for it. And the criteria can be a moving target sometimes. But I look at the scoreboard here. I've been keeping track of who's made it the most weeks. And it actually does kind of map out with, like, the guys you would pick as the swarm, like, not only the swarm, but, like, the best guys on the team, too.
I think we've done a good job. Yeah,
I think we have, too.
we've actually, it's like at the end of the year, hey, you had a few strikeouts, like that time that you didn't put Derek Barnett in it.
Yeah, that was bad.
After he had a scoop and score.
Yeah.
But aside from
bad.
that, it's like, in the baseball season, you have some rough stretches. You got a few slumps here and there, but you look up at the end of the year and you're batting 400. I feel like we've done that.
So here's what the scoreboard looks like for the Circle of Swarm. The Circle of Swarm tally looks like this. Daniil Hunter is the leader right now. He's been in 11 times. Mm-hmm. Definitely matches the eye test, I would say.
Well, and I would say of all these guys that we're going to read, he's the guy who's the least, I guess, violent of all of them.
Like personality-wise?
Well, no, just in terms of his play too. He's more of he's a technician and everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as much of a blunt force trauma type of guy, but he's such a professional and he's so damn consistent that it's impossible to keep him out usually because he's. It's very rare that he's not having an effect on the game.
I totally agree with what you said. I'm just picturing Drake May listening to our show right now. Like, what the hell are you talking about? He's not blunt force trauma. We got Drake May pretty good, but you're right about that. 11 for Daniil Hunter. Next closest.
Well, even the Drake May one, though, he spider leaped, he flying squirreled onto him.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a hard collision.
That's true.
It was a safe collision. It was in no danger of being flagged.
Yeah, I guess he knocked the ball out, so maybe it looks more violent when the ball comes out. Next closest with 9. So Daniil's been in 11 times. Next closest with 9, Azeez Al-Shire, and the aforementioned by D'Amico Ryans, Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
So and I think that Azeez would be. I think Azeez is the right answer to the question I asked you. Like, who would you have answered that question with? He missed 3 games with suspension and 3 games with injury. Like, I think I feel safe saying I think he would have been in this thing for at least half of those games.
Well, to be in it 9 times and miss 6 games, that's
crazy.
That's a pretty good ratio.
Yes. Yeah.
I think we put him in once while he was. I think the week he got suspended, we still put him in the Circle of Swarm.
You put him in the week he was coming back.
Yeah.
The week he was coming back.
We should have put him in the week he was suspended too.
Yeah.
Just as another.
We may have.
I think we did because we wanted to show him support since the team wasn't allowed to talk to him.
That's right. 8 times, Nico Collins. So he's the most of any offensive player, which I think is. And Mixon has 7. So I think that matches. Like, the offense shouldn't have guys that are ahead of the defense, the top guys, but the top 2 guys are right there in the mix, Nico and Mixon, right there.
So I feel good about that. That's the top 5.
Yep.
So then we've got a little bit of a tiebreaker scenario here for the regular season Circle of Swarm.
Yeah, 6 times in the Circle of Swarm, Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
So the 2 future faces of the franchise are tied at 6th.
Yeah, and I'll just say, and with everything we've said about CJ, there's obviously the circumstances created a lot of issues, and CJ didn't have the same type of performance he did last year, whereas Will Anderson was one of the better defensive ends in the league this year. So Will Anderson. Plus, it's hard for a quarterback to be swarmy.
Yeah.
Unless you're I don't know, like Tim Tebow might have made the Circle of Swarm a lot back in his day, but that's not who you want.
Or Cam Newton.
Yeah, I would take Cam Newton, but Cam Newton would be in the Circle of Swarm.
Yeah. And then you start to get down to, I'm not going to go through all these, but next one with 4 times. It's interesting that's all 3 secondary guys, Petrie, Lassiter, and Bullock. All 3 of the primary secondary guys not named Stingley are tied there. And you start to – the interesting ones are the guys who made it one time. I can practically name Dare at one time. That had to be the Jacksonville game where he scored the winning touchdown. You know what I mean? Tank Dell made it one time. I can tell you that was I think it was the New England game where he had 120 yards receiving in that game. Danico Autry made it in. He had 2 sacks in the Jets game. Guarantee you that's when he made it in.
You know what? It's a testament to the tough season that Tank Dell was having, that he was only in the Circle of Swarm once, just because he's a guy by nature of being as feisty as he is, but as a small guy.
Yeah.
I'm always looking to put Tank Dell in the Circle of Swarm, and there just really weren't a lot of opportunities this year. We probably should have put him in the week that he. Did we put him in the week that he?
No, that he got blasted in the knee.
You know what?
We probably should have.
He held onto the ball.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
We weren't in the mood. I think it was a very. That we probably phoned it in that week because it was such a disappointing game.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people reach out to me this week, Seth, on texting and social and say, man, y'all are going to have a hard time doing one this week.
It is. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
Especially because, Foley Fatukasi had some big plays there. A lot of guys who aren't usually in the conversation. Eric Murray.
This will
be a tough one. This will be a tough one.
Really tough one. I mean, hell, D'Angelo Ross blocked a punt and returned a block kick for a 2-point score.
For anybody asking, no, we will not turn the circle of swarm into a gutter whore by allowing more people into the circle of swarm. It's 6.
That's it.
It's a hard number.
It's 6.
So it's got very defined boundaries. You cannot expand them.
Nope.
Okay?
Nope. Text message. I was wondering if I get paid for helping out with the pregame show on Saturday. Seth was talking to people, wasn't paying attention, and was almost late after a commercial break. I tapped him on the shoulder and told him, hey, you got to go up on the stage. Is there HR paperwork to fill out?
I remember that guy. No, you get an attaboy. That's what you get. Attaboy, thank you.
You were a big man of the people. You've been a big man of the people the last few games.
Well, this one, it was nice. The temperature was nice.
It's beautiful. Yeah, that's true.
It's like I just can't. It's hard when we're out there and it's 98 degrees. I have a hard time getting out in the sun for 5 minutes and then going back up to the stage and everything. Sean, we had a stretch this season where I passed out I passed out 3 times in one night.
Yeah.
But then I also had a head injury the week before.
Yeah,
and
that's
right. I had to take care of my body.
Yeah.
So when I'm out in the heat, I got to just be careful about how much I'm messing around.
That was the heat's been crazy. That was the first cool weather game I think we've had all year. Like even Christmas Day, it was 82 degrees out there.
And I told you that I would be more active talking to people during the breaks, and you were still surprised. I couldn't. I was
getting after it, man.
It was like I was running for mayor.
Respect. Yeah, absolutely.
Made a lot of promises. Is what I'm saying that I will not. That I will not follow through.
Now
on.
This guy wants to get paid for getting your attention.
Well, I promised him I would. That's the problem. You see, that's a whole.
All right, Parker and Sarah. If you're getting an invoice for $250, that's who it's from. All right, let's circle over for a minute over to the Astros. Boy, it's really quiet on one front. And what is the grade so far for the Astros? Pitchers and catchers coming up in a few weeks, man. How are we feeling about the offseason? Do you agree with this grade for the Astros offseason so far? We'll have that for you coming up next.
For a wild card underdog, the Texans showed plenty of fight in a 32-12 blowout against the Chargers.
CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. We'll circle back to the Texans at the top of the hour. One big reason I'm very enthusiastic about this game on Saturday. We'll tell you what it is, top of the hour. Astros report card for the offseason so far. It'll be here before we know it. Things are very quiet on the Alex Bregman front, so some team out there is going to sign Bregman to a deal, and their grade will presumably go up depending on what the deal looks like. I don't think that team is going to be the Astros. I think that ship has probably sailed, although if he's willing to do a short-term deal, maybe they move a few guys around. Someone plays outfield that wasn't planning on playing outfield, maybe?
You got to think, man, I wonder how Bregman himself feels about it. If it does work out that way, that, wow, the best offer he got was from the Astros, and he could have just been here and been an Astro for, even if it wasn't for life, it would have been,
deep into his career.
Adamantly, right. He would have had a couple of scrounging years at the end.
Yeah.
That's after having won a couple of World Series, as being as respected as he is and everything, I'm torn because there's a part of you that wants to say, well, told you so, but man, I like Alex Bregman.
I like Bregman, sure, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
no, and Bregman was one of the guys that was kind of Bregman was one of the guys that was kind of like, you know what, it's us against the world. And then we got to watch him mature from being a young guy who was like very much like almost belligerent at times or defiant, but then he became a father and he kind of grew into a more mature role, and it just sucks. It sucks for everybody. It sucks for him and it sucks for us.
Does this feel like a B- offseason for the Astros to you? Because that's the grade they got from Jim Bowden on The Athletic.
Yeah, I thought that was a fair grade. I think that it's hard. It's hard. Obviously, there's compensation for Tucker, which that story will be told over time as to whether the compensation was right or not. But the fact of the matter is, you're losing one of the best baseball players in the league, and the loss of Bregman is going to hurt in a lot of. It's not just his actual performance; it's everything everybody says about him. The fact that Alex Bregman was part of turning Hunter Brown's season around, and perhaps salvaging his career just by telling him to pitch a sinker, like that kind of stuff. That's one of the stories that's been made public, was that Bregman was talking to Hunter Brown about his struggles. He suggested he reintroduce his sinker, and then all of a sudden, Hunter Brown is what he is now. Like, how many conversations like that over the course of the last several years has Alex Bregman had with players in the clubhouse or on the plane? It's hard to replace that.
I agree with the grade, and I will say this, that it is a B- is going to sound, I think, is actually a check mark in favor of the job Dana Brown has done. Oftentimes, a B- is not a grade that's settling for a grade, a B- it feels, especially for a team that's been the elite franchise in this sport for the better part of the last decade. But think about the equivalent for a lot of teams of losing Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, like losing your foundational Gold Glove third baseman, and to what you just said, Seth, losing literally one of the best players in baseball in the offseason. And those two things happened, or at least it looks like they're going to happen. I don't think Bregman's coming back. And I think they recovered from it nicely. Like, I think the combination of getting Paredes in the trade, and then you get Christian Walker on a quintessential Astro deal, which is 3 years, $60 million. I don't think this has the danger of being an Abreu signing, because Walker brings it with the bat, and he's a 3-time Gold Glover, and he's younger, and he's not descending the way that Abreu appeared to be when he got here. I think it's a good signing. Well,
that's the part, too, where I think as an Astros fan, you might bump it up just because there's not going to be an extreme minus at first base.
Right.
Which you can't – it's not glitzy or anything like that, but, man, it was rough that there's just been this black hole so many times in the lineup. and in the field at first base.
Oh, yeah.
That after we were spoiled by Hughley for so many years, it's really nice just to have some foundation there right now.
Yeah, I think the scary thing is the teams you're chasing in the American League, not in the West because you're winning the West still, but the teams that you're chasing: Yankees A, Red Sox A-, Orioles A+, Guardians got a B. Like these are all teams that at least according to Jim Bowden, at least had decent, better off seasons, and you did. We'll see how it plays out, though. I mean, the big thing is the Yankees getting an A. That sucks. How about totally shifting gears here? Does Jack Easterby have the PR wheel spinning right now to get back?
He did an interview in Sports Business Journal.
Okay,
which apparently is the first interview he's done with any kind of a publication since he left the Texans.
Yeah,
I didn't fact check that or not, but somebody said it, and I'll go with it.
Yeah,
somebody in another. So. He did that one interview with that little podcasting dude.
I think he was still with the Texans at that time.
Oh, was he at that time? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So it was interesting. Nobody from the Texans organization would go on the record with this, and I guess multiple people kind of declined interviews, saying like, "Look, we're in a good place now. We don't want to kind of rehash old stuff.
Yeah.
We're just let's forget it and move on." That's how I was about it a little bit. It was interesting because with Easterby, there's always a little bit of a spin and self-promotion to everything he does or says. But as I've said all along, as much as I hated not Jack Easterby himself, but the presence of a Jack Easterby type figure in the organization, he did do some good things for the team. I think there's some changes that he made that were for the better, and then ultimately, even though he went about it in a very shady manner, he got the right GM in. I think
right GM.
Had to choose between Jack Easterby's choice of Nick Caserio or Corn Ferry, then they made the right choice there.
Yeah, Corn Ferry, the word on the street was Corn Ferry he really liked Omar Khan, who's now the GM in Pittsburgh. You think Caserio's done a better job than the GM in Pittsburgh the last couple of years? I do. I think Nick's done a really good job for the most part.
Yeah, I'm happy with Nick. I mean, the way Nick has drafted defensive backs alone, it's been pretty damn good here with these young defensive backs. Now, the interior offensive line, we can have that conversation in the offseason.
The interesting part about this article, as you point out, nobody from the Texans spoke on the record. Bill Belichick, it looks like, did.
He did.
Bill Belichick,
He gave a very interesting quote because Jack Easterby lives in Charlotte now. He's from that region.
Okay.
Lives in Charlotte. He's got some kind of a consulting firm or something, but he's still looking for opportunities in sports.
Sure.
This is the quote, and tell me what part sticks out to you. He emailed his response, Belichick did. So Belichick, who's at the University of North Carolina, within driving distance of Charlotte.
Yes, indeed.
He says the scrutiny on Jack's career is unjustified and occurred because he was unknown publicly for a large part of his young career. That's not true. But whoever hires Jack next will get better. He just makes the entire organization, the people, and any systems he touches better.
Yeah.
Which is odd to me because Bill Belichick, I would think, is the head coach of a college football team, making, how much is he making? $10 million
$10
per
million
year?
a year, yeah, $10 million.
Feels like it feels like a mark for a person that would make any system he touches better.
You would think.
And yet, he didn't hire Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
It's odd to me.
It's strange.
It's very strange to me.
You don't even need to pay moving and living expenses for him. He's right there.
There's the thing I think about Jack Easterby was that the Texans fell victim to the Peter principle, which is when somebody's really good in one role, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be awesome if you elevate them up to the next position.
Yes.
I think Jack Easterby was really good as the character coach in New England, and also as frankly a mole. Like when you can be the confidant to players who will tell you all of their deepest, darkest secrets, and then theoretically you go blab them to the boss.
Oh yeah,
that's a very valuable. That's a very valuable thing for a guy like Bill Belichick, theoretically. But I don't think that as a guy who oversees everything, and as a guy who in Houston, frankly, I think created a whole lot of distrust and paranoia in multiple departments because people were pitted against each other. No, I don't think he was good in that role.
You read the whole article. I have not yet. I've only seen the blurbs from the article. Does Jack Easterby in this article maybe overly take credit for what's going on here in Houston? Like you said, there's a few things he did that remain that were good. Does he take credit maybe to an extreme degree in this article, in your opinion?
He said, I can understand that sometimes when you're changing out workflows or reporting structures or how an organization may function to try to improve it, that can be hard on people. All right, I'm already turned off.
I'm out, yeah.
All right,
Workflows.
Mr. Wannabe corporate buzzword. Doesn't even use corporate buzzwords, right? But that does not mean it's not worth it, right? It is worth it, because what we saw is that an improved workflow in the building and an improved communication structure and an infusion of continued high character, smart, tough, and dependable people.
Oh, I'm out now. I'm way out now.
Increases the sustainability of the long-term vision. So, yes, he's taking credit for the long-term vision.
Oh, my God. Smart, tough, and dependable people. He's still running around with that in his back pocket, isn't he?
So, again, I'll give him credit for in some of the, like, sub-programs that they started and everything. I thought it was a shame with Easterby, because I always felt like, man, he's got a lot of really good ideas. And it felt to me like, but because of he was classically one of these guys who didn't understand that when you manipulate people over and over again, at some point they catch on to you.
Yep.
And like it's almost it's a lack of respect for the intelligence of others that ultimately that capsized him. Maybe in his next go-round he'll have learned those lessons. One of the quotes from the article itself, the author says this: his biggest detractors, on the other hand, say he's an ingratiating climber whose best skill is managing up, impressing and getting close to the boss at the expense of his colleagues' trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
That sounds
the nail
accurate.
on the head.
Yeah, bingo.
Like, keep your eye on that guy.
Bingo.
Like, don't sleep with one eye. Sleep with one eye open around Jack Easterby.
Yeah, J.J. Watt, text message. J.J. Watt said a year ago he attributes the Texans' turnaround to them firing Easterby. There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people did, too.
You know who said nice things about him? David Culley. Did.
Sitting on it while having a diamond crown on his head and sitting on a big pile of money, holding a scepter.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Culley was eating the finest Werthers you can buy as he gave this interview.
There you go.
Sucking on a Werthers that you can only buy in France because he's got that wad of cash from Easterby.
Someone saying Jack Easterby was Silicon Valley buzzwords. Is this stuff nightmares are made of? Who allowed this? All right, let's get
the sucking up to. I mean, that was something that people said from his previous days, though. Is like, he's the classic kind of guy that when you're talking to him, if somebody higher in status walks into the room, he's got like that one eye on that guy, and he's gonna cut your conversation off and make it over to the bigwig in the room.
I want an NFL team to hire him so badly, just to see how it plays out. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. One thing that looks troublesome that actually has me very excited for the game on Saturday with the Texans and the Chiefs. We will do that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in an
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Just got an email from Jimmy Shapiro, Seth. He's the PR. Jimmy runs the PR firm that sends a lot of stuff out from a lot of the gambling sites out there, a lot of the spreads and whatnot, and futures bets. Texans a 9-point underdog now against the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, sit tight, man. You might get up to that 10 handle here coming up soon.
You sons of yeah. You know what? I'm guilty of actually too saying that maybe things really clicked for the Chiefs in the fourth quarter of that Texans game, where all right, they haven't been winning by huge margins or anything. Okay, they did great in the fourth quarter of that game. The Chiefs did. And, because they haven't pulled away from teams this year the way you might expect the team with the record that they do. That's the number one seed in the AFC.
Mahomes
but they obviously know what they're doing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But then they really drubbed the Steelers, which, I don't know, given the state of the Steelers now over the last stretch of this, I don't know. Maybe, and now the Chiefs have been, by the time they play the game, they won't have played a game in 23 days.
Yes.
Alone. Look. The Texans, it's a hard challenge they have, obviously. But when it comes to gambling and when it comes to finding the little narrow margins and everything, I think just any kind of rust, even in the first or second quarter, can greatly affect whether or not you beat a team by 9 points.
Yes.
I'm betting I would bet on the Texans this week, just by virtue of the way their defense is playing right now, the potential for turnovers. The fact that the Texans played them competitively in Arrowhead Stadium a few weeks ago, I think that it's gonna, as most Chiefs games have been this year, they've been one-score games. I don't know why they would have this huge margin.
Now, when you say you would bet on the Texans, just for the benefit of people who aren't versed in the gambling arts, you're right now saying you would take the points. You're not picking them necessarily to win the game outright.
Yeah, I'm not making my final prediction on the game, right? I would take a 9-point spread for sure.
You think it's going to be a closer game than the experts do right now? Yeah, I would agree with that. Here was Joe Mixon on Saturday after the game, talking about the Texans overcoming all their mistakes.
Yeah, I just think us, just everybody just telling each other to settle in. Obviously, I felt like emotions for the offense was running high because things started slow, and we started picking up, and everybody, contributed. Everybody played a major factor today in our offense, and I think everybody plays a major role, no matter what your role is, from blocking to making plays to, doing all the little things right. And we was able to do that today, man. So we just got to keep on displaying that and overcome things like that. But, when it comes down to it, we can't have it. We can't turn over the football, and we just got to keep on going.
I think lost in the wash of the final score of the game on Saturday, the plays that just popped, like CJ's fumble snap, hutch play, the scramble by CJ at the end of the half to set up the field goal, the slew of turnovers in the second half that the defense was able to force with Justin Herbert, all of those things, kind of lost in the wash was the Texans did a bunch of things in this game that certainly they can't do in Kansas City this week. Yeah. But they did a bunch of things that you would not normally find in a game where a team ends up winning the game by 20. Where, the 10, and, some of that gets made up for by the turnovers that you're forcing, the ability to possess the ball at the end of the game. But if you had told me before this game, the old blind look at the box score thing where I'm just going to hand you these factoids, what do you think the final outcome of the game was? If someone told me before the Chargers game the Texans are going to turn the ball over on the first possession of each half, their first possession of each half, they were going to have 8 penalties for 86 yards, they would have a possession where they're 2nd and 1 at the 4-yard line, and they get sacked and settle for a field goal in this game because we know how precious those deep red zone possessions are for this team.
Right,
they don't get down there very much this year. And they gave up an 86-yard touchdown on a 3rd and 28 after 2 sacks.
Yeah.
I would have said, well, they definitely lost the game. It's just a question by how much. They won the game by 20, and in a weird way, I feel like, okay, that's kind of an enough is hitting on all cylinders right now. Mm-hmm. Like it actually, in a weird way, that actually excites me about this game because I think these are things we know they can't do in Kansas City. You know what I mean?
The biggest surprise for me by far with the offense was how much the run game opened up in the second half. just these wide swaths that Joe Mixon had. And we really haven't seen that in the run game since maybe the Colts game in the first week of the season. It's been really, like, any yardage they got in the run game seemed like they had to just get beat about the head and shoulders, and every now and then Mixon would spring one, but it was not like a steady procession of positive run plays. And even along all of that, they had some really negative plays on the offensive line, both in the run and pass game. It wasn't like it was picture perfect. It's just they had way more positive plays than we've seen out of them.
Even that Colts game, because you're right, that's the only other game I can remember them sealing the deal like that. Even that Colts game, you remember they needed CJ to throw that 3rd and 11 to Nico Collins along the sidelines in that tight window. This game, they ran 14 plays in that last drive. The first one was a pass to Cade Stover in the flat for about 5 yards. Every other play after that was either a C.J. Stroud scramble or a Joe Mixon handoff. Every single one. 13 straight runs to close out the game.
You know, the thing about the spread being 9 now in favor of the Chiefs, I think part of that is that, man, Andy Reid in opening games, Andy Reid after a bye week, he's very good when he's got extra time to game plan. And I think that's the biggest thing I'm nervous about is I don't care whether the Chiefs had 10 days of rest or 23 days or whatever it's going to be. Andy Reid's got a whole lot of time he'll have been looking at all his potential opponents and thinking about them. And as soon as it's the Texans, they've already got started on that game plan. So they've got time here. If you look at the opening round of the playoffs in the 2020s, last year they beat the Dolphins 26-7.
Ice Bowl.
Year before in the divisional round they beat the Jaguars 27-20. So like a one-score game. Year before that they beat the Steelers 42-21.
Yep.
Now in the 2020 playoffs in the divisional round it was 22-17 against the Browns.
Oh, that was the game where Mahomes got hurt in the fourth quarter, and Chad Henne had to come in and finish out the game. That was the one playoff game the Browns have won in the last however many years.
Now, if we go 1 year prior to the Houston Texans, which the final score, I blocked this from my memory.
51-31.
I know.
51-31. It was 24-0 early in the second quarter, and they trailed 28-24 at the half.
I haven't blocked the game from my memory. I had blocked the final score from my memory. I swear to you, no matter how many times I've seen that, it was still a shock to me when I saw, 51 points. Oh, after
51 points in 40 minutes. Like, they didn't score a point until early in the second quarter of that.
Crazy thing about that is, remember that run for them, they were down by double digits in every game in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they won 51-31.
Yep.
Then they beat the Titans by 9 points.
Yeah.
And then they beat the 49ers by 11 points.
Okay, the most painful part of that, the whole sequence you just talked about there for the last minute, they beat the Titans in the AFC Championship game. If you held on to a 24-0 lead, you are not just in the AFC title game, you are hosting the AFC title game. The Titans were a 6 seed that year.
Yeah.
It pulled off a couple of upsets to get to the AFC title game. Like, why? Why? I was watching a clip here.
We'd be sitting here. We'd probably have Jack Easterby in studio right now. Probably be. Oh, no, wait. Is Easterby hired in 2020?
In 2019.
Oh, he was there in
2019.
Right. Yeah, Brian Gain was fired going into 2020.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. April 2019, Jack Easterby got here. You're right. The world may change in a weird way if they do win that game. You know?
Hey, everybody. Coming up next, we've got Jackie, like we like to call him, in studio. Jackie'd come in, and I'd sit on his lap, and he'd give me advice.
With lots of big words, like workflow. Yeah. Here was Chris Sims and one of the McCourties. I'm not sure which one. They on the NBC set talking about the layoff for the Kansas City Chiefs.
The 3-week layoff bothers me about the Kansas City Chiefs. We saw the Texans be able to throw the short passing game. They can play man-to-man, and we know their pass rushers are elite.
And that's the thing. When you have that kind of layoff like the Chiefs have had, being on the New England Patriots, we got the bye week a lot. And you come out of that bye week, it's all about how the game starts. So I think for Houston, you have to get off to a good start. They're going to be a little rusty. Kansas City, jump on them early.
Well, and I'll point out the Texans are one of the better first-quarter teams in football. Like, that's actually...
Yeah, that's been one of the biggest headaches. They had, the point differential in the first half and the point differential in the second half are like almost mirror opposites of each other. That's how they ended up with about dead even on that.
That's right. They showed that stat during the Chargers game. I think it's 5.5 points the Texans are averaging in the first quarter this year. It's like top 6 or 7 in the NFL. I think that was the number. I know they're one of the better first-quarter teams. That's actually, boy... If you're giving out some handicapping here, like a first quarter bet on the Texans might be, Rusty Chiefs with Bobby scripting stuff up for the first quarter, right?
The biggest thing that I get nervous about with the Chiefs having had a long layoff also is that their defense will be fresh and that Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, very good at putting doubt into the quarterback's mind. So they've had a few weeks now to kind of mess around with little wrinkles, some of their own tendency busters, all of that. So it's harder for Reed to game plan for an unknown opponent. For Spagnuolo, I think he can kind of, as a defensive coordinator, you can add some wrinkles to your game that are going to work on against any quarterback. And then tweak a little bit, but that'll be the big test for CJ is that he's going to get up to the line and he's going to see a look that they think they feel comfortable with. And, Bobby, half the time we hear about plays gone wrong with Bobby, the explanation is, well, we were expecting cover 3 or we were expecting quarters, and it turned out to be nothing like that.
Yep.
There's going to be a few moments like that.
Text message, can you guys talk about how bad Titus Howard played at left guard on Saturday? It's a very serious concern. He didn't have his best game. I'll say that.
Yeah, and the thing with Titus is it's a lot of the old stuff of like, wow, they're not picking up games.
Yeah.
It's
get a trip and a hold.
It's a lot. But really, even aside from those penalties, it's that when it comes to just picking up the simple things, you got a tackle and twist. He looked like a lot of the other left guards that have played the position in there. So. I still feel better about him at left guard than the previous left guards, and I'm willing to accept some of the hiccups here or there just because there's something that comes with his athleticism and his body size that adds something to the run game and that adds to their offense in a way that those other guys couldn't. So there will be bad plays. There just will. But by and large, he's played pretty well as a guard, and I think there's times when they just want to, if you got to line up, and the thing about the Chargers is they got some big old hosses, with a base 3-4 front. Puna Ford, for one.
Oh, yeah, he was good.
And then Tier Tart, the former Texan, did some nice things in that game, too. I think there were some benefits to having Titus Howard in there, despite his bad plays. I don't think he was getting manhandled routinely the way some of the other guards have gotten manhandled by bigger, more physical guys. He did get manhandled at times.
He did.
But it wasn't just a complete bludgeoning the entire game long.
That'll be something to keep an eye on today, I think, because the Texans practice today. So today in a normal week during the season, you go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday practice. This week it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're going to travel on Friday. So we'll get our first injury report of the week. I think the thing to keep an eye on is what's the status of Chris Jones. Chris Jones hurt himself, I believe. I can't remember if it was in their game against the Texans or the Steelers. Did Chris Jones go out in the game against the Texans? I can't remember. But during that 4-day grind, one of those games, he went out with an injury, and he skipped week 18 like a lot of guys did. I'll be curious. It sounds like he's going to play. I'll be curious if he's on the injury report, any practices and whatnot. I
think he went out because he had earlier in the game, he'd gotten into a scuffle with somebody, and then I honestly got hurt like very quickly thereafter.
Yeah.
But just by way of comparison, everybody, so right, Titus did not play like an all-pro left guard in that game or anything. And take it with a grain of salt because it's a PFF grade and everything. But like that game where Titus looked like it was his worst game, just by PFF scores, as bad as any of Kenyon. Like, Kenyon Green's best game wasn't as good as that game that Titus Howard played.
He's the best solution right now.
Yeah. It's he's by far the better solution at left guard than any of the other options.
Yep. Text message. Did you all figure out why John Mechie was targeted so much on Saturday? Because they don't have any receivers right now. Like it's Nico Collins, Nico Collins, and not ready to play full time Deontay Johnson right now.
Right, and that's why. And like, why was he targeted? Because he was open.
He's open.
He just couldn't hold on to the ball.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yep.
But now part of that though too, because this was a good development. I think over the last 2 weeks they've done a better job of attacking all areas of the field. The short game. Using some of the stop routes and things like that. It's been curious as to why they haven't been there. Some of the slants and crossers. I think they did a better job of that. The offensive line has been such an issue all season long that I know sometimes it feels like, okay, and I feel this way. Like, okay, the antidote to some of these pass protection issues are just get the short game going. The problem is that when you spread out and to get a short game going, you get multiple receivers on routes, there's just so little respect for the pass rush that teams can play really aggressively on that. They'll try to get short game going, and teams are like, no, we'll just mug everybody because somebody's going to come free on the defensive line. There were bad pass protection snaps, but on the sum total, they've improved in pass protection compared to what they were earlier in the year.
Text message, man, y'all got me this morning with the Star Wars scenes through the lens of Nick Caserio. My 2 favorite moments, Seth couldn't remember what species Chewie was, and Sean's...
Multiple times within 1 minute, I couldn't remember.
And Sean's Wookiee of the Year comment. Oh, thank you. He said, I'm a little behind because I'm on the Odyssey app, and that is our opportunity to tell you to download the Odyssey app because you can subscribe to our podcast, which is doing great, and you can rewind as well. You can rewind the show and listen to segments like that.
One of the listeners yesterday, their favorite moment was when I kind of casually said in passing, Sean and I haven't done crack in decades.
That was great. That totally sailed past me. I went back and listened to it. I'm like, that was good. That was a good line.
Those are better when they sail past you. You just keep moving along.
That's it, man. All right, coaching carousel. Where are we at? How nervous are we if the Jags hire this guy? And what are the chances Deion Sanders is coaching in the NFL next year? The odds makers have put it out there. We'll see if we agree. We'll do that coming up next. Get to talk about Dr. Ben Salento right now. I was texting with him.
American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, how would we feel if the Jacksonville Jaguars signed Liam Cohen, the OC that coached Baker Mayfield, to 41 touchdown passes this season?
Oh.
How would we feel if he were to be hired to try to rehabilitate the career of one Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville?
I'm torn because Liam Cohen, I'm trying to channel Tom Middlescreen, our listener, who likes to judge coaches by their physical appearance. I feel like there's a scruffiness to Liam Cohen that looks a little bit like old school football guy, but I feel like he might have a little too much of a waddle and a weak chin to be taken seriously as a head football coach.
Okay.
So completely and totally by that. I'm just not quite so sure about it. Now, the work that he's done with Baker Mayfield has been very, very good. He hasn't cured Baker Mayfield's interception issues or anything else like that. I would be more nervous about him than if the Jaguars sign a defensive-minded head coach. And with full disclosure, most of you who listen to the show know that I don't put as much stock into, hey, hire an offensive guru to go handle your quarterback, because it doesn't really tell me whether the guy's actually a good head coach or not.
Yeah.
Like, first and foremost, hire a guy who's got great leadership skills and all of that. The thing is, in Jacksonville, though, this next coach might be the final say on whether Trevor Lawrence is genuinely a good NFL quarterback or not.
Yes.
And so this guy, if there's a scary Trevor Lawrence in there, Liam Cohen might be the guy to do it. So I would prefer that they not go with Liam Cohen.
If you look at this division, I think the Texans are way out in front of everybody right now. They're way out in front of the Colts, way out in front of the Titans, and they're way out in front of the Jaguars, both by record and I think just by makeup of the team. And if anything, that win over the Chargers hammered that point home and probably created an even bigger delta, at the very least perception-wise, created a bigger delta. The Texans are one of the last 8 teams standing in football, and they deserve to be. They deserve to be one of the last 8 teams standing in football. They dominated the Chargers in that playoff game as an underdog in that game. The thing that can close the gap the quickest in the AFC South on the Texans is someone unlocking what we thought Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be. That's the thing that can make – that's the one element among all 3 of those teams, because I think Anthony Richardson is unsalvageable in my opinion. I think he's always going to be a sub 50% passer of the football. Trevor Lawrence, we've seen him play at high levels at the pro level before, you know?
Right, no, and the big thing, not to get off on an Anthony Richardson tangent, but like the biggest thing is, okay, he looked better when he came back, but part of that was they ran him twice as often as they had before, and lo and behold, he ends up with back spasms.
Yeah, not sustainable.
He is the classic guy who is so freakishly athletic that it might be too much for his own body to handle. Like, he's going to get injured all the time. He's been injured every year since his senior year in high school.
Yep.
So when it comes to the Jaguars, I think one of the biggest knocks on Liam Cohen is that, okay, well, he doesn't have much of a track record. All right, well, you can say the same thing about Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, various other guys, that he's done well in his first crack at the bat. So there's a wild card element in an unknown quantity to him that, even if the Jaguars, okay, if the worst thing that happened was the Jaguars' offense ends up being really good, but he's not a good head coach and the defense is bad, guess what? They're still a better team than they are this year.
Dude, Doug Peterson literally won a Super Bowl, and he flunked out as the Jags coach. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, I don't get too wrapped up in that. Deion Sanders is number 2 on the – by the way, Liam Cohen minus 110 to be the next coach of the Jags, which means it's basically him versus the field. You risk 100 – it's essentially a coin flip, minus 110. You risk 110 to win 100. Deion Sanders is second on the board for 2 of the 6 current openings. There's 6 openings right now, with the Patriots having filled theirs with Mike Vrabel. We'll hear from him in a second. Deion is 3-1 to be the next Cowboys head coach, behind only Kellen Moore, who used to be the OC there. He's the Philly OC. And he's 2-1 to be the Raiders' next head coach, behind Ben Johnson, who is essentially 1.5 to 1. Ben Johnson's the favorite for 2 jobs, Bears and Raiders.
Okay, so if I were Jerry Jones, I would set down my glass of Johnny Walker Blue, and I would ask myself, Jerry, this might be the last go-round we have here at hiring a head coach. Yeah. Because unless I hire Deion Sanders and we win 3 Super Bowls, at which point I'll fire him because he's getting too much attention. So, it's that there's been this really ever since the first – we had Ross Tucker on earlier. And Ross Tucker said, I don't know at what point the Cowboys just seem to start caring more about making money than winning football games. That was from the inception. Like, that was from the moment Jimmy Johnson got fired. There were players on that team. Michael Irvin will talk about this publicly, that, man, Jerry Jones just wanted to invite the circus in all the time. And Jimmy Johnson wanted to keep the circus out.
Yeah.
And Jerry couldn't live with not have Speckle in town. It's been like that since the inception. So Jerry's got to find a guy that's okay with the circus, but that also is an actual football guy. and can manage all those distractions. And Deion Sanders just seems like the absolute perfect fit for all of that.
Thrives on it.
Yeah. If you want to make more money, if you want to enliven your fan base and jack up ticket prices despite not winning, Deion's the guy.
Yeah.
And Dallas fans will jump on whole hog onto that.
Yep.
And you're going to get extra cameras around. You're going to get all of that. And Deion, I think, has the ability to relate to younger players. He's been a player himself, so he understands that part of it. Yeah, I think it's the perfect fit. I think unless it becomes a money thing and Deion wants like $40 million a year or something, I think it's a slam dunk. And I know Deion will have his reservations and what have you. It's a boatload of cash is always a big influence, and I think if they sell it to him the right way, and not to mention just that I don't know if he still has his home in Dallas or not, but it's a perfect fit in so many. I mean, it's a little bit of it's a more grand and extreme version of D'Amico coming back here.
Yeah.
It just feels right. Yeah. If I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm guessing this just kind of feels right.
Right, yeah. It's D'Amico dragging 2 circus tents behind him, basically, is what it is.
Yeah,
yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. Now, to be clear, the reports are that Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders discussed the Cowboys' head coaching job. That can mean, how intense the discussions were. Because Deion, either through an interview or through a statement, because I've seen quotes from him since this report came out, he's reiterated how happy he is in Boulder. He loves the student body and the fans.
Which is what everybody says right up until they take the UT baseball job.
100%,
yes.
Yep.
Tom Herman's going to be – he's still here, right? Because he was going to be here for life. And he is still alive. I saw he lost some weight. Yeah,
he's had 2 jobs. Aaron Glenn's a favorite for the Jets job and the Saints job. He's the heaviest – Aaron Glenn's the heaviest favorite on the board for any job right now. He's minus 200, which means 1-2 to get the Saints job.
I'm trying to figure out, as a friend and former teammate of Aaron Glenn, whether I want for him the Saints job or the Jets job. And obviously there's the Saints. This is what I'd say about the Saints. They've got and have had their salary cap issues and woes, but it wasn't anything that surprised them. That was a plan that they had the entire time they were trying to extend the Drew Brees era. They knew that they were going to have to pay the piper at some point. And I respect them as a team that was able to manage that as well as they did.
Yeah.
And as an organization, despite, I know these last few years have kind of colored them differently because of all these basically pre-planned issues.
Yeah.
I think it's a better situation for him. The Jets he played for the Jets. He was a draft pick of the Jets. It was a different era and a better time when Parcells was there. I feel like New Orleans is a better organization.
I totally agree with that. I tell you now, the cap situation you're inheriting is still at the Saints. You point out it's not over yet.
Right. But that's where it comes in. And this is one thing that Aaron has going for him on these interviews. Okay, D'Amico did a great job as a defensive coordinator in San Francisco, but he took over a defense that was already one of the best defenses in the league. Aaron took over a defense that was one of the worst defenses in the league in 2020. So he's been there through a long and sometimes very painful rebuilding and restocking defensively. And yet they've turned into a really good defense, and they've done it this year despite having a boatload of injuries.
Yes.
So if he goes to New Orleans, he's going to have the benefit of the doubt in terms of, all right, we have salary cap constraints.
Yeah.
It might be. I don't think there will be people that expect a quick turnaround.
Yes.
Not to say that it can't happen, but I think he'll get the benefit of the doubt that sometimes first-year coaches don't get, even when it's obvious that it's a tough turnaround.
He's got a great doing more with less story in any interview, right? If you're interviewing with a team. And I think the Saints and the Jets are predisposed to loving Aaron Glenn because he played at both those places. They know Aaron Glenn.
Right, and Aaron only spent 1 year as a player there, but at the end of his career, I think Aaron knew he was going to go into football when he was done. But he wasn't really sure whether it was going to be on the front office side of things or on the coaching side of things. And if I remember correctly, I'll fact check myself on this later. I can't remember what was reported and what my conversations with Aaron about it. I think Berlins knew that he was interested in that, so they've probably had discussions with him about stuff, and they know him as a mature leader and the guy that he was. So it feels if I had to choose for him, I would choose New Orleans.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Last segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Advice from Gronk for a new head coach, and is this week's bye-week comment from an ESPN talking head? We'll discuss that coming up next. But first, I'm talking to all of you.
Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, Ben, let's hit the Vrabel and Gronk stuff that we missed in the previous segment. Here's Mike Vrabel on how he plans on helping Drake May.
Drake is going to be his own person, but I'm going to give him some things that I feel like are necessary to help us win football games. We have to be a very efficient passing football team, right? And when you look at statistically of what wins in the National Football League, our ability to affect the other team's quarterback and our ability to provide for an efficient quarterback and passing game is a high contributor to success. And there's a lot of ways to do that, by protecting the middle of the pocket and, all those things that we're going to talk about as we move forward. But how we protect the football, how we're aggressive but not reckless, understanding where we are in the game and the situational awareness that I feel like I've developed over 6 years and then my past year in Cleveland.
Yeah, I think I can't remember when we talked about this a week or two ago. There was a part of me that thought, man, it feels like in hiring Vrabel, you're just trying to go back to the old well again and bring back the Belichick days as much as possible, the Patriots way, all of that. And I think I was overthinking it because I thought about it after that show that day that we talked about it. Oh, yeah, you know what, Vrabel... For one, Vrabel is never going to be a guy who's trying to imitate or pretend he's Bill Belichick. Like, Vrabel is very much Mike Vrabel.
Opposite
He's his own
levels.
man. Yeah. And, like, he was the guy Ted Johnson used to tell us about was hilarious because he would call Belichick out. He was the one guy that could get away with kind of busting Belichick's chops. So, and he's already proven as a head coach. He did some really impressive things in the COVID year, especially when he had to play with all those different offensive line combinations throughout the year. I think he's got that blend of, hey, he's a player, a former player, so he understands that side of it, but he also is not soft or isn't tough enough or anything like that. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I think probably for the organization's familiarity maybe with Bob Kraft, that goes a long way, just in that the relationship between the coach and the owner is always just one of the biggest unknowns any coach is going to face going into a situation. Vrabel's going to know what the challenges of working with Bob Kraft are, what the benefits are, all of that. So I think it's probably a good blend. And boy, it's weird. We're just talking about Aaron Glenn potentially going back to a team he played for you got Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's with a team he played for. DeMeco Ryans with a team he played for.
Yeah.
Who was the other one we were talking about?
I don't know who the other one was we were talking about.
Deion, possibly going back to a team that he played for. And now you got Mike Vrabel going back to a team that he played for. There is that big X factor of the interaction and the relationship of the owner and the coach that you're going into blind usually. Bill O'Brien didn't really know anything about the McNairs other than some brief introductions and interviews. Maybe there's way more to that than we would realize.
I think it was a big selling point for DeMeco for sure coming back here. Knowing Cal and Hannah and Janice for sure.
Well, the thing that it helped out with there is that, man, people were really using the Texans for a few years there as like, hey, if I want to be a national media member who can virtue signal and paint the Texans out to be the worst people who ever paint out the McNairs to be just a bunch of backwoods hillbilly racist whatever, like people got away with talking a lot of smack that went way over the top.
Yes.
Like there were certainly reasons for valid criticism and what have you for various things, but they went so far over the top. And if you're a coaching candidate that doesn't know the McNairs, there's a lot of kind of the prejudice and perception hammered into your brain that might make you skeptical of it. So DeMeco knowing the McNairs, I think that paid a lot of dividends for the McNairs, obviously.
Yeah, perception-wise, for sure. And in actuality, like I've said even back during the bad days that I think Cal had the makings of the owner that you want because he'll spend money and he'll stay out of the way of people. You just
right, which it can be great when you've got the right coach and the right GM.
Yes, yeah.
And the right, whatever Jack Easterby's title was.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Here was Gronk on Fox this weekend with his advice for Mike Vrabel.
This guy is going to keep everyone accountable in the organization, from the coaching staff to the players. He's going to keep himself accountable, and even the front office he's going to keep accountable. And let me tell you, once again, this guy has knowledge, he has the power, and he's going to be great. He knows how to discipline players. And if I'm Mike Vrabel, the first thing I would do is call up and dial up the number of Josh McDaniels, a familiar foe to Patriot fans, and hire him as the offensive coordinator as soon as possible.
Do you think Gronk knows what a foe is? Like he just said, Josh McDaniels,
Yes.
a familiar foe to Patriot fans. I think Patriot fans like Josh McDaniels. He was a really good OC for that.
What was he trying to say?
Probably for your face.
I
Yeah.
think. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I like Gronk because every time he speaks on camera, it reminds me of like me in my freshman year public speaking class.
Dude.
Where I'm just a little kind of amped up and going, and like you're but a little breathless and everything.
He's a boulder rolling down the hill,
Yeah. But it's every time.
Every time.
He's been in front of cameras for a long time. But it's endearing because you feel like he's very genuine.
Yeah.
And he's trying so hard. Because I think there's a lot of it. I think he probably understands there's a perception of him as a meathead. So he's trying hard to overcome that.
Yes.
But at the same time, he's not doing an incredible job of it. But he's trying, man.
No.
He's trying.
And I think he makes good points. I don't think that's bad advice.
No.
Vrabel.
I think it's a good advice. I think it's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'm more just thinking about like
Delivery.
Gronk. You know what? Gronk is the guy in your group project where all the kids are like, it's the jock and three nerds, and the nerds are like, oh, great, we got the meathead. But he actually does want to help and everything, and they're like, you know what? Let's have him do the presentation because people like him. Yeah, so we'll have him get up and do the presentation, and we'll help him and everything, and it works.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
I was that dumb meathead in the group projects.
Get out of here.
They're like, listen, Seth, we'll take care of the actual brain stuff, and then we'll just have you get up and deliver it.
And you surprised some people along the way.
Right.
Look at you.
I surprised myself. I was like, oh, these people are listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Gronk,
I could
Gronk.
take over the world and manipulate people. I could rule the world with a microphone.
Which is what we're trying to do.
Best in the world,
Best
they
in
say.
the world. I was just going to say, best in the world. All right, is this cut from Stephen A. Smith? Is this enough to get the Texans as over the top, feeling disrespected as Rex Ryan's bye week comment did?
Stephen A., who's more on upset alert, the Chiefs or Lions?
The Lions. And I only say that because I'm giving the Texans zero chance against the Chiefs. Zero. I mean, it was a nice season. They've had a lot of injuries, and we get that. If Dell and Diggs and those brothers were available, I'd feel differently. But no, they don't have a chance against they don't have a chance against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's why I say that with the Commanders, we're sitting there raving about Jaden Daniels and how mercurial he is and what he has the potential to pull off and do, even though I expect the Lions to win this game. But you know what? This brother's something special. Not to say that C.J. Stroud is not, because I know that he is. But I think that when you look at the Houston Texans, I don't see them. I give them no chance of beating the Kansas City Chiefs this upcoming weekend. I give the Commanders a very, very slight chance because obviously all the injuries that the Detroit Lions have suffered, even though they're going to be at home, I just think that the Commanders have a better chance of winning than the Texans do.
Okay, so this is the thing. Like, for one, you know how I feel. If you've spent any time watching and covering the NFL and you feel like any team in the NFL doesn't have a chance of beating another team in the NFL on any given Sunday, you're lying or you're stupid. And I know Stephen A. Smith isn't stupid. So there's that. Like, so I almost like I can't even rebut it. Like, because okay, look, upsets happen all the time. Now, as far as realistically expecting them to win, yeah, you should be very, very skeptical of the Texans' realistic chances of winning. The Chiefs have been so interesting all year long because on paper, you would say, even with their playoff history and their regular season history, you'd say, well, all right, well, there's a little bit of luck involved here, this, that, the other thing. But the fact of the matter is, what it comes down to is that they are very, very good in fourth quarters. They're very, very good at managing the game. And in games where some of those games where it's only been a one-score victory, it's a lot of other teams would have lost by 2 scores.
Oh, yes.
It's, like even when things aren't going well offensively, they still sustain drives. They don't let things get out of hand. So their record, they earned that record. Was there a little bit of luck involved? Yes, but they were there to take advantage of the luck.
Sure.
So all of those things, yes. But when we look at the Chiefs and who they are this season, I think they are probably rounding into form at just the right time, or peaking, or whatever you want to call it. But they haven't been emphatically putting teams away much at all this year until really they won the Texans game in the Steelers game. They rolled away, and that was an emphatic victory. I think that there's a puncher's chance for the Texans in this game. And I'm going to talk myself into it being more of a puncher's chance. But I can't I can't sit there and listen to Stephen A. Smith act like there's any team there's no chance that they're going to lose in a game.
D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud meet with the media today. So Tuesday, is like a normal Wednesday on a Sunday game. So C.J. and D'Amico are both going to meet with the media. May I say, Seth, and we just sailed right past this when you pointed out your prowess in high school presentations, and it turned out you actually were much smarter than maybe your peers thought you were.
Well, much better at presenting.
But this is a credit to either intelligence or trial and error, but either way, you landed on the spot. You are making medical history here on this show right now. For those watching on the YouTube, Seth has spent the last 4 hours holding his throat right above the clavicles, right above the base.
Like I'm David Carradine in my last moments.
Yes,
and I've long been plagued with losing my voice to post-nasal drip.
Yeah.
For just like I've never even been that ill. I just sound like I'm about to die, and I end up having to take like a week off of work because of it. I'm gonna work on this a little bit, but yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna do a YouTube video on this show.
Okay.
So I don't want to give away too many of the secrets. But I think I've searched all over the internet for the remedy that I think I've stumbled onto.
Yeah.
And I can't find it anywhere on the internet or PubMed. So
WebMD.
I think I might win the Nobel Prize for this.
I think so. Point. This is amazing.
When I'm not using I'm doing a few things here. And listen, everybody, I know I've tried every single remedy. Okay, your little honey, the saltwater gargling, the various things that everybody has recommended to me. None of them have worked, but I think I've stumbled onto it.
Yeah, man.
This time last year, I had about the same exact issue in December last year, and I missed like a week of work because of it. Feeling exactly how I do right now. Just a head cold. I got a head cold. Yeah.
Now you're going to be missing work because you're going to be out on the speaking circuit talking to various medical seminars and things like that about this discovery that you've made.
Lambasting them for not having figured this out. Sorry, with your fancy medical degrees.
That's right.
These people that are like, rest your voice no matter what. Oh, go die. I've got a family to feed. Rest my voice. I've got a job to do.
That's right.
Sons of bitches.
Those hot takes are going to bake themselves, okay?
Yeah.
Look, man, these Wookiee puns are deeply important.
Thank you. That's Reggie Atatula. John Lopez is here, and some good news on the group text here, the Sports Radio 610 group text. Nick Wright joins In the Loop tomorrow, Wednesday at 10:20 a.m.
Yep.
It says we talking about practice.
We talking about practice. That's what he's been saying.
He's calling this a practice game?
Yeah, he texted me. He tweeted We talking about practice.
He's out there, man.
He's channeling Rex Ryan in a roundabout way.
Do you take his disrespect of the Texans as seriously because he's a Chiefs fan? Like it's part his job, but it is also partially like how he's wired. Like,
I can tell you,
he ain't making it up.
He is as big a Chiefs fan as there's. I mean, I'll talk about since toddler years.
Yeah.
No, it's sincere, and I really believe he thinks that.
Been a good few years for him.
Yeah. But I think also with him, like he tries to. I don't think he says stuff that he inherently doesn't believe.
Yeah, that's
true. He does try and mix things up, but he tries to keep within the realm of, hey, I have some level of belief,
some honesty
in what I'm saying. So we'll see if we can get to the honest core, the nougat, if you will.
That's a good. That's a good get.
Yeah, and
I did it myself. Yeah, sure.
He was tweeting yesterday. I said, "Come on." He goes, "Okay." That was pretty much the text.
Yeah. Listen, I myself am not all that terrified of a team that can only muster 9 points against the geriatric-led Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2021.
Yeah.
What have they done? Yeah.
Whatever happened to that team?
I don't trust them in the playoffs.
I have a confession I'm going to make on your show on Thursday this week. The Bex Prime is bringing in lunch for all of us.
How about that?
On Thursday.
For some of us.
And I'm going to stick around. Well, everybody in this studio, at least.
Yeah.
And Figgy. I'm going to stick around not only for lunch, but I have a confession I'm going to make on your show on Thursday. I don't think Lopez is going to believe this confession.
I will be here with bells on.
Yeah. That's my
I didn't think there was
tease.
a statute of limitations on that crime, but cool. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to confess.
Yeah.
And see what happens. Come and get me, boys. No, it's not criminal in nature. I promise you that. All right, fellas. You ready for today?
Not really, but we're going to do the show
Let's do it. Let's do it.
No, I was playing. Yeah, we're going to have fun today. And Seth, just letting you know, people on the text line are saying that the Q collar might help. You know, the thing that Dalton Schultz wears.
Here we go.
What is that?
It's a Q collar. Supposedly, it's supposed to it applies pressure on your neck to increase blood flow to help, when it comes to the brain.
It's phlegm flow that's
something like
the
that.
issue with.
Why does it only work for white tight ends?
I don't know.
It seems like that's the only. It's white tight ends wearing that stupid collar. I feel like. I thought it was just. I thought they were stuck in a futuristic movie about like a post-apocalyptic prison or something.
I like the idea.
Shock collar.
I like the idea that this is like the new white tight end. Butterfly collar.
Right,
You know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kate Stover just texted in. Reggie's right.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Kate.
All right. We're done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies and reduced phlegm flow to you, my friend.
Antibodies as well.
Thank you very much. We're done. We're out of time. You are listening to KILT. Oh, where is it here? You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston.
Yeah.
It's an Odyssey sports station, by God.
I want to say, why is that so hard? But I know I couldn't do it. I'm used to the old one.
Because I'm never paged down to where it is.
But I'm the one who was.
I am too. I can do that one by heart. It's going to take me a couple weeks on this one. I always remember an Odyssey sports station is the part that I would forget. But someday I'll be able to do it without notes. Reggie Atatula. When that day comes, it'll be glorious. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. With bells on. I don't know why that particular expression tickles me, but it does. You're in the loop on a Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. And you on the YouTube, Sports Radio 610, which I need to make sure to refresh now that I think about it. The Twitch also up. And then, of course, the text line, 713-572-4610. How you fellas doing?
Okay, so you know how your girl or wife, significant other.
I don't know where this is going. I asked, how are you doing? He's like, women, right?
All right, so women. No. So you know how, 5 days after something happened, she brings it up. She brings it up and picks a fight. Right, Figgy?
Yeah.
Like just out of the clear blue. 5 days after it happened, she brings it up and picked a fight. I am going to be that woman.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to.
And just in generally in your life, or in a specific regard?
In this segment, because we kind of said something in passing to each other yesterday, and I woke up this morning and I said, "Screw him."
Fair.
Him being you.
I say that a lot. We're on the same page now.
Run the damn ball, CJ.
Well, we're doing this.
We're doing this.
All right.
We're doing this. See,
Okay.
And that's what I say when she brings it up. We're doing this.
Yes.
We're doing this right now.
All right.
That was 5 days ago.
Why is there not a garage I can go to?
That's right. I need to go for a walk.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going to go get some milk real quick. I'll be back.
I need to go for a walk.
Okay, let's do it.
Because, you were talking. Well, I'll let you lay out your point first, because.
No, I kind of want to hear how you lay out my point, to be honest.
You were talking about how, that's not as effective. Obviously,
lay out my own point.
Actually, there's always and I understand that there is an injury, worry, or anxiousness or whatever. But we've seen what not only C.J. Stroud has done, when he's able to, and I'm not talking about 15 carries. I'm not talking Lamar Jackson. I'm not talking Josh Allen.
I sure hope not.
Total freaks of nature. But I'm saying when you see the ball, when you see the opportunity, run the ball. When you escape and there's really not a pass that you want to make, run the ball. Maybe Bobby Slowick will even dial up an occasional.
Here it is.
An occasional.
This is the only place where we disagree.
Yeah, I was about to say, you making some fair points.
An occasional designed run. And I'm like, I'll go back to what I said in passing early yesterday. If not now, when? And here's the biggest reason why. So we know what C.J. Stroud got drafted for. It's his skills, it's his ability, and it's his ability to run. We also know what vaulted him in most minds' eyes. We can all say it together. Which game was it? The Georgia game.
Peach Bowl.
And what did he do in that game that he hadn't done, that Ohio State fans were begging for him to do?
He ran for the first down.
He ran when the opportunity was there, and they called a few designed runs. If not now, when? When are you going to use that weapon? If you're not using all the tools in the toolbox, when exactly do you plan to?
No, and I think that's a very fair point, right? If you go back to that, what was that, 2022 season for the Ohio State Buckeyes, like it feels like it maps similarly in the regard that you're talking about, which is, hey, we're going to sit back here, I'm going to try and throw the football, I'm going to, these things are going to be on me to be a pocket passer and to win with my arm. But then when it comes down to a time where it's like, hey, this is a must-win circumstance and we just kind of need what we need.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to run the football. And I think that, yes, that was absolutely necessary. And it feels like that's inherent to the thought process of CJ is, all right, I'll do this when I need to. And I feel like one of the things about the running the football, which, again, notice that I agree with you in this regard.
But.
Right? I think that this is important also because it feels like you look at that game on Saturday at NRG Stadium versus the Chargers, and has there been another game this year where CJ has looked more comfortable?
Maybe in big spurts, the Buffalo game.
Okay.
Which, by the way, he had 27 yards rushing.
Okay. So it feels like
it wasn't a lot, but it was 4 carries, 27 yards.
For sure. We got to a place in this season where, especially towards the end of the season, where it felt like CJ was putting so much on his shoulders, and especially within the realm of, putting so much pressure on himself to be perfect, throwing the football. And it felt like that was in addition to a ton of pressure and, maybe not getting quite the separation that you wanted, although there was instances where you did have indeed have separation, where that was affecting his play.
Right.
And it feels like in this game against the Chargers, he was hitting the top of his drop and getting rid of the football. And, 1, 2, if there's not something there, boom, let's go ahead and just pick up the yards that we can get and continue to progress the football down the field. And so I 100% agree that with that situation, it forces the defense to consider some other things. The place that I don't want to go to is, hey, man, you don't need to call designed runs for this. I just feel like when you talk about, running the football, go ahead and run the football in a way that is the most advantageous, which I think is putting the ball in Joe Mixon's hands. I don't think CJ is the type of runner that now you are having designed run plays for him. I think he operates best, and the reason why the run was effective is because the other teams were not looking for it. This is not where they are trained on, because not only do they not expect that from him, but also if you have a passing play, all of the keys push them to their pass defense. It pushes them into these deep drops that the Chargers were having. It pushes them to places where they're playing in zone, they're looking back, but now they're trying to figure out, okay, where are the zone, where are the situations, who is coming out, right? Is the tight end leaking out? Do we have an adequate cap over the top for whoever is going to go deep? Yeah. And then, oh snap! As we're trying to use the word that D'Amico says, as we're trying to plaster on these dudes, here now comes C.J. Stroud into this space that we've evacuated from playing. I don't think that works the same if you have guys coming downhill and trying to meet him. And he is not Joe Mixon in that he's not going to bounce out or make dudes miss in the run game, which I don't know if you guys noticed, that has been necessary in the run game this year. Joe Mixon making dudes miss. You want to have C.J. doing that? No, I don't need to do those things. But as far as, hey, instead of, especially when you have situations where either you're max protecting, you have fewer guys in routes, or if you're not finding guys in their routes open, guys aren't coming open, and maybe you have pressure or whatever. Those are the instances where, hey, pull it down and run, get positive plays, as we know, early downs and getting yourself into 3rd and long. has been an issue for this team. Those are the reasons why I'm like, yeah, go ahead and run.
But here's the thing. I'm not talking about, as I said, even 8 runs. I'm talking 2 or 3, because here's the thing. They're still going to be focused on Joe Mixon. There's the defense and I'm not talking between the tackles. I'm not talking that they're not going to be focused on Joe Mixon in the run game. But if you can, surprise, twist, whatever you want to say with 2 or 3 runs, I think that's the value that C.J. Stroud can bring. And by the way, this is the thing that really sort of galvanized everything for me. The top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL this year,
all right,
in terms of rushing attempts.
Sure.
Lamar Jackson, this is in order. Lamar Jackson,
freakish.
Jaden Daniels,
better speed.
Jalen Hurts, not freakish.
Sizable.
Josh Allen,
monster truck.
And Bo Nix. Come on, man. I mean, that's like the only freaks there are Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Like Jaden Daniels, okay, he's fast. Jalen Hurts, not necessarily about.
I'll have you know, Jalen Hurts squats about 1,700 pounds.
Well, we don't know what C.J. Stroud squats.
He squatted 1,700 pounds. We hear it on the broadcast.
You're going to take Bo Nix over C.J. Stroud? Those are the top 5. And by the way, those 5 guys are 5 of the best quarterbacks of 2017. They ran the ball.
Sure.
They had multiple. I think Justin Herbert, he had the most carries he's ever had in his career. 65. And he had a hell of a year. Saturday notwithstanding. Even Patrick Mahomes, which is the one I brought up yesterday, is 13th in rushing attempts with 62. Run the ball. I'm not talking about 10, 12 carries. I'm not talking about between the tackles. I'm talking about mixing it up, get in your bag a little bit, Bobby Slowick, and use C.J. Stroud as a weapon. And you've heard me say this. I know you've already heard me say this multiple times. Can't play scared, man. You don't think they're anxious every time Lamar Jackson tucks it? You don't think they're anxious every time Patrick Mahomes tucks it? Of course you're going to be anxious.
I think those guys have a very particular repertoire at this point. Like they have bona fides in Lamar Jackson, and this was something Figgy was talking about in some ways, right? Because now you start talking about getting hit, right? The quarterback being hit. Lamar Jackson has an incredible knack for not taking hard hits.
Yeah, I think a lot of those quarterbacks, even I would put Kyler Murray in there too, because
by the way, he was 6th.
Yeah, but he know how to slide. He know how to get out the way. You don't see him take huge hits like that. Hell, we seen CJ take a lot of big hits where we just like, man, throw the ball away, get out of bounds. If he know how to get, just stay away from getting hit like that.
But how many of those hits were on runs? A lot of times he's in the pocket or running for his life.
Well, yeah, and I mean, he hasn't run to the degree to be able to use that as a data point.
Yeah. I mean, if he know how to do that, then let's go. Then let's be Lamar Jackson. Then
all I'm saying is,
I just don't want him to get in a sticky situation like this.
Well, he'll never be Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, but they were 1 and 3 in carries. But he can be Jalen Hurts. He's every bit the athlete Jalen Hurts is. He can be Bo Nix. He's every bit the athlete Bo Nix is. He can be Justin Herbert. He's every bit the athlete Justin Herbert is. Can't play scared, man. And if not now, when? Is all I'm saying.
I'm fine with him running for the first down, man. If it's 3rd and 3 and it's an open space right there, just run for it, man.
Little
just get
fake
the
to
first
Joe
down.
Mixon, bootleg. Hell yeah.
Hey, I'm down with that.
Little zone read, keep it.
I'm good on all that. I'm good. You can miss me with 100% of that.
They run a zone read.
Sure.
He just always gives it out.
Yeah. See, my issue is 3rd and 1, and he's sitting there trying to pass the ball, and he could have ran for that first. That's my issue right there. Like, let's get this first down, keep the sticks moving.
Yeah, I think that C.J. Stroud is such a particular dude, and this is why I keep tying this back to the Buckeyes that year of 2022, because he deprives us of his ability to run. When I say I do mean you, Lopez, getting thirsty for, oh, man, we need to get all this. We need to get a whole bunch. And I'm just telling you, hey, man, there's a level, there's levels to this. And I don't think you have to go all the way to now we need to design run him. I think the happy medium is.
Why are they doing it at all those other places with quarterbacks just as valuable or more valuable contractually?
I mean, you're talking about dudes that have particular skill sets that lend themselves to that.
How much better is Jalen Hurts and Bo Nix?
Jalen Hurts is a sizable dude also when we're talking about this. Plus,
Justin Herbert?
It seemed like Jalen Hurts, it seemed like he plays better the way he's running the ball, though. Like, I don't know if he'd be a great quarterback just being a pocket passer, to be honest.
All I'm saying is after that scramble and throw to Xavier Hutchinson, he was 12 out of 16 passing for 164 yards and a touchdown. He had 128.39 rating, and into the third quarter, he led the team in rushing with 42 yards. That was the best game CJ. And what would we all say? That's the best game CJ Stroud's ever played.
Sure, and
running was a part of it.
And I agree. I think scrambling was a part of it. Allowing him to go pick up those yards where, hey man, you don't have to stick with the pass, look for it. And this is the tough part about it. He is good when we get into those fire drill situations where, your schoolyard, guys come open, get the ball downfield. He doesn't have as many of the guys that he has been very comfortable getting that ball to, although Nico's still there. And, of course, Xavier was able to come up with a big play, being wide-ass open in that instance. But, hey, man, the idea of you don't have to only look for that sometimes in that pick up yards, but I feel like I feel like you're doing too much trying to make this into the fullness of the running game.
And again, I want to emphasize 2 or 3. Pick your spots, make it happen. And by the way, the same guys that are trying to tackle him when he scrambles are the same guys that are going to try to tackle him when it's a called run. So that doesn't resonate with me. Like when he scrambles, I mean, that 27-yard run that he had when he went down the middle?
I believe so, yeah.
He fell all right. He fell forward. Didn't get hit real hard.
So do you want more called runs or him just going forward whenever it's there?
Yes.
Those are both.
Because the answer is yes.
Okay, because I'm fine with him going forward whenever it's there.
But what I'm saying,
I don't know about called
when you're saying
runs.
they know how to get hit or they have a different skill set or different body type. CJ Stroud didn't get hurt. And he ran a lot.
Didn't get hurt until he does. Like, I don't think that is
But that's a worry for everyone.
Yes, it is.
So why are you playing scared?
Because this is our quarterback.
Dog. He want to see Davis Mills on the field.
That's what I'm hearing. This is a psyop. Figgy got his third eye open. This is a psyop that's happening.
Listen, we here, man, and I feel like we have a chance to beat the Chiefs. I don't want to see Davis Mills out there for the rest of the year, man. I'm sorry.
I don't either.
Also, like design runs, you're calling more defensive players into a situation. Like now, you're actually dealing with runs with dudes in the box. And I know you're talking about maybe even boots.
Not between the tackles. I don't want to see him running.
I don't want to do this because this man had a pretty good Saturday. How much? I'll ask this a question. How much do you believe in Bobby Slowick to design up plays that get you ways to have open runs?
Bootlegs and zone reads are staples of that offense. He just doesn't run them. I mean, go back as far as you want. Go back to Mike Shanahan. Or which one is Mike Shanahan.
That's the daddy.
And Gary Kubiak. Those are absolute. Go back to Bill Walsh. Hell, they ran Joe Montana on design runs.
Sure.
I mean, what are we doing? That's a weapon. Again, Georgia game.
I hear your point. I think the best risk reward is
you're just scared.
Don't
make me say skirt again.
Yeah, I'm okay with saying that. Like there's a reasonable
they're holding their breath in Kansas City.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Every time he tucks it. Or they call a run for Patrick Mahomes.
But we gotta be real. Pat is cold when it comes to running, man. Like he know when to get down. He know to get that extra yard. He is an expert at that, which is very frustrating for a defensive player.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't seen CJ do that. CJ know how to run and get the yards. But I ain't seen him look like Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, even Pat Mahomes, he has a certain elusiveness that I don't think that I would ascribe to C.J. Stroud. And apologies if it feels like I am knocking down C.J. Stroud. I just feel like we might be doing a little too much. I was appreciative to see him take the yards that were in front of him, but I feel like we might be.
I think it's possible he can learn that. I do think it's possible he can learn that and maybe add that to his game.
I think he knows it. We've seen it. We saw it Saturday. And by the way, this is what I'm talking about. Do 1 or 2 designed runs, and if he needs to scramble a couple of times, scramble. Just one designed run makes the defense have to respect it.
All right, if you say so, brother. If you say so.
Agree to disagree.
I very much do not feel like that is a risk that's necessary to take. But you know what? We'll keep talking about it, I'm sure, as you gear up for Saturday versus the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Don't forget, we will have B. Scott at 11. B. Scott's thoughts coming up as well. So always good. I'm going to get his thoughts on it, see how he feels. We'll see if he'll adjudicate this.
He's going to tell you you're scared.
Am I just being scared, or are you being a wild boy? How about this? This might be a little wild. Rockets got a big victory versus the Memphis Grizzlies last night. Walked them down. Can this Rockets team win a title? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, man, Ability Trees and AbilityTrees.com. Louis Flory, great friend.
Day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shop as John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shop as John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scorigami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
And they're all over the intro.
Yeah, man. Had these in the tuck, man.
Hannah yesterday, Cal today. What else we gonna get this week? I'm fascinated. But you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, where we have been arguing all through the break.
Yes, we have.
That's how I usually go.
I didn't think this was going to be all that contentious. I thought we were like, hey, we're largely in the same place. Yeah, CJ, go ahead and run the ball a little bit. And you were like, design runs. I was like, no, and that became an issue. Okay, very good.
You want CJ looking like Tim Tebow out there, man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess maybe we can bring this up tomorrow if we want to. At this very time, we will be talking to your man's. Yo, man. Nick Wright of Fox Sports 1. You might know him. You might remember him from his time right here on Sports Radio 610. Noted Kansas City Chiefs fan. We'll get his opinions on what
we're talking about. Practice, Figgy.
Talking about practice. We talking about a game.
Yeah, get that one ready.
Hey, tell him to say it a little louder on this national show.
Yeah, well, he will.
Is there anybody who is going to back down or who is less likely to back down from a dare of that sort than Nick Wright?
No, I need him to say, oh, this is practice for the Chiefs. I need him to go all in on this and send it to.
He probably has.
Send it to D'Amico Ryans.
He probably has. Like, yeah, we need to get.
Send it to Joe Mixon. That's the person you need to send it to.
Yeah. It'd be fun to have Joe Mixon smoke on that Nick Wright pack.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be fantastic. So, yeah, Nick Wright tomorrow, 10:20 here in the Loop. All right. But right now, I do want to talk about the basketball team of Houston, the Houston Rockets, who got another big victory on multiple accounts. It's a big victory against the Memphis Grizzlies last night. And that was 120-118 was the official score, but it had widened out a little bit at the very end. I think it was 120-115. It was a Desmond Bain three-pointer at the very end to tighten back up, and time was over. But I mean, there was a 13-point lead at one point late in this game. The Rockets walked down on.
It was a 13-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Yes. Yeah. And so, man, a fantastic job finishing in this game. And one person in particular deserves a hearty salute, and his name is Jalen Green. Jalen Green with a fantastic performance in this one. I think it was 42 points, which is tied his career high. Mm-hmm. There's more numbers on it. I believe he is the ninth. It is his ninth career 40-point game, and that spurred the Rockets to walk down the Memphis Grizzlies 120-118, as I said. But man, like this one felt big for a number of things. First of all, it gave you another win against the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, so that's the tiebreaker if it comes to that.
Absolutely, which is huge because, I mean, now I think you have a 2-game lead over the Grizzlies in the West, sitting at the second seed. So you continue to give yourself a little bit of cushion in addition to it, obviously, the tiebreaker that you have there with them. But then this is another win against one of the better teams in the league, and you have a few of those. The record against some of the top teams is up and down. But this, I think, really the big thing was you had Jalen Green existing as the player that you have hoped him to be in this game, and then you had a closeout performance against a good basketball team that made thinking, I think I'm not alone in this, made some people start thinking, is it possible if this team could win a championship this year?
I don't know if I would go that far, but I will go this far because I'm watching this game, and we've talked over the last week or two about this team can really close. Yesterday was a great example of that. I mean, they're down 13. I mean, how many times in the past would you say, I'm talking in the fourth quarter, 13 in the first half, who cares? 13 in the fourth quarter, more times than not, I'm thinking, all right, that's a wrap. They might make a three, they might make a little run, but that's Memphis over there, and that's a really good squad that knows how to finish, knows how to work a half-court offense, which is what happens in the late going. they could protect the rim real well, and they were protecting the rim real well until Edey got out. Fouled out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 9 times out of 10, that's a wrap against a team like that. The revelation I had, a moment of clarity, light bulb, whatever you want to call it, is if Jalen Green continues, and he's been on a little bit of a heater here. He's been on a tear. If he keeps doing this, they do have a franchise. It's not just, for what if this and what if that. They have a franchise player. I mean, because they all
you're ready to get there.
But if he can continue this run,
there's that strong if in it.
There is.
Yeah.
But he did the things last night that a franchise player does. And I'm not just talking about the 42 points. I'm talking about like late in the game, because I think Amin Thompson was the leading scorer in the fourth quarter. I think he had 12 points in the fourth quarter. And late in the game, all the attention, Jalen Green would either try to put up a shot or drive, but when he didn't, goes to the elbow or the top of the lane to Steven Adams and Şengün, little pocket pass, little floater to or a floater as an alley-oop or a pass. I mean, he's drawing the attention and making the other players better. That has not happened a whole lot.
No, and I think that, his passing has clearly improved, as you mentioned, some of those. He still does a good job of getting downhill and finishing through contact. You saw that late in the game, or in various instances, hitting that corner, especially when they're, that big, because Edey does not have the quickest feet. When that big comes up and meets at the level, was able to turn the corner, get downhill. The, help defense had no help or couldn't do anything when he was going up strong. Played very well, almost as like a 3 level in this game, because he shot the ball incredibly well. I think it was he ended up shooting 5 of 6 from 3, 13 of 18 from the field, which obviously is evident when you're going to score 42 points. You got to do that somehow. But I think this is not anomalous, and we're getting to a place where we're starting to move away from the anomalous, right? In the 6 games in January, he is averaging 30 points in the 6 games, and it's like pretty good shooting splits as well. He's a 50-40-90 guy right now in just those 6 games. And maybe you say, all right, the 6 games and by the way, that's 45% from 3.
Yeah.
Just letting you know. But again, maybe 6 games is too shallow of a sample for you. How about the last 20 games, which is a quarter of a season, remember? In that time period, the last 20 games, he's averaging 23 points, and he is a 46% from the field guy, 38% from 3 guy, 88% from free throw guy. With a couple of assists, some rebounds, a steal. Like the turnovers are still in the assist to turnover ratio could be better in that stretch, but you've seen that get a little bit better over the last 10 games probably. He's finding his legs, and this is feeling less like a hot streak and more like a stabilization in his game. And that's been the big question that we've been asking about Jalen Green. Is that enough now? If he finds a way to stabilize to win a championship?
Well, that's where I was going with it, because your question is, could they win a championship? First of all, the competition is going to be fierce, so you have to kind of qualify with that. But what I will say is, he looks like a franchise type player to me now, and if you have a franchise type player, you're going to have a chance. You're going to have a chance, certainly in the Western Conference, because they're already up top in the Western Conference. Because franchise player don't just average 30 points or score 42 points against the Grizzlies. They draw attention, and when you draw attention, it opens up so much on the back line and behind the doubles team or the trap that they try to put on you. And it's not just, he's going to make a great pass. No, the attention he's drawing leads to the old hockey assist, where you pass it to Adams or Şengün or whomever, and then it comes to the next pass. So how many times have we seen the true franchise players that can carry a team to a conference, final or NBA final, not get credit for some of the great things they do? That's what he did last night. That's what he's been doing.
When we talk about it's not just going to be solely inherent or like incumbent upon Jalen Green. It's some of these other things. Amin Thompson has just continued to be fantastic.
Freakish.
He double in this game as well. I think it was like 16 rebounds. I might be wilding with that number off the top of my head, but it was a lot of rebounds. I remember looking at the box score being like, wait, what?
Yeah.
It's just 13 rebounds, 19 and 13. Was Amin. Like, you had all of these things coming together. Plus, Cam Whitmore was really nice off the bench as well. Like, it seems like he's finding a level of cohesion, and then you can see him on the sideline, like, waving the towel. So, maybe assuaging some of your doubts when it comes to like if he's comfortable with his role, if he's finding a level of buy into what's happening here. I think one of the things I still come back to is it feels like the pieces are starting to set in. The experience just still is that thing that I have a question about.
Sure, and that's why you say they could be there. They might have a chance, but there are a lot of questions.
Right. For me, it's starting to feel like they're in a place where first round matchup is a pretty good situation, and now you're talking about conference semis. Can they make it a 6 or 7 game series and possibly push one of these teams? Because you look at the teams in the West, the Thunder are a high level team that I don't think that you're quite better than yet. Although you have gotten a victory over them recently, which is nice, but how that changes over a 7 game series where. You're playing the same team over and over, and then it's not just, hey, can you win a game? It's can you make the adjustments, because it becomes more chess. Like, it becomes more about what you can't do than what you can do in those series. A team like Thunder, I still feel good about. The Nuggets are an interesting team because they have had.
They got the stars.
Yeah, stars and experience. But, like, there's not a lot of teams that you look at the top of the West where you go, they have all the experience to make this really tough. So I think a couple of series is something that is well within the range of the Rockets. It's just, can you make it out of the West all the way to the top? That's where I'm still having some hesitation, but this is quite the growth and development, because what was the objective for this team coming into the season?
Just contend.
Making the playoffs. Being a playoff team.
Don't be an 8 seed. I'll tell you what, just real quick, one series I definitely want to see, this one. Memphis and Houston.
I'd sign up for.
That'd be a good series.
I'd sign up for 5 of those.
Yeah.
And I mean, if things break the way that you have right now, Memphis third, you second, that's something that you could easily see in the second round of the playoffs. But again, a long way to go. You're almost halfway through the season, 38 games thus far. A good 26-12 record for the Rockets. But man, if you look at just how far they've grown over these 38 games, I think that's where the question really comes. How much more growth could you see in the last, 43 or 44 games or what have you? I'm doing bad math. How much more could you see in that instance? And could you, by the end of the season, see a team that has a possibility of contending? That is so much fun when you look at this Rockets team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day. Remember, the special teams for this Houston Texans team was on fire on Saturday with some big plays that had Frank Ross losing his damn mind. So I ask you, dear listener, when was the last time you had a Frank Ross level of excitement in your life? 713-572-4610.
All right, let's get you a new car right now.
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Help. I need help. I can't get away from Lopez talking about CJ design run. I can't.
We still in here arguing about this,
doing
man.
this. We were having
Scott gets here.
We were having a beautiful conversation about the Rockets that continued forward. We were having a conversation about the playoffs, and he was like,
he over here looking up squat stats.
Yeah, man, he going through the Ohio State directory.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
My man reached out to 2 strength trainers in the break. 2 of them.
CJ Stroud, Ohio State quarterback record for squats.
Quarterback record. I thought you were going to say just like a bit quarterback record. Get on my face.
You want him to squat against defensive linemen?
Yes.
Joey Bosa? And all that.
Correct. That's right.
Oh, by the way.
Oh, he beat out Craig Krenzel, huh?
Oh, by the way, his 40-yard dash time, 4.5. 4.5. I'll take that from a quarterback.
Was that a hand time?
And
I'm just being a jerk. All right, let's get to the question of the day. You remember when? Which play was that? No, that was the blocked extra point. That Danico Autry gets the block. Before D'Angelo Russell gets his hands on it, Cameron Dicker decides that he's gonna play volleyball. He clearly did not know what was happening in that situation.
He didn't know the rule.
And you know what?
Yeah.
Can't be mad at him. Here's a mini confession. I also didn't know. I was like, yeah, bet that thing down. And then Ross was like, okay, I will take this home now.
Yeah, I think people in the suite didn't really know either. They was like, oh, yeah, I think it hit the ground, so it's going to be called back.
All right, let's all. I was watching the game, and I told the dude next to me, I said, I think that's going to be 2 points. I think.
And so D'Angelo Ross runs it back, and on the sideline, the happiest day of Frank Ross's life, I suppose, is just Frank Ross he does a little pirouette, and then he does the arms down Super Saiyan, like he is lets out a
arms out, like he's almost doing a reverse, like you know they flex. His arms out, legs out.
Arms out, like he is letting out a primal scream, and that got us thinking, when was the last time you had a moment where you were so hyped?
When was the last time you did the Frank Ross?
Yeah, man.
It's a dance now. The Frank Ross.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I'll tell you that it's not. It was a good moment.
When was the last time you went nuts like that? And by the way, you know Frank Ross is becoming an icon, a legend, when he becomes when they put the
moment to
Titanic
the
music
Titanic
to it.
Extra point. Dicker. It gets popped up in the air. Dicker knocks it away. It gets close on the
Cameras on Frank Ross the whole time.
Yeah! Anything is possible!
That's awesome. That's awesome. So when was the last time you did the Frank Ross?
For me?
Yeah.
If I'm going to be completely honest.
Like that nuts.
Real honest.
That nuts.
I say that like sports fandom, I've kind of shed some of that. Being in like working in sports, it kind of robs you of a little bit of that. Some people still hold on to it, and I kind of appreciate folks that are able to hold on to it. But the place in sports that I still like am fan-like is in soccer. Manchester United. And they just beat Arsenal this weekend, and one of them goals like was a banger.
Yeah,
buddy, I be running around the house.
Yeah,
I be hollering. I'm just like I know.
You're doing the Frank Ross.
I know my neighbors hate me, so like that's probably the moment when we talk about it, like sports-wise, for sure. Like when there's a big situation for Manchester United, I definitely lose. I lose my you know what. Like that's where I go crazy.
Y'all have been around me. I and my wife, it kind of drives her crazy. Like something huge will happen, you know, for the Texans or the Aggies or whatever. And she goes, aren't you excited? I said, yeah. I mean, I don't really do that a lot. I think it's been conditioned out of me after years of being in press boxes and stuff. But a few things did come to mind when they I did the Frank Ross. 3 of them were my kids.
When they were born?
No, 2 of them were. No, I didn't do that.
I'm about to say you was in the hospital acting a fool.
Yeah. When my oldest, Jacob, won the state championship in swimming, I was like fists up, screaming, yeah! Because that's the last heat of a big event. When my middle son, BG, scored his first varsity touchdown.
Oh, okay.
I was just like running with my fists up and everything. And when I caught my first 30-inch trout.
Okay, that's fair.
Hell yes! I was like,
is it bad that like I can't think of a single personal achievement where I was like, yeah, I went crazy, but I'm just like, yo, those dudes playing soccer across the pond.
Yeah. So one in sports that I kind of went like, yeah, and this was crazy because it was like 2023. The Houston Texans drafted C.J. Stroud, and then what's going on?
Oh, yes.
They traded up.
Yes.
Oh, Will Anderson too, because people don't know, I was at an award ceremony, so I wasn't even at the draft party because I got nominated for the award. And so I'm at the table, like watching the game with somebody else, or watching the draft with somebody else. And so I'm trying to pay attention and trying to watch the draft and all this other stuff. So that was one of the moments, to the point when I won the award. I got up on stage. I'm like, yeah, man, salute to me. But the Houston Texans doing their thing right now, man. So,
screw me.
I know. But that one and another one was what was it? Dang, I forgot. Come back to me. I forgot.
All right, we're getting several Jordan home runs. In Seattle.
Yeah, a good home run out of nowhere will do it to you, right? Like I'm trying to, what sport lends itself more to those moments, right? Those just all of a sudden something incredible happened moments. And I feel like baseball is one of those, because you just inherently, you go from not a lot happening to guys kind of standing around, pitchers deciding what pitch, between, in the battery between the pitcher and the catcher, figuring out what pitch. Here comes the pitch, and all of a sudden, boom, here's action. Yeah. Right? I think that baseball is one of those for sure. I mean, for me, soccer is one of those things because it's like immediately build up, boom, here something happens. Is there another one for you? Basketball, when you just get somebody getting punched on. Oh my gosh!
I did that on one of Giles' moves last night. He went over. It wasn't even a Euro step. He went over and then kind of back.
Oh yes!
I was like, ooh.
Yeah, those are tough.
It wasn't the Frank Ross, but.
I gotta think of the last dunk that I saw live that just made me go crazy. Yeah. But yeah, Jordan is absolutely a big one, a big one there. And yes, you're right. We were talking about the play where, because again, we're asking when was the last time you had that Frank Ross, explosion of emotion that he had on the 2-point score that the Texans had, blocking an extra point. And yes, Cameron Dicker, as he is trying to bat that ball down, he bats it down and he gets knocked. They knocked the mess out of that boy. Yeah. So he first of all, he didn't understand the play, and secondly, he got a good knockdown for his efforts. Somebody else brought up it is actually Ocho, or a few people bringing up a little bit of betting. Ocho saying that Tyler T-Mill
does it every day.
T-Mill got him a little money. He said he won $1,200 on one of T-Mill's suggested parlays.
Man. Oh wow!
And somebody else won up that from the 281. They said they won $2,000 betting on LeBron James to get triple doubles.
Damn.
And that would make you do the Frank Ross. Somebody said when Easterby got fired. I kind of did too.
Yeah,
I think were we on air when
the show didn't start yet because
that was right before. Yeah,
they broke the news around 9:00.
Yeah, and I was just like,
yeah, because I remember Mark and John Harris was sounding very awkward trying to break that news.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
And there's some changes.
I don't know. So, is this
real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're getting some because the thing is, like, it's easy to hit these sports ones. I think it's kind of almost more interesting the things in just generally in life that take you to that place.
My first book deal.
I can only imagine.
I was in my early 30s, and we needed that extra money. Like, it was 3 kids, but
waiting on it like the first and the 15th.
One in diapers.
Yeah.
House, all that stuff. And I was making but man, we needed that money. Yeah. And then all of a sudden they said, "Hey, they want you to do this book."
Woo!
Yes.
Yeah. I was kind of like that when I got hired full time here.
Yeah.
Because y'all know I've been part time for years, and I honestly didn't think I was gonna get full time. I didn't think I was gonna get this position, but when I got it. Like, I got in the car like, yes.
From the 346. Last week, finally hit 6 miles in under 65 minutes jogging, coming off of a fractured foot and a left shattered heel.
Heck yeah.
That's the thing about sports that I think is funny is, like, these dudes rehab, and it happens so often, and it kind of, especially if you watch sports a lot, it kind of takes you away from the fact that rehabbing is so hard. Like for us, I mean, just for them too. They just, they do it better.
It's impressive. They come back within 7 to 8 months.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Someone said, don't forget Marwin Gonzalez's home run against the Dodgers World Series. Someone said a knockout in boxing. I remember
that can do it if you're really pulling for somebody.
Who did Andy Ruiz knock down again that he knocked out? That I was like, was that? It wasn't Wilder, was it? Andy Ruiz, when he knocked out somebody, can't remember who that, a few years back. That one literally put me on my back because I was like, ain't no way.
Yeah. Marwin's home run against the Dodgers.
Yep.
That was big time.
Absolutely.
That was the Frank Ross.
Somebody said last time was Vince Young, 4th of 5, Rose Bowl. What a time. And then Somebody said when she told me to lock the door, which that's fair. Although you can't do that outwardly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't want to scare her. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, you going to make her change her mind.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? Actually, go ahead and unlock that door right quick and leave the door open. In fact, you might want to go home real quick. Just go ahead and it's cool. It was Anthony Joshua. Thank you, 713.
Yeah.
Appreciate the boxing folks out there. Good rehab thoughts, of course, up for Tank. Multiple surgeries tomorrow as he is trying to get back. It was cool seeing him and
Diggs.
Him and Diggs at the game, just hanging out, spending time with the folks, which, I mean, you can tell that it means something to those dudes on the sideline, specifically.
Big time. I mean, hell, I thought, I'm not saying it made them, better focused or play better, but it clearly had them up,
Yeah. Somebody hit their goal weight after having 3 kids. Rockets' kiss of death. Altuve walking it off against Chapman. There's a lot of fun. Keep those coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just want to celebrate with the fine folks.
Do the Frank Ross.
You about to call him John Ross?
I did.
Wasn't John Ross the cat who had a 4.22?
Right?
Yeah, the 4.22 40 and then never did anything in the league?
Yeah.
What is that, the Al Davis special?
Mm-hmm.
Just say, hey, really fast. What is he going to do with that? He played at Washington, got drafted, by the Bengals, if I remember
by the Bengals. He didn't do a damn thing.
Yeah. But he does have that 4.22. You can't take that away from him fast. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I'm going to air my boy out. This is typically when we should have B. Scott. Trap happening. I don't know if we can get him like a convoy or something, like get him an escort.
He's efforting.
Yeah, he's efforting to be here. However, we will still go around the NFL next after a Monday Night Football game where somebody turned back into a pumpkin. We'll do that next.
We knew it. Radio 6 here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. Like you heard Mr. Big Voice Man, we're about to go around the NFL, but in the question of the day, as we were doing it just a segment ago, we were asking what are the things that have had you in John Ross, dang it, you made me do it. Frank Ross-like exuberance and excitement. Man, John Ross just going to be on the show all day.
Yes, he is.
Unfortunate.
He can run.
Yeah, Frank Ross-like exuberance, and there's some more things that came in. A lot of sports stuff came in. Somebody mentioned, Ocho mentioned the North Shore Hail Mary to beat Duncanville in 2018. That was a big thing. Somebody said when they saw Ian Rappaport with the trade news after the number 2 pick of C.J. Stroud, like
yes.
that. Just the wait a
that
minute.
Yeah,
that felt like speaking of JR, right? That felt like a by God. Yeah. That's the Texans music. Like just when you hear the Stone Cold glass shake break or something like that. That's what that
nobody
felt like.
drew that up, man.
Not at all.
We was sitting here, C.J. Stroud or either Will Anderson.
Yeah,
we got both.
Yeah, well, ¿por qué no los dos? Right? From the 8-3-2 when Jane Campbell blocks a penalty kick for the Houston Dash. Love to see it. Okay. Somebody mentioned their daughter, high school basketball, rundown, fast break, defense, all that. You love to see that. And I wanted to give this salute. This is back around. They said, wife got the all clear on breast cancer. I don't know if that's today. I don't know if that's recent. I don't know if that was 15 years ago.
Hey, salute,
either way, salute. Because I imagine that would have me losing my damn mind.
Yep.
Like that is a great moment. I'm happy that you had it. And a shout out to all the other people, including Jamie on the YouTube, who said, when the Astros let Jose Abreu go. It's like
very Easterby like.
I'm done with it. Mm-hmm. We have found the clouds have parted. All right, let's now go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let their experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And I did want to remind you, B. Scott will join us here shortly. He just,
he's sending us screenshots now, man.
Caught in traffic.
Hey, that traffic look ugly.
Look at that red line.
Hey, that traffic look ugly, man.
Yeah. It'd be nice if somebody could escort him here, but they're not going to. You know who else probably needed an escort? Well, no, they was playing in Arizona. But I imagine once he got back to his car in Minnesota, he needed a little bit of escort. And that man is Sam Darnold.
Need a little security.
Yep. Man, we started getting to a point where we were talking about Sam Darnold as maybe a $40-50 million man as you come into a quarterback market that is, does not have a lot of talent, both when you talk about the draft and free agency. And the last couple of games might be hurting that for him, including the wild card playoff game, the final one, which is Monday Night Football in Arizona between the Rams and the Vikings. The Rams, of course, the home team, but having to move their game over Stadium due to the rampant wildfires that have been happening in Southern California. Well, they got a 27-9 victory, which I imagine was a little bit of a bright spot for some of the people that were affected by those things. Matthew Stafford still doing this in a pretty significant way, 209 yards and 2 touchdowns. But story of the game is the fact that their defense is coming on in a very strong way, those Los Angeles Rams.
I thought the story of the game was, obviously Sam Darnold, and I'll get to that, but the Rams, boy, they've turned this thing around pretty quick, man. From
it might be a scary team.
From
man.
A total redo?
Not just a total redo, a total redo that they had to do without the benefit of a lot of picks. Because remember, they were team F them picks in order to get that championship how many years ago?
Yeah, this was their first round pick in like 10 years or something.
They didn't rebuild.
A testament to how good leadership can get you to a place, because they just
draft picks.
But yes,
like third and fifth round draft picks were integral in that game.
Day 2, day 3 picks, and they just hit on so many of them. Hit on so many mid to late round picks.
You got all type
of. One of the defensive linemen was that. Who's that? Anyway.
I know that Kobe Durant off of the edge
I was looking at this Rams team. I was like, they're not supposed to be this good, man. And front office, general manager, personnel. Salute to those guys, to Channel Figgy right there. But that was a big story to me. And then the other big story, you mentioned it, Sam Darnold. I mean, that was a crash. That was a crash. And I don't know. Agents are good, so I don't know how much it's going to cost him, but it's going to cost him some.
Yeah. No, and I mean, to some degree, when it comes to actually playing, your actual play, agents require. Well, I guess football maybe. Basketball is a little bit easier than football, I imagine, because I was listening to it was Jeff Teague on the Club 520 podcast, and he was talking about how agents don't take a lot of money when it comes to like the basketball stuff. They take a lot of money with the endorsement because there's more work there, right? They have to do a little bit more convincing compared to as a player. It's just like, hey, this is what they bring. That's kind of on paper, and then we just kind of work out the borders. This is going to be an interesting sell because Sam Darnold is kind of a tale of two tapes in some ways, right? There's the young player that clearly was like seeing ghosts in New York. There was the Carolina tenure. There was some interesting pieces when it came to being a backup in San Francisco, and you saw him in the right circumstance. O'Connell has been able to do some really good things. I always forget his first name, to be completely honest. Kevin? Okay, very good. Kevin O'Connell has been able to do some really good things with him offensively.
Dude's got the most basic first name and you can't remember it.
And but that's the thing. I be trying to make it
Kevin.
But it's also like it's a generic K name. So I'm like, is it Kevin?
It could be Kevin, it could be Tim, it could be Dan, it could be anything.
I'm like, it's very
Y'all
generic.
can say it. It's just some white name.
Yeah.
Kevin ain't a white name.
Scott.
No, Kevin is pretty even.
Generic is the word I'm going for.
Because I know a lot of black Kevins.
I mean, my name's Brandon. You know what I mean?
I know a lot of.
Very
I'm sure you have to explain that sometimes when people meet you.
I mean, you got black Brandons, white Brandons.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
I know.
everywhere.
I probably know an even amount of black and white Kevins and an even amount of black and white Brandons. Speaking of, black Brandon.
As we go around the NFL, I don't know if we want to get into why our names are our names.
What you mean? This is a part.
I mean,
this
specifically.
happened organically. Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just caught your drift.
Yeah,
we will return to football where Samuel Darnold. I know a good amount of black Sams. Sam Darnold.
Shout out to you, Reginald Atatula.
Thank you.
My brother.
Very regal. I know a lot of Reggies.
Yeah.
Never mind. That joke was not a good one to make. B. Scott in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
That's Brandon Scott.
You see what happens?
Brandon Scott,
This is B. Scott's fault. You notice,
I was going to get a job. My mama was going to see to it. The hell you talking about? I was going to be somebody here in America, buddy. Dreadlocks and all.
My mama made sure.
Crazy?
What do you want to call him?
Talking about.
Yeah.
What do you want to call him?
I was going to survive here in this America.
It ain't Lil Brandon either. It was,
she said the Brickashaw ain't gonna work.
Brandon Scott.
She said she didn't know AI was coming, but she was like, the AI not sorting this one out, baby.
Her other choice was Caleb.
They gonna have to see my son face to face.
You know what, Jamarcus is not really a good name.
No, we're not gonna go with that.
Let's stick with Brandon.
And no disrespect to Jamarcuses. I know Jamarcuses went to Yates with some. But I was gonna be Brandon Scott.
Indeed.com not weeding out my baby's resume.
It was either Brandon, Caleb, or Morgan. Was going to be your name.
I think Joshua was in the mix.
That's a good one.
That's a good
Josh, biblical.
Josh Scott.
Yeah.
While we're here,
I will say this true story. Absolutely. My mom wanted to name me Juan, and my dad said, "Hell no."
Really?
Yeah. Absolute true story.
So they went with the anglicized version of Juan and went to John.
John.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to hear?
That's a good call, right?
Yeah.
Is that a good call?
I mean, it worked out.
Juan P. Lopez.
Good is relative.
Yeah.
But understanding.
I get it.
A call that you would get.
Reasonable.
You know.
Reasonable.
Yeah. Hey, we got to live in this world, man.
And it's not. My middle name is not Felipe. It's Philip.
Okay.
100% true story. That's gonna be Juan Felipe. Nope.
Hey.
John Philip.
I kind of like
he
Juan
wanted,
Felipe.
he wanted you American.
I kind of like Juan Felipe.
Of course you do.
I kind of like Juan Felipe. I
do,
understand,
Mr. Atatula.
and I think the pragmatism of that choice
Keep in mind,
makes
this
sense.
was the 60s.
Yeah. I'm surprised you kept the last name Lopez.
Keep in mind, no, they were proud of that, and I'm proud of that. But
Should've kept it low.
This is the 60s, brother. This is low.
Yeah, not
John
fair.
Lowe. Mr. John Lowe.
John Philip Lowe.
All right, before we return to football, somehow we've gotten, and I appreciate it, by the way, I will drop this nugget on you. If I was not named Reginald, my name was going to be Fitzgerald. All right, we return. That is 100% the truth.
Man.
Fitzgerald Atatula.
Fitzy.
Yeah.
Like
we would have definitely gone Fitz when you got here.
No, I'd have been Gerald,
Yeah.
and then you probably would call me G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably where.
Yeah,
That's probably the way
can
I
see
would have
that.
tried to navigate that. But yes, Fitzgerald. Yeah. All right. We return. No. What was your take on Sam Darnold's play last night?
Yeah, so I thought he lost himself a lot of money, and it's unfortunate. Like, do y'all think Sam Darnold should have held out after they won like 8 or 9 games? and be like, man, pay me now.
Like the Fresno State quarterback.
Hey,
I'm in the transfer portal.
Something like that. Something like that. Because I do feel like he lost himself a lot of money, and it's not just his fault. Like I don't think it was just Sam Darnold that was the problem last night. I thought the offensive line that had been very good, throughout the entire year, did not really do him any favors last night. I thought the play calling, Kevin O'Connell, for as good of a coach as he is, for as good of a play caller as he is, I don't think did Sam Darnold a lot of favors, especially after it was revealed to them that they were having struggles protecting and dealing with the blitzes that the Rams were throwing at them and all of that. Like they still had all of these long developing plays that just weren't serving Sam Darnold well. And then on top of that, he held onto the ball all the time.
Well,
so it's like I thought that he lost himself a lot of money, but also they did not really cover him in glory in that way.
I think he lost some money. I don't know what a lot might mean. We'll see. But
I think the number, like, we might be back into that 40 range.
Yeah, he was going to get.
They said 40 to 50.
He was going to get Baker Mayfield's contract, I thought. And then he got $100 million, right?
But I'll tell you who didn't do him any favors was Kevin O'Connell. After the game, he said, he's had a good year, but it didn't work out in the end.
It didn't pan out in the end
Didn't pan out in the end. That's your head coach saying that?
And it did not. I mean, reality,
dude.
Let me give you the direct quote. I think it's very important we all think about Sam's body of work. It did not work out in the end, and I think Sam would be the first one to tell you that he could have played better.
Yeah. I said from the beginning, or really going back to when the Texans played them in, what was that, week 3, 4?
It was
early in the season.
4 was on the road. No,
it was their first. I think it was their
3 on the road.
Yeah, so it was their second road game.
3.
So I said this back then. With Sam Darnold, I thought he was good enough with what they had around him for them to succeed, and sure enough, they won. They went 14-3.
14-3. First, by the way, 14-win team to lose in the wild card round.
Yeah, so like it worked out in the regular season, but I said this all depends on him not messing it up. It actually came down to both him not messing it up, but everything around him also not failing him in the way that I felt like it did in this particular game. Both the play calling and, of course, the offensive line, which, again, had been good up until that point.
Speaking of funny names, as we continue around the NFL, how about Gerald Wayne Jones? He's the owner, general manager, and general, tormentor of the Dallas Cowboys. He finally parted ways with Mike McCarthy, and he's trying to, change the narrative on it. Apparently, the immediate reporting was that they couldn't agree on contract length. He's like, nah, we just weren't sure. So, of course, that bodes well. They're already trying to figure out who the next guy will be up there. And, of course, if we talk about having a black head coach in Dallas, which has not happened before, it would have to be someone that Jerry really loves. And here comes Deion Sanders. As there's reporting that they've talked in a preliminary way. I don't think it's actually gotten to like numbers or anything of a real serious matter. Could you actually see Deion Sanders coaching the Dallas Cowboys?
100%.
Yeah, I could absolutely. I think
this is real. This is real.
This is the one.
I almost called you Kevin.
Yeah,
this is real, Brandon.
It's the same thing.
All the same.
No,
stuff.
it's very real.
Yeah, I think that with Deion, I think that's the one kind of personality, not that Jerry would humble himself, but I think he views Deion in a high enough regard to where he would allow Deion to be Deion, which is the only way that you could get Deion. There's no negotiating that aspect of it. And I think Jerry understands that, but not only does he understand that, but he would be maybe deferential to that in the same way. So like, and we also know, and you know this as well as anybody, Reggie, Jerry loves his stars.
Correct.
Right? He would love Deion even if Deion hadn't played for the Cowboys. You add that on top of it, there's some cachet involved. And then on top of that, Deion has proven himself to be a good coach. Albeit on the college level, I think Deion has done enough to say that he is a good head coach. And so there is some intrigue there. It's not like empty calories in that way. I think this is real.
Now,
it is real.
Yeah, I think for me, did you want anything? Were you good there?
No.
Oh, I think for me, when it comes down to this with Deion, I do wonder if Deion wants this, because one thing about Deion, right, and it was a question early on, like when he took the Jackson State job, was, is Deion in this for Deion? Is one of the big questions. And it feels like he's demonstrated pretty well, at least I've gotten to a point where I buy, that he seems to really enjoy this molding young men thing, which is honestly one of those things that college coaches sell a lot that you don't always believe. Like sometimes it's like, oh, this is the thing I have to say to the mama in the living room in order to get the prospect. However, it seems like he really buys that. And I think that larger for him.
I think he enjoys it, but that's not why he's in it. He's in it for his boys.
Yeah.
I mean, he coached them literally since 8th grade. They haven't had any other coach but him.
Yeah.
So if he can take them to another level and somehow figure out a way to get them, I think that, yes, he enjoys molding men, but he's in it for them.
Yeah, I think the molding young men part is something that he did enjoy, but also was just a byproduct of the situation that he found himself in. I think now that his boys are going to be gone, this could make a lot of sense for Deion. Also, I mean, he's obviously got ties to that area, stayed in that area after the fact, long after his playing days. And it just, to me, and Deion loves being a star as well. Where are you? And Deion doesn't need more cachet, right? But where are you a bigger star? As the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys or as the head coach of Colorado when your boys aren't there anymore and you're just molding men? I think this makes more sense.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting space to watch. We'll have to dig more into the coaching carousel again later in this week because things are kind of moving as, interviews are happening. But, yeah, of course, you have the Dallas Cowboys doing some chicanery, and it pops up in the way that you kind of have to talk about.
This is what they do.
B. Scott in for the hour that we typically have him with. I was going to see if we had to prorate it and we had to get you back for like the next segment after this hour. But you know what? We'll figure all that out later. What's coming up next?
I hustled in, man.
You got here.
I thought it was going to be much later. So I
think you was driving on some shoulders or something.
Hey, man, I had to do what I had to do.
But coming up next here in the loop, we have B. Scott in. So might as well get B. Scott's thoughts on Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
This is
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B. Scott.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
The very deliberately named Brandon K. Scott joins us in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, also known as B. Scott from Hiram Clark. What's happening, my man?
Man, I'm feeling good. Man. Feeling good after this Texans win. Glad to be, and we talked about this too, Reggie. Glad to be in a space where we still got active Texans content instead of, especially it being Tuesday, instead of it being like a more reflective type of thing, like talking about the season that was.
Yep.
We still get to talk about the season that is, so I'm hype about it.
That's right. I mean, Biggie was talking about it. You're seeing a lot of people doing draft stuff. Hey, what's happening in this draft?
Poor guys.
Not us.
Poor guys.
We need to take a quarterback.
Couldn't be me.
We need to draft a lineman, build from the trenches.
That's right.
Man, the hell with that. Instead, you know what conversation I've been having ever since Saturday?
Let's get to B. Scott's thoughts.
The thing that I've been thinking about, this being the best Texans defense that we've ever seen.
I'm with you.
Like, I think that it's something that we could have been talking about all along, and I don't know how much we have, and maybe we have, but now I feel like I can really say it after they put the performance together that they did in this playoff game, and then just looking at the totality of the defense. Like, they did something similar to this last year, right, against the Cleveland Browns, like a dominant defensive performance, scored on defense, did all of these wonderful things, but I don't feel like they had the top-to-bottom talent or, you know, if you want to go front-to-back talent that they have right now last year necessarily, especially when you add Kamari Lassiter into the mix, you add Danielle Hunter into the mix, Azeez Al-Shaair upgrading at linebacker. Like, I think when you look at them from front to back, top to bottom, this is the best defense that certainly that they've had over the last couple of years. But to me, I'm making the case that it's the best defense, top to bottom, front to back, that they've had ever.
Well, remember before the season, I know we had this conversation, all three of us. We knew what we figured could happen up front, you know, after they acquired Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson year two. And of course, here comes Danico Autry and Azeez Al. We knew this could be pretty good. We posed the question, what if they have two badass cornerbacks?
Yeah.
Like, we kind of figured Derek Stingley would get there, and then Kamari Lassiter just jumped right in from day one and was making plays and was on the front line. And we had this discussion. What if they have two great or very good cornerbacks? They do.
Yeah.
And now look at the defense.
From day one, and then it shows itself up in this playoff game. Like Kamari Lassiter in a big way. Like Will Anderson is dominating from the very beginning. And then Kamari Lassiter starts to happen. And then Derek Stingley starts to happen. And you're like, oh, this is it all coming together. The draft picks, the guys that they've invested in these last few years, and especially Kamari Lassiter as a second-round pick, and having that question of, like, how good is he really? He has shown up from, like you said, Lopez, from day one all the way up into this most recent game. Yeah, man, I think you definitely can make the case from, like, think about what they've got in terms of pass rushers. Like Derek Barnett and Danico Autry. Danico Autry is somebody who missed the first, 6 games because of suspension. Somebody they didn't even have in the beginning of the season, okay? Derek Barnett, somewhat of an afterthought on this team. We're talking about these guys as their depth and their backups. On top of what they did on the interior, upgrading that, like, I think just from top to bottom, and then you mentioned, we already talked about Kamari Lassiter. I haven't mentioned Kalen Bullock yet, like as a sort of an X factor. And he's been, I think, up and down, but mostly up because he makes plays for you. I think top to bottom, front to back, this is the best defense we've seen. Now, the big question is they're going against the Kansas City Chiefs to do something that I think is, like, special beyond just, like, you know, beating the Chiefs. We're talking about the first time going to the AFC Championship game and actually being the best team that the Texans have ever had. For sure. That's what's at stake. That's what's on the line. And I think they have a realistic chance to win this game. And so I'm really excited about it, man. I'm not going to pretend like I'm picking them to beat the Chiefs, but unlike other matchups,
we still got some days.
Unlike other matchups that could have been in play, this is a winnable game for the Texans. That's the thing to be excited about. I don't think a game against the Baltimore Ravens in this spot is a winnable game. a game against the Chiefs while you're not favorite is a winnable game.
I do feel it to be a winnable game. In fact, Lopez, you were on the same tip that this was the matchup that you preferred.
It was one of my confessions yesterday, Brandon. I wanted the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Wanted them.
Yeah, how could you not?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it could really look bad, but I wanted them.
I mean, it does feel like they're rounding into form as they seem to do, like flipping the switch towards the end of the season. But during the course of the season, this was a team that I ranked third of the top teams in the AFC, frequently behind the Ravens and the Bills, however you want to put those guys. But it felt like those other teams had a more consistent, more dominant showing throughout a season compared to the Chiefs that felt like they were doing enough and then finding ways to win on the back end, which is something that is a terrifying part of the Chiefs. They do seem to have that institutionally of, hey, when it comes to that time, when it comes to cutting time, here comes the win. But outside of that, like if you're just talking about lining these teams up, the Texans have a pretty solid chance against them.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And really the fun part for me about talking about playoff football that's just different from the week-to-week regular season grind is that, to me, the cliche of, hey, we're just trying to go 1-0 every week and we're just on a week-to-week basis, the cliche of that is actually true in the playoffs because of the nature of it. Correct. So, like, you really actually get to apply the cliche to logic as opposed to in a regular season. We're trying to understand, what is this team? What's this team going to look like? Are they going to win their division? Are they going to be in the playoffs? Are they going to be fighting for a draft pick? Like, what are we dealing with on a week-to-week basis? Now, we get to just look at it, and I think this was the error of my ways last week of going into the Chargers game. I thought too much of the inconsistencies of the team that we saw from a 17-week sample size.
Agree.
As opposed to just focusing on the matchup at hand between the Texans and the Chargers, and the fact that actually was a decent matchup for both teams. Probably was more of a pick'em game than I was giving it credit for, and that others were giving it credit for, and then turned out to be a blowout in favor of the Texans. Right. But this one, to me, is another one of those where you're just like, hey, focus on the matchup. Don't get too caught up in the fact that it's Patrick Mahomes and it's the Chiefs and they've got all of this lore, and then don't get too caught up in the fact that you got the Texans, who have been kind of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde sort of outfit. Just look at the matchup, and they match up well against each other.
Yeah, but how do you not get caught up in that? Because if you talk about a matchup, in order to match it up, I got to know which one of you showing up, right? Is it going to be Dr. Jack going to be Mr. Hyde?
It definitely is the reason why you pick the Chiefs, but it also is, like, the logic that I'm trying to apply here is also the reason why you don't discount the Texans in the match.
Exactly.
Certainly.
Is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah.
I do want to go back to the statement, the feeling that this Texas team is the best, defensively rather, is the best defense that we have seen. For whatever this is worth, Pro Football Reference, one of the reference pages, the stat head pages that kind of are a lifeblood to any sports fan. They have a simple rating system that kind of just tries to break these things down into something that can rank a team across the league. And they have, break it down to offense and defense. So the defensive simple rating systems, do you want to know which defense in all of the Houston Texans history has the best defensive simple rating system?
You're darn right I do.
2011. Yeah.
Well, the texter mentioned that as well. Better than 2011. No, that was a great defense.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no question. That was the best defense I've ever seen as a whole.
It's the most accomplished defense, too, because we have the 14 years to reflect on it.
Correct. Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, this could be me being in the moment, but there's also, I think, like that bias of, hey, man, I remember that 2011 team, which I do as well.
Yeah.
Hey, it was so great. But, like, in the moment, are you able to tell, like, man, have they ever had a combination of pass rushers as good as Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, like the depth of that? And then have they ever had a combination of corners as good as what you're seeing right now from Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter, on top of the fact that the linebackers are good? You have no theory. Like, to me, front to back, you don't have a J.J. Watt on this team.
No.
Right? Like, I'm not saying that you do, but you've possibly got the best corner that you've ever had. Like, he's inching toward that, or at least playing at that level right now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's outrageous to say.
No, that's exactly where I was going to go, B-Sky, because the depth thing that you talked about, and we mentioned it yesterday. I mean, they can rotate guys on the defensive front, really on the front seven, depending on what you think of Christian Harris, coming in, for To'o, who had a hell of a game, and D'Amico gave him some love. But those front seven, it's 12 players. that can come in and rotate, and that team did not have that.
Yeah.
That team did not have that.
The thing I wanted to get to that I found super interesting about using this, again, it's a flawed metric. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all, just a different way to look at it. 2011 is the best team, and there are 6 other teams between 2011 and this 2024 Texans defense. So, like, it has a 0.8 on the simple rating system. That 11 team has a 3.2. And again, not the end-all, be-all, but I think this text maybe points to some of the things from the 7-1-3. It's definitely probably the most opportunistic Texans defense.
I would say that. And the other thing I would say that the stats you rattled off don't account for is the health of the team. Right? Like, I think, we pointed this out, of seeing it in what it looks like for the first time with the front 7 fully healthy, or for the most part fully healthy.
Because you had,
and then on top of that, your corners are healthy.
6-game suspension for Danico Autry.
Yep. Mario Edwards
then gets for a period of time. Aziz has an injury and a suspension within there.
Well, it was their first game.
You get injured.
It was the first time they were all healthy.
Will Anderson missed at least a game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the Neil Hunter's probably the only one in this whole mix that probably has played every game, and then maybe a couple of depth pieces here and there that you might mention.
Every game, giving left tackles or giving right tackles the business.
Yeah, yeah, man. I mean, it's there. It's there. And then the bigger point is what the opportunity is now. Like, I can make this proclamation that it's the best, but you go out there and handle up on the Chiefs. Forget whether it's the best defense. We can continue to have that discussion.
Yeah.
But you are now the best Texans team in team history.
Most accomplished.
And most accomplished.
Yeah.
And who would argue about the defense? Because if they beat the Chiefs,
tip of the spear,
the defense is going to have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Right, and there's something to be said for all those other teams having like a run game or being able to control games in a better way offensively to help the defense. There's a lot of things that you can point to in some of those things. I just wanted to kind of probe that out because it's thoughts, right? Let's think about them.
Yeah, no, it is a fun thought. You say it in a hyperbolic way, but then you have to parse it out and see where does it actually land.
And I think it's an interesting thing, and ultimately, like, the parsing out will get a little easier when we get more data points on Saturday versus the Chiefs. All right, those are B. Scott's thoughts here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We keep it rocking with B. Scott, though, here in the Loop. As we get into what's popping, maybe we'll talk a little bit more about the Rockets. I have an interesting thing about DirecTV and TV consumption, but we might just need to get B. Scott's thoughts on Lopez's assertion that C.J. Stroud needs to run more. We'll do all that next.
I'm not sure I like the way you said that. All right, Low T.
511.
Don't wait. Apply today.
To see a copy of our station contest rules, go to sportsradio610.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, what's popping on this Tuesday is that B. Scott is in with us, and we've been talking about names. There's been a lot of name talk that happened today, and I don't want to get to the place we were talking about in break. Because,
no, I cannot repeat those that I gave you in the break. I cannot.
Yeah, however,
no way.
We're still talking about the different names that we could have had if our parents had gone a different place, and that got me thinking, like, hey, what would you have been called if not the name that you had? Because I know some of y'all's parents let y'all know what the other options would have been. I kind of want to hear some of those. And what's popping on the show, we also earlier today, we started off the show with an argument that I didn't think would be an argument. I thought we were on the same side somehow. But Lopez feels like we saw, not he feels this. This is the factual part of it, is that C.J. Stroud decided to run the ball more in that game, and he looked like a better player for it, and the team looked like a better team for it. And so we all agree that C.J. Stroud probably needs to pull the ball down more in his 2022 Peach Bowl versus Georgia life.
Yeah.
However, Lopez is going as far as saying that they need to have a few design runs in there as well.
Like two or three.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
assertion?
so this is just Lopez being a little bit greedy.
Okay, see?
Being a little bit greedy.
I told you.
Oh, that makes you right? That makes you right because B. Scott's wrong too?
Greedy Juan.
Juan Felipe. Always being a little greedy.
I don't want this to come off as me like sitting on the fence, because I appreciate where Lopez is coming from, and I don't think what he's saying is a bad idea strategically. But damn it, Lopez, we haven't gotten that far, man. We're just now getting to a point. Like, my mom is texting me during the game. She's like, "I'm so glad CJ finally decided to run with the ball.
Decided
to run with the ball."
Thank you, Mom.
But we're just
Mama
now,
knows ball.
We're just now getting there. Like, can we get to a place and settle in a place where he's just comfortable enough to take off and run with it when it's not there?
He looks it.
Like I don't feel like I need to take it a step further. And I understand where you're coming from, especially when you say just 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's a harm in that. Like, I don't want to get too carried away where I'm treating him like he's Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or some of these guys that actually run the ball.
Yeah.
But 1 to 2, I could feel comfortable with. Or if we could just go with, hey, when it's there, run with it and play to your strengths. I don't need CJ going out there and being somebody that he's not.
That's where I'm at with it.
That's the point of it. And so if CJ's comfortable with like 1 or 2, or if that develops into 2 or 3, I'm not mad at it. But Lopez, the thing is, man, we don't have enough from watching him to say that he's comfortable doing that or that that's the best way to use him. We can want him to do it, and we can watch him in that one run where he ran faster. What was that 19, 20-yard run that he had?
27.
Or 20, okay, so it's the one where he ran faster than I've ever seen dude run as long as I've been watching him. For a second, because I missed the snap.
He was pulling away from dude.
I just saw a dude running, and I was like, who's that? It was C.J. Stroud. I've never seen him run that fast. It made me think, it would be nice if he did this more. But again, that's not who he is. That's not who he's shown himself to be, or the way that they've talked about using him. So, like, now would be a weird time to, like, lean into that. One or 2 I could see. 2 to 3 would probably be a little greedy.
It kind of seems like you agree with me. You just don't want to hurt Reggie's feelings.
No, I want to do fewer.
Because I want 2 or 3 as a surprise, as a special circumstance, down and distance type thing.
That's what the scramble is.
But that's on the cuff. I'm talking about called because here's the thing. Joe Mixon.
You're not happy with called runs as is. You're trying to add called CJ runs?
Called runs, tackles are no go.
Not just not happy, but between the tackles, outside the man, they don't run the ball well with their running backs.
What, Joe Mixon have 106 yards?
Yeah, he did, but I'm saying, like, that has not been something that you felt like you could hang your hat on, even on sometimes when Joe Mixon's out there healthy, much less a C.J. Stroud, who's not even a dynamic enough runner
the thing is, to
factor into the run game.
The offensive line has less of a burden on a bootleg or a zone read where he's actually reading the open space.
I think doing it once or twice actually does open up the threat of, hey, now you have to defend it. I like it more so of the mind game that you're playing, more so than I think C.J. Stroud would be effective in that kind of situation. So I'm good if he just feels more comfortable when the play breaks down, going to go get 7 or going to go get 15, 20 or whatever it was on that one run. Like, feel comfortable about doing that like you did in the Peach Bowl and like you did on Saturday.
I'm not letting this eat any more time. We can just agree. CJ was acting different.
Oh, don't say agree
on
to
Saturday.
disagree.
I ain't say that. But we do agree to disagree.
No, you sound like Lopez. You want to turn him into Jaden Daniels.
No, you heard what I said.
I just want him to feel comfortable using his legs when the play breaks down.
I mean, just in a nutshell, he has that tool. He's got that tool is in the toolbox. 2 or 3, man. You never know.
Man, I was in the middle of a segue. I was like, so CJ was acting different, and another Houston player who was acting different last night, Jalen Green, baby. Jalen Green was acting different. I feel like you got some things you would like to say, young.
I just feel like the development here with the Rockets is that they are in real time establishing a winning core and a big 3 that you can believe in between Jalen Green, Amin Thompson, and Alperen Sengun. I feel like now you have, like, we've been trying to figure out between when it was 6 draft picks and now they got Reed Shepherd to add to that. Like, we've been trying to figure out who from the last 4 drafts that when they've had, at least one first round pick, and in some drafts have had 2 first round picks. Who are the frontline players? Who are the players that you're actually building this team around? And what we've seen from them over the past couple of weeks. And then specifically, I will point to these last couple of Grizzlies games. Last night is a perfect example. You are seeing in real time them establish themselves. Jalen Green becoming that player that you were questioning, hey, do they need to trade him for a star? Is he going to become a star? He is becoming the guy that you were trying to trade for or were hoping that he would turn into, right? Like, you're seeing that in real time. And then the combination of them, this whole Jabari Smith breaking his hand and shoot around thing has allowed Amin Thompson to play starter minutes, and you see what that looks like. This is a winning core. This is a team that we can talk about actually building around these specific players.
Yeah, and this is somebody texted in and tried to remind us of the fact that, hey, this is also without Tari and Jabari. Yeah, right, dudes who are still very vital to this. I think with Jabari, it's an interesting thought. He does not slide back into the starting lineup.
No, hell no.
Yeah, you got to have to better than that.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about his game is that he's a plug and play type of guy because he's 3-and-D. So he's going to be able to stretch the floor and shoot for you at least to some degree. You know that he's going to go out there and give you a good defensive effort, and he's got length that benefits you on both ends of the floor. So you can just plug and play him. You don't have to force the issue and force him back into the starting lineup, but he also fits fine into any kind of rotation that you might think of.
Last night to me was a real eye-opener, right? Because it's no longer of, the question of could he become that guy that you're talking about.
More of
my point is, yes, he can become that guy. Is he there yet? Reggie was talking earlier, over the 6-game stretch, he's sure been that guy. Over the 20-game stretch, he's shown some signs of that. I think last night he really because it wasn't just 42 points. That's awesome. I mean, who's going to say no to that? It wasn't just 42 points. It was the way that he affected what they were trying to do against him and the Rockets.
I'll tell you where I'm at with it. Reggie, I think you asked me last week or the week before about one of the players if this maybe it was Jabari, if this whole situation made them expendable. I would look at it a different way and say now it's these 3 players who are the ones who are not. Because I think my answer to you was I think they've all been expendable at some point. Just in a week's time, I'm at a point where I'm able to say you are in a space of Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, and Amin Thompson being the guys who are not expendable. Those are the guys that you're building around. And then you pretty much know what Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks, guys like that, are. And the younger guys beyond those 3 are probably the ones that are expendable.
Mm-hmm.
And I would want to keep Tari Eason, like Jabari Smith, guys like that. But this is your core. Those 3 is where the core starts.
And I mean, there's still a lot to be seen. You haven't even reached the halfway point. You're nearing it. So much to be seen on the back half of this, how this continues to age, and as the season gets longer, as you get more knocks and those types of things. Of course, knock on wood, hoping against that, but it's the nature of a long season in that way. Mm-hmm. And then the real interesting thing, and I imagine this is the whole reason why you keep this squad together for an entire year. What do they do in the different basketball landscape of playoff basketball?
Yeah.
What things are borne out in that pressure situation? So I'm super excited. That game, as you mentioned, was an eye-opener, and I think it really puts you into a place where there's going to be some fun stuff to see with this.
Yeah, well, that was part of the conversation last year as they were trying to get into the play-in of wanting them to play more meaningful basketball games so they could know exactly what that looks like. Now, obviously, they didn't get into the play-in, but based on the turnaround that they had last year and the way that they've played in what have felt like
NBA Cup.
That was a big
Thunder
Cup
game.
last night.
Grizzlies
felt like a playoff game. Like you can't tell me that the Grizzlies didn't try to bring it last night. They absolutely did, and it felt like they were ready for the moment. And don't forget, like I know we're talking about the young guys, but they got veterans who are stabilizers like a Fred VanVleet. Steven Adams is on the team. Jeff Green is on the team. Like they've got leadership, guys who have
Dylan Brooks not a stable.
I don't know how stable he is, but
but a veteran presence nonetheless. You've got to look at his value and his utility somewhere.
Who's been a huge shooting guy. I know somebody was talking about the idea of Jabari sliding back into Dylan Brooks' role, and I actually disagree with that.
No, Dylan Brooks is a more stable player.
Yeah.
And as wild as that might sound.
And it does.
Yeah.
Man, he had that jump ball against Edie last night. I'm like, holy cow, that's a big human being. He just looked like a little tiny.
But applauding one of the reasons why I was surprised is Zach Edey made it to the league, and I was being a little bit of a hater, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, he's good.
He does not move well, and Jalen Green, in addition to the rest of the Rockets, took great advantage of that.
Yeah, but he can protect that rim.
Draw him up to the level with the pick and roll, and just went right around.
How about how he almost got him on that poster?
Yeah.
Who was that? Was that
Jalen?
That was Jalen, right?
Yes.
But that's because Jalen is a wild boy. Because I saw him jump up, and I was like, "Why are you trying?" Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, "Why are you
outside
trying to
the
do?
circle.
Why? You don't
Way
have to do that."
He's inside the other circle.
Yeah.
The free throw circle.
Yeah.
Inside that part.
I was like, "You don't have to do that," but I get why you trying. Real quick before we go, because in What's Poppin', I want to serve the community, and I also feel like I'm serving the community by alerting us to the fact that apparently Bojangles coming to town.
What?
Yes.
I did not see this.
I didn't. Well, you should have. Don't you work for the Chronicle?
I do.
I learned it from the Chronicle.
Man, I'm not working today, though. I'm here with you.
That's fair. That is fair. Apparently, fried chicken chain Bojangles is finally going to debut in Houston. Their first location will have, it's like a North Carolina-based chain.
You know what I did hear about this, now that you mentioned it.
They talk big Bojangles. I'm really excited to see what it looks like. Have you not been? I've never been to a Bojangles before.
It's really, really good. It's cultish,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
is this going to be an in-and-out situation?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There are things that people hear a lot about that then you get a chance to try. You're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? And that it was raised to level. The first location is opening up in February in spring.
Oh.
So it's a little bit of a drive for me personally.
It's going to be tough to get to.
And I bet it's going to be, it's going to be like when one of these things come in and everybody's going to flock over there because they want to see.
We got to check with Jonathan Alexander, too, because he's from North Carolina.
We ate at a couple of them in West Virginia.
Okay.
When the Texans had training camp there.
Yeah. One of y'all mentioned, is this, I think, Reggie, you mentioned, is this a in and out type of situation? I hope not. Because, I eventually waited in that line and did not feel like it was worth it.
No, it's good. It's not going to oh my gosh, best I've ever had, but it's very, very good, but you're going to wait in the line. That's what I mean by it.
Nah.
Yeah, that's what happened with Cane's in Northeast Ohio when they first got a Cane's and everybody's waiting in line. I'm like, I wouldn't wait in line for chicken strips.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm hoping it's more like how Trillburger, they had the line for the first couple of weeks, and then by week 3, you could just walk in that bad boy and get you a Trillburger. I'm hoping it's like that.
So just be a late adopter is the way that we're viewing this?
Yes.
Be a late adopter and get a taste.
Yeah. What's the rush?
I'm trying to see what this chicken talking about. I've been waiting years to see what this is about.
Chicken gonna be there, buddy.
That's facts. That is facts. Somebody said, whack, chicken strips only. You won't be getting the real experience. I don't look. The question that I did have is like when you import these types of things to a place that it's not native, how does that go? And I think that they'll probably do the thing that In-N-Out did to start, which is when they came out of from out of that general market area. They'll fly like new.
Oh yeah.
They'll fly their best in to try and make the launch.
Yeah.
As close to what it typically is as possible. So it might be incumbent to do like the relatively early, but then once they start expanding and getting all around the area, then it might not feel the same as the Bojangles elsewhere.
They're gonna have to do better than chicken strips for me. I'm not 11. What are we doing? Come on now.
Apparently the biscuits are good though. So
that's the best part.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what I want to try. But yes, if there was nothing else that I wanted to get to in this hour was to talk about some Bojangles and what was happening when it got to Houston. All right. That's another fantastic hour thereabouts with B. Scott, Brandon Scott, hanging out with us.
Round up if you want to.
I mean, if you want to make it full, you can hang around. That's all. I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
It was pretty good.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's keep talking about these Texans a little bit. We saw some really good things on Saturday versus the Chargers. What's sustainable and what's not? I got a few things that I'd like to bounce around. We'll do that next.
After crushing the Chargers 32. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 6, live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to our guy B. Scott for joining us in the last hour. And appreciation ahead of time, and maybe I should just prepare myself for tomorrow when at 11 or at 10:20 rather, we will be talking to a man who's familiar with these confines, Nick Wright. Huge.
Your man's.
Yo man.
That's your man's.
Yo man's. Kansas City fan, voice on Fox Sports 1, FS1. I was like, I don't think they call it Fox Sports 1. So yeah, we'll talk to him tomorrow. And then earlier today, we were just asking about what your name would have been if it wasn't the name that your parents ultimately selected. Someone let us know that apparently their parents wanted to name them Angus KK. Angus after Angus Young, KK after KK Downing.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I was like, oh, I mean,
you better thank God that your name didn't come out that.
Well, how about this? Somebody said their parents would have named them Donald Duff.
Oh, get out of here.
Ain't no way, brother.
What's up, Donald Duff?
Kids are too cruel for that, man.
Yeah.
Kids would have had you just.
Man,
you've been out here.
We was teasing somebody at my school because his name was James Brown.
Yeah.
Kids are bad people.
Yeah.
Kids are just bad people.
I'm like, why we tease that man over that? His name was James Brown.
And then from the 832, they said they were late because they were listening on the Odyssey app. So they were close to being named Ahmad Rashad, which that's tough.
Oh, that's tough on a number of levels.
That's like my name, Michael Jordan.
Well,
the Michael Jordan is always.
Ahmad's got some scars too now.
That is true.
Yeah.
However, I watched Inside Stuff, so it's going to be hard for me to shake my general Ahmad Rashad appreciation and but you're not wrong. In that regard. All right, let's get into this. Big time Chargers win or win over the Chargers, the way that I should say that, on Saturday. 32-12. It was a scoregami. Brought that up just to do it. But there was a lot of cool things like CJ running that we saw in this game, and I'm kind of just pondering on what's sustainable within those things. I took a note of some of the things that I was thinking on. Let us know if there are any other things that you saw in that game that you're kind of interested on, whether it's sustainable or not in this game. 713-572-4610. But the one that came to mind first and foremost to me was one of the ones that was the most impressive for me, which was the Texans salting away this game, running the football. Quite literally, one of their 2 touchdowns in this game was, like a 13-play drive where all but one of the plays was a run, and just most of those being Joe Mixon. They just line it up and over and over and over again, tote the rock, and they're able to do it somewhat successfully. And I'm like, hey, we hadn't seen that for damn near the entirety of the season, and I'm like, how sustainable is that? Do you think, Lopez?
Well, you heard B. Scott, talking earlier about the thing that makes it so difficult is you never know which Texans team is going to be there, is going to show up. Running game times 10.
Yeah.
Running games times 100. I want to say that's sustainable. That because they finally got some continuity in the offensive line.
Offensive line doing a pretty good job trying to get up to the next level.
Finally had some success with the offensive line. But, man, is that sustainable? I want to believe it. I don't know if I do believe it, especially against Kansas City Chiefs defense.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was thinking, like, week over week. I don't know how sustainable it is, because I did like this offensive line. Felt like it played better. There were some instances where, hey, okay, this is just going to be inherent as a issue with the offensive line, which was that one play that we all remember where you have like a TE game, as they like to call it, from the defense, and Titus Howard is riding that player into Laramie Tunsil and not realizing that, hey, you need to pick up Khalil Mack, who is looping back around into the interior and ultimately gets a sack, right? Like, you have some of those issues. The games and stunts are still going to be a problem with this offensive line, it seems like, until they make changes in the offseason or reorient or what have you. But they were working to the next level. Also, when we came into this game, we talked about the run game being a potential place where you can make some things happen, because the Chargers has a high level of playing light boxes. They liked playing a lot of light boxes. There was a lot of circumstances where they just had their down linemen and 2 linebackers.
Don't count on that Saturday.
No, do not count on that Saturday. And so that's one of the reasons why I do wonder how sustainable this is, because the Texans frequently, in fact, have had like 7+ defenders in the box, if not a stacked box, but at least a full box and not a light box, compared to other circumstances. And the Kansas City Chiefs very infrequently, I think, like maybe. And I need to go back and find this again, but very infrequently are they having a light box, and even sometimes I think that they frequently have a fairly stacked box as well.
Yeah, I as much as I want to see it again, because boy, what a week this is, and what a game that was. I can't say running game sustainable. Here, this isn't even like the games where he just didn't get a lot of touches. These are the yardage totals for Joe Mixon when he's had at least 12 carries. Okay? At least 12 carries. That's a good number of carries. 109, 22. 101, 23. 57, 106. I mean, it's just up and down. That's more than double, at least 12 carries in his last however many games that is. It's just up and down.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get more up and down.
Yeah, and to the point I was making earlier, the Chiefs literally have the sixth fewest or sixth lowest light box rate. Like frequently they're going to have more of those, at least 7 in the box. And so that's going to, especially knowing that Bobby Slowick likes bringing in those wide receivers, those tight ends tight. I do wonder if that's going to make it tougher again. Not wonder. I think that definitely will make it tougher again for you to have, at the very least, that type of drive where you just go boom, 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 over and over. Maybe they'll be able to run the ball and get some pops in those ways. But yeah,
So what's your answer?
I don't think that's
I can't go there.
Sustainable.
Like I just illustrated it. I mean, 100 and something, 50, 100 and something, 20, 100 and something, 25. It's just you can't count on it. I'll tell you what I think might be sustainable.
Okay.
And might be a big time factor in this game is special teams.
Okay, yeah, special teams.
I mean, week in, week out. And it's not just because we like Frank Ross and we were all dancing the Frank Ross earlier and all that.
It's not a dance. You're not going to make it happen.
It's not even necessarily about tipping a punt or returning an extra point. It's just like they're just solid week in. They don't make mistakes. They just don't. In coverage, there's been a couple maybe here and there. I think the Titans game, which nobody cared about, they had like a 45-yarder or something like that. But just like in games that matter, in moments that matter, and consistency matters, they're just good returning, covering, kicking, all of it.
Yeah, and that's going to be absolutely necessary because it feels like this is one of those instances or one of those games where you need margins wherever you can get in. Special teams absolutely played a factor into that in this game. Kansas City, you're going to need that to be the case again. So obviously, like, your punts are going to need to be good when you're talking about flipping fields. Field goal, obviously, your operation needs to be
Chief
on it.
punting the ball.
That's right. Tommy Townsend.
Yeah.
Tommy Rockets, as some people try to get going this season. So yeah, it feels like special teams, and especially if you trust in Frank Ross is constantly thinking about those things. So I believe in him to do that. What do you think about turnovers? Because that was something that I did not account for enough. One of the many reasons I was off on my estimation of what this game would look like on Saturday versus the Chargers. The turnovers, I was like, I don't know that you can guarantee turnovers are going to come, even though this has been a very opportunistic defense for the Texans. And you got a couple of not more than a couple of interceptions. You got 4 interceptions. I always stumble on that because I'm very literal about couple. If you say a couple in my head, I'm like, you talking about 2.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to have more than that, say a few. But some people say a couple to mean like just in that general range.
No,
and it always
a couple
throws
is
me
2.
off. But yes, you have 4 interceptions in this game, and I mean, there's probably one of them that was just like, okay, Will Dissly dropped the ball, and that one kind of landed. You take them, you don't give them back or anything. But there were some of them that you went and kind of generated in some ways, right? And I do wonder, like, do you feel confident that you're going to be able to do that again? Because, I mean, you did do that against a team that had not turned the ball over frequently, although it was a quarterback in NRG Stadium, and it feels like this year you had been able to do that consistently. How do you feel about the possibility of turning the football over at Arrowhead?
I think that is 100% something that you can count on. That is sustainable. It was sustainable over the course of the season. It clearly, one playoff game in, there was no team that did better in turnovers. And, the old cliche, we've heard people talk about sacks come in bunches, turnovers come in streaks. And they are on a streak right now.
Yeah. The thing that keeps bouncing around my head here is especially the particular elusiveness that Patrick Mahomes shows, right? And the pressure, also like just the cool, calm, collected nature he seems to have as well, and his ability to just kind of do these flips ball to one of his tight ends or something, and they end up picking up yards. Like just the comfort that he seems to have in those dangerous situations. That's part of the generation of turnovers with this team. In fact, a large part of it is getting pressure on the quarterback and forcing them into those places where they make bad throws. And I wonder, is that same pressure going to translate into those turnovers with someone like Patrick Mahomes? You know what I mean?
He'll throw interceptions.
Yeah.
He's been throwing interceptions.
Earlier on in the season, it's slowed down a little bit, but that is a fair point. This is probably one of the most turnover-prone years of his career thus far.
No, he will. The great thing about him is he'll take those chances and make spectacular plays. Sometimes that doesn't work. I mean, look at the last 4 years. Interceptions, 13, 12, 14, 11.
Patrick Mahomes.
He will throw some interceptions. He will also break your soul, but he will throw some interceptions. And so I think, I think that is a sustainable thing is the turnovers.
I mean, just defense in general, like the cornerback play is one of the things that it's been great. I think we feel great about that. This is a particular defense or offense rather. With the Chiefs, where you have a lot of speed and they just have a whole bunch of dudes that they seem to use all of them. I know they were talking about this on Texas Monday yesterday. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and co. Because I think that they might have been talking about this with Andre Ware as well. The idea of they use all those guys. I mean, second, third tight end, running backs will get the football, like all sorts of guys in this situation. Like, how do you feel about particularly the corners with the speedy guys that they're dealing with, their ability to, hold up in the same way and have like maybe historic type things where you have Derek Stingley with like 5 pass breakups?
I was thinking about this as well because we're gonna talk a little bit more specifically about Stingley and Lassiter and what they're doing later. So I was thinking about this. I don't know how much that scares me because obviously they're not going to have Rashee Rice, but they have Marquise Brown, DeAndre Hopkins.
I appreciate you calling him Marquise.
Are they? Yeah, Hollywood Brown. Are they what they were? I think DeAndre Hopkins is having a very good year, but what does he have? 50-something catches, 40-something?
He's a real situational guy now compared to where he was obviously at the height of his career, particularly playing with the Texans.
And who's the other one? The other receiver?
Xavier Worthy?
Worthy is the one, the speedy Worthy. I don't know. I mean, still young. So I don't know how much. They don't have a guy. Travis Kelce is not the guy. I mean, he might be in the postseason, and he's going to feel a lot better and have his legs under him. By the way, Taylor Swift's going to be at this game, isn't she?
I would imagine so.
She has to be.
I'd imagine so, yeah.
How about that?
I was like, was there something?
Squirrel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was like, was there? No, I was like, maybe this is leading to something else. I'm interested.
It just occurred to me.
Cool.
But is it a good thing or a bad thing that they don't really have a go-to guy, but they have a lot of guys that can maybe go to? I don't know. I can't decide on that. Because Andy Reid is going to have some toys now.
I think that this person, Sean Castillo on the YouTube, points to the idea that, hey, man, probably not blitzing the Chiefs in that way. But I don't think that DeMeco Ryans in this defense needs to blitz. You have a strong rush four. You probably in coverage a good amount to help you deal with all of these other guys that Patrick Mahomes is more than willing to get involved. But, yeah, man, I was real interested on that. And, of course, it started with the run game, which is a real tough proposition. We'll have to watch what's happening with Chris Jones. I know that he's been on the injury report a lot lately, where he is, because we know he changes the game. In fact, that was one of those games where they were just getting Charles Omenihu back as well and getting that defensive line stout. The run game, man, I'm concerned about their ability to do that in a strong way and how much that affects the rest of their ability to score offensively. Because it feels like a couple touchdowns are necessary, right? When you have a couple touchdowns from this Texas team, the defense will add in, and you have an opportunity to do anything really against any of these teams, compete against any team in the league.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to watch. But yeah, sustainable or not, kind of what we did there in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it next.
We knew it was coming. Now it's official. Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. is first-team NFL All-Pro. A well-deserved honor for one of the league's best. And hey, All-Pro Sting has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Why is 2025 the year you leave your glasses and contacts at some undisclosed location and enjoy the 20/20 vision you've always wanted with LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center? Here's why. Zero interest financing until 2027. Savings well over $1,200. And use your flex spending or health account. So go ahead, lose your glasses and contacts, and find clear, natural vision with LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center. Call 713-526-EYES. That's 713-526-EYES.
Yingling Flight invites you to join the excitement and energy with Sports Radio 610 broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 610 the week of February 3rd and hear insights on the big game, interviews with surprise guests, and more. Hike! Proudly brought to you by Yingling Flight. Drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring. And I know you guys have heard me talking about my snoring through the years prior to 2018. Once February of 2018 came around, I was a Dr. Ben Salento guy. I went to him. He got my sleep fixed for me. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions. And when you fix your sleep, you are fixing almost everything else in your life. Sleep is the foundation for anything we do. If you want your quality of life back until you fix your sleep, it's just not going to happen. He fixed my snoring. He fixed my sleep apnea, which it was a really beneficial thing for me because sleep apnea, that can kill you. Sinus issues, he can help you with that as well. Did a procedure on my wife's sinuses. She breathes a whole lot better now. Texas Sinus and Snoring is the name of the practice. He fixed my deviated septum a year ago, and now I breathe better the entire day long, not just while I'm sleeping. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbento.com.
Hey, Houston, it's Seth Payne from Sports Radio 610. Look, I know this as well as anyone. Injuries can take you out of the game. But with Mokaram Injury Lawyers, you've got a team that calls the right play every time. From start to finish, they've got your back, making sure you get the justice you deserve. If you're injured, you know what to do. Call my friends at Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. They take care of all the problems that come with an accident. They're available 24/7 and will help you get the assistance you need when you need it. Mokaram Injury Lawyers will fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can take care of your family. They've got over 25 years of experience, and they treat every client with personalized service that you can trust. Plus, your first consultation, it's free. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. All right, let's talk about some of our great neighborhoods in the greater Houston area. Rice Village, Bel Air, West U, Kingwood, Woodland. We take pride in our tree-lined streets and what it means. So let's talk to those people because that is important to your property as anything.
Absolutely. You know, we go into some of these exclusive areas that you've mentioned. And, you know, one of the first things, again, a client will articulate to me is, Louis, how important these trees are to me and how important this curb appeal is to my property and the whole street line. So we go in and start laying out a program depending on what that client's needs are and what I'm seeing that needs to be discussed with that client. And then I'll go, okay, hey, this is what your needs are, and let's go in again and prune and clean those trees up.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reactions starting at 7 on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so there I was, just minding my own business, in my own home. Forget exactly what I was doing, but I was walking by this one area of our house that has a big rug, and I don't know what came over me, and I said, I'm gonna try to do 20 push-ups without stopping.
Hey,
okay.
It did not end well.
How far you get? What'd you get to?
Okay, so we were. How'd this come up yesterday?
I was asking what penance needed to be paid by yourself and myself for selecting the Chargers to win.
Yeah,
that
somebody
game.
said 32 push-ups,
which I still didn't do. My bad.
And I, back in the day, like a lot of us, well, you guys can still do it. I was talking with Clint about this. I used to like to jog half a mile, do 20 push-ups, jog half a mile, do 15, same thing, 10, and then go back up 10, 15, 20. And it was great for my upper body and cardio. It was great. I haven't done 20 push-ups without stopping in years.
Mm-hmm.
I still exercise, walk, jog, all that stuff. But I'm lazy on my upper body, which I need to fix. So I'm walking in my hallway there, and I went, how many can I do?
Today's the day? You just want to set a bait?
I want y'all to guess. I'm going to put you on the spot.
I want to give enough time for the listener to get involved, too. Again, text line 713-572-4610. The YouTube is also available.
I'm going to do some push-ups today, babe.
I'm telling you right now, it did not end well. All right, so that's a hint.
He didn't get to 20. Do you think it's over 10?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. All right.
And this is no disrespect, but I'm going to say no.
Hey, I'm telling you. I'm not disrespected.
All right. Tommy got 11 on the YouTube, and I feel like it's really I feel like he can't be like 5. Like, I feel like he did a respectable amount, because this was like he was trying to prove something to him.
Well, just as background, this is as recently as not even 8 or 10 years ago. I would do 45 during
That's what I'm saying.
During a 3-mile run.
So we got 7 come in. Yeah. We got 9 on the Twitch as well, because of course the Twitch is there. 610 Houston. I'm going to lock in.
I'm going to say 8.
Wow, okay. I'm going to lock in at 11. I'm going to lock in 11. I think he did 11. So
I think you're both kind of right.
We got 8. Oh, what do you mean? You was doing half push-ups?
I got to 8. I got to 8, and I could feel I wasn't going to get to 20. So I might have been able to get to 11 or 12. I said, screw it. I got mad at myself. I got pissed off.
Figgy wins.
I did 8, and then on 8, I was kind of like, you kind of start to shake a little bit. And I was just so mad. I said, screw this.
That's a mental thing too, man.
Yeah. I could have gotten to 11, maybe 12 if I was really
All right, so let
lucky.
us know tomorrow what you get tonight, because now
I'm sore.
Yeah.
Like I'm sore.
And so you get back after tonight, and then we'll sort of
tomorrow.
listen.
Maybe
okay,
tomorrow.
We will get an update on that on Thursday.
It's embarrassing. I mean, I used to pop them out, man. It's humiliating.
Yeah, back in my day.
Okay.
Used to throw the ball.
Hey, some of these people didn't believe in you all, and some of these people believed in you a lot. We got an 18 come in, a 15
out of baby.
come in.
Out of baby.
They thought you do be out here fishing. Like, you got to have some level of.
Yeah. That's about the only upper body.
But see, push-ups is a little different.
Yeah,
man,
it's different muscle groups.
It's a mental thing.
Also body type.
Body type, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you say you moving a little bit more.
Like
weight
I always used to be able to bench press more than I could do push-ups.
Really?
Yeah.
It's always interesting, those like incongruencies.
Yeah.
In strength. But yeah, so keep
8.
doing them. Now
freaking 8.
All of a sudden, I'm invested in like your upper body strength. Oh man, we gonna circle back around, and then we gonna set the over under at 9.5. Does he get to 9.5 tomorrow?
Do some pull-ups.
Pull-ups I could never really do very many.
I couldn't do. I could do dips. I couldn't do pull-ups.
Yeah.
Very good.
These are my confessions.
I realize I've not been. I guess this is my confession. I've not been making the best use of the time slot that we have here, 10 to 2 a.m. or 10 to 2 p.m. 10 to 2 a.m. would be insane. 10 to 2 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. So, off work at 2, what are you going to do? Get some things done. It's a pretty sweet deal. You're not dealing with traffic necessarily. So yesterday I was like, we're going to try and make use of this. We're going to try and make use of this. I got back to the apartment, and then I was like, nah, we got to do something. We got to do something. So I popped over to a nice little Cajun restaurant not far from here. Got me a
hurricane.
12 oysters on a half shell and a crawfish po' boy. I was doing it up. And ladies and gentlemen, I got back to the apartment and I slept. I was feeling good because of that hurricane. So I was like, that was
kind of curious where you went, because I went to a Cajun spot a couple of days ago.
Right here, right?
Yeah, no, not far from here.
Not far. Okay,
not far from here.
I went over in Stafford.
It's a raging place.
Yeah, it was a cool spot. And man, I had I sat down on the couch and I was like, I can't do nothing right now. I can't get into doing any prep.
I quit.
And then I realized very soon, I was like, oh, nap time is about to come. So I took a couple of hours nap there, and I woke back up, and I was like, I need some time to ramp up. I wasted is probably not the word I should use. But there was a good 4 hours where I was not useful to anyone. I was not useful to anybody. And I was like, okay, I might have done a little much on trying to make use of this time. But I am going to do better about trying to make use of that time, like 2 to 7.
Yeah, just go eat some more Cajun.
Okay. Yeah, good call.
These are my confessions.
So Arian Foster was at the game on Saturday, and remember we played the clip of him saying, I'm not really a rah-rah type of guy and all that stuff, and what you want me to say type thing. I got to confess, I think I'm the same way, man. I realized this, and my wife actually brought it up to me. So, I'm an Ohio State guy, and I was watching the game. I'm not really the big smack talker. Like, it's a lot of UT fans around here and I love UT, but I was like, man, I'm not the type of person like, yeah, we gonna take you down and all that stuff. I just want a good game, man. And I realize I'm not really that much of a smack talker, man, when it comes to, team on team thing. And I even went through that with Show. Well, it feels good to say Show. I went
That's another confession.
Yeah, I went through that with Ron and Show Hughley. He a big smack talker when it comes to the Chiefs. And when we had our little bet, I'm not really that smack talker. I'm just like, man, let's just get to the game. I'm not the real loud guy at the bar. I'm just like the quiet, like, yes.
You and Arian, man.
Yeah, man.
You and Arian. But there's nothing. I mean, some people just aren't wired that way.
Yeah. I'm not like, I'm a big fan, but I'm just like, let's get it.
That works. I mean, it keep you out of some of those issues where you end up in a spot where you're outnumbered. Like, I have so much respect and sometimes a little bit of shame for them folks that get out there and they're like, I don't care. They get into that Jon Snow bag where it's like, it is me versus 200 people in this bar, and I do not care. I'm going to be loud and talk crazy. And I'm like, wow, you have a lot of belief in these other people's self-control to not hit you over the head.
I remember that happening back in the day. I was when I was living in Cleveland. It was one lone Baltimore Raven fan in there, the loudest dude in the world. And what made things worse, the Ravens was kicking their ass.
Oh,
man.
sure. Not just back then.
It
took me a second, but you're right.
Since this day. Since forever.
Back in the day, last week.
To this day. To this day.
Yeah.
But it was kicking their ass.
Do we need to hit the thing? Do we need to do the thing? Does this rise to the level?
Breaking news.
Just hit it for a second.
What is breaking news?
It's a little bit of breaking. Just hit it for like 2 seconds.
All right.
All right, that's good. It's not that big.
Oh, okay. All right, we're only going to half. Okay, very good.
I don't think it's that big.
There is, I'm interested in this. Well, let's talk about this, actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I know that we were in confessions, but this just came across the news wire, or technically even the waiver wire, as the Texans have waived wide receiver Deontay Johnson. And maybe more important?
I think more important.
That's also big news.
They've also placed Cade Stover on injured reserve.
I think that's bigger.
I mean, Deontay Johnson?
They waived Deontay Johnson, which who knew you were kicking the tires? I mean, who knew how big of a...
Somebody said didn't even wave back. Oh, man. No, that's wild because, like, Deontay Johnson, he has skills, but they never...
They were just like, what the hell, let's give it a shot. But Cade Stover?
Yeah.
On injured reserve?
Yeah.
After getting 4 catches, 4 targets.
That's bigger.
Was a nice kind of check down guy for CJ in that game.
Yeah.
Whew.
I think that's bigger. So now what?
I don't know. Like the prospect of the possibility of Deontay Johnson was big.
Yeah, I felt like we kind of hyped it up a lot. Like, man, he could
just like every other team
something.
he's been on. I mean, that's the thing. Just like every other team he's been. To me, it was like, I think I said that. Kick the tires. Kick the tire. Let's see what happens.
No, for sure.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
And that was something that we had questions about. Was like, hey, you got him some touches, and after CJ was out of the game in Tennessee in Week 18, and he it felt like, hey, it seems like this is going to be a viable thing. And then against the Chargers, you just see him get the ball, and I do wonder like what caused them to go this route. Especially, I mean, you're adding Cade Stover to the IR. It's not like you don't have space necessarily,
right.
like you're activating somebody in his stead.
So there will be something happening
Which
here.
is interesting because this was not only supposed to be a kick the tires on, can he help you through the rest of the season? It's like, is this a guy that you can maybe sign next year to be helpful? That does make me wonder, like, is this a personality type thing? And that's purely speculation.
No, it's fair.
But is this that part of it where he felt like he was not being involved and it just didn't fit for what he was looking for? Because it seems like he has the capability to do the things that you need on the field.
Yeah.
It continually seems like the other places that he's not been able to stick is because of, I don't know, mentality or fit or, what chemistry, whatever.
Yeah.
And again, this seems to have happened here, which is kind of disappointing.
I do have one more confession that is tied in with Saturday's upcoming game.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
What is it? Tuesday. I'm already sick and tired. Not just sick and tired of the whole, this referee is calling the Texans and Chiefs game, and Clay Martin is refereeing the Kansas City-Houston game, and Kansas City is 6-0 against whenever he's refereeing.
His wife is a Chiefs fan.
Chiefs game. Man, I don't know. I think it was Sean Pendergast said this, and I was like, yes, that's how I feel as well. Chiefs are damn good. They're going to be 6-0 with me calling them. With a lot of people calling a game. If you think the Chiefs get favorable calls, I can't say I haven't questioned a lot of Patrick Mahomes calls.
Yeah.
But quarterbacks always get calls like that. Maybe he gets a few more calls like that.
Yeah, there's definitely a benefit of the doubt factor that they do seem to get. But I mean, what you gonna do about it, right? Like, yeah, that is something.
I'm just already tired of the whole.
It's one of the reasons why I try not to really complain about refs too much often, because it's just kind of what you have there, right? If there's something that's particularly egregious, we'll talk about it certainly. But for me personally, I'm like, hey man, this is I've come from the school of thought of the refs are there, they are what they are. And you just have to do your best to overcome those odds of it. And yes, sometimes it can feel like you're playing against the referees as well. That's the nature of sports, man.
There's going to be bad calls. Now, quarterbacks are always going to get more of those questionable types.
Now, if you are somebody, though, that feels the need for these things, Clay Martin, this is his 5th playoff game as the head referee. The rest of the crew is officials from different staff, Hughley, Blakeman, Brad Rogers crew. Home teams are 4-0 straight up and 2-2 against the spread. The Chiefs are 6-0, as you mentioned, straight up, 2-4 against the spread. So I don't know if what that does for you in that way. With Clay Martin as the top there's more information there that we can maybe break down at another point, courtesy of NFL Ref Stats 1 on Twitter. But yeah, that's what you're looking forward to in this game. We'll maybe at 1 we'll circle back around to like our more impressions about Deontay Johnson and Cade Stover, because if you did not hear, Deontay Johnson has been waived by the Texans, just recently acquired on the waiver wire a few weeks ago, just before the Baltimore Ravens game, just before Christmas, and now he's saying sayonara to the team. However, also, Cade Stover, tight end, got 4 catches in this past game, placed on IR. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is a Tuesday. There's college football stuff to be talked about, so we're going to do some college football on a Tuesday next.
Let's do it, and let's get you to the Houston Auto Show and all.
Selection varies by location while supplies last.
In a power outage, keep everything in your home, including your AC, running at half the cost of a generator. Visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I realized I didn't make good on a few things earlier in the show. I'll see if I can later. But some breaking news for the Houston Texans. Deontay Johnson has been waived just, 3 games after he was acquired? 2 weeks, 3 games. Yeah. Because it was right before the Baltimore Ravens game, the Titans game, and, of course, the wild card game this past weekend. And, he claimed off waivers right before the Ravens game. Did not play then because that was 2 days after. And then now, before you go and play the Kansas City Chiefs, he has indeed. That's kind of crazy. It's the Kansas City Chiefs bracketed his tenure as
that's right.
As a Houston Texan. Now I think about it. That's Kansas City Week 15. That's Saturday.
Then they bring him in.
Sunday he comes in, and then doesn't play. Then basically doesn't.
I don't know what that means, but it means.
I don't think it means anything. It was just that is just my stupid brain finding a pattern where I was like, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll talk more about that and Kate Stover going to the injured reserve. We'll talk about that at 1. Who else is left? What does that maybe mean? We'll get into that. But it is a Tuesday, and I do want to do a little college football on a Tuesday as we didn't give. Y'all gonna be sick of him already. We didn't give Figgy enough time to gloat.
I just talked about that in the last segment, man. I'm not that big rah-rah guy, man.
It was, we really haven't had a chance to talk about it too much.
Yeah.
Because it was Friday night. And
I was impressed by the University of Texas Longhorns, the way that you remember, I was very much on it. I thought that Ohio State was going to have.
It looked like it might.
A pretty easy game here. And Texas kept it close, obviously within the trenches and all that. But, it's just you keep coming back to that one play call that maybe could have shifted the way that this game finished up at the end.
Look, I think, this felt like Ohio State was in control for most of the first half, and then you look up and the score is like, oh man, Texas is right here.
Quite a few of those games have happened recently, including obviously the Saturday game versus the Chargers for the Texans, where you just go, hey, if I just did not have a score bug or if I didn't look up at the scoreboard, this game feels a lot different. And that Cotton Bowl definitely felt like.
But then they made some their own plays to their credit. Then all of a sudden they had a chance to tie it, and you say one play,
Two, probably.
It was at least 2, and who knows what was going to. Well, the third one ended up awful. It ended up being a season ender. But like first and goal at the 1. Steve Sarkisian. We talked about it too going into the game. Red zone offense versus great red zone defense. Boy, it was just like picture perfect. Prototypical. Texas has struggles in the red zone, and Ohio State is really good in the red zone. And by the way, that decided the game. I wanted to ask you a question, though.
Okay.
Because I've picked up on a lot of this. I'm sure you have as well.
Yep.
It seems like a lot of Longhorns, like the feeling of devastation, which we all feel when our team, goes out, especially at that level.
As close as they were to returning to a national championship level, like this is Steve Sarkisian, who oddly enough, his name has come up in Dallas Cowboys head coach conversations.
Who hasn't?
Fair enough. He's done something that I haven't seen a coach do there for a very long time, which is like establish themselves in the trenches and really have.
That's how you win in the SEC, and he's been in the SEC.
Big 12 even as well, because they hadn't put an offensive lineman in the first round in forever.
Yeah,
the Texas Longhorns.
But what I was going to say is like it's like the devastation has almost been tempered a little bit because it's Arch time. I'm seeing that a lot. Like you're up, Arch Manning. Right after it, which I'm not going to disagree with the kid's talent because he seems to have all the elements and all the tools. But, boy, you get these chances so rarely.
Yeah, to be right there on the doorstep.
So tough.
Which is why I understand and I appreciate. I think I was talking about this with Figgy on Saturday. I respect what Sark did in really making it abundantly clear all year long that, hey, man, this is Quinn Ewers' team. We believe in him and his capability. I do think it was a little foolhardy because it felt like, and I guess you were on the doorstep of winning this game, but it's still something I've said multiple times, and I stand by it. Quinn Ewers was a mitigating and a limiting factor on this Texas team, and particularly that offense. I think that, and not at practice, so maybe the Arch Manning, the actual like throwing of the football was not at a place where they felt like it was better than what Quinn Ewers gave them. That is a possibility, but the ability to run and all those things, that felt very much, to me at least, like Alabama in that championship game where they go from Jalen Hurts and like, hey, actually sit next to me, buddy. We're gonna put this Tua Tagovailoa in here to give us an added dimension and a different element. I feel like that was a game where you probably would have benefited from that. However, they stuck to their guns. They let Quinn Ewers finish out his tenure, and I think that after waiting for how many years after signing a 5-star recruit in Arch Manning, highly regarded, I get how Texas fans are like, no. Now we finally,
I get it too.
Finally, are going to get to see what he can actually do.
That's one of the hard. It's so hard. It's just so hard. Anything can happen here, but amazing effort there just to get there back-to-back to the semifinals. It's pretty dang impressive. But I have a question for Figgy as well.
Figgy!
I had another little revelation yesterday. I started thinking about what we mentioned with Ryan Day, and you said that no matter what, he could even win a national championship, and Buckeyes fans are still going to be going kind of sick to their stomach because they lost to Michigan. What if they lose the national championship? Was it as bad as it's ever been?
No, I don't think it's going to be a place where they fire the coach or he got to go type of thing.
But the blowback,
the blowback is this guy can't win a big game.
After that,
that's going to be the story. He can't win a big game. He lost to Michigan, and he got in the playoffs. Got here. That's
not wrong.
That's why I'm that's revelation.
That's going to be the story because
beat Texas with an epic play in an epic game. Nah, he can't win the big game.
I mean, you could easily flip that on their head, which, I mean, Ohio State fans would have been inclined to do. You let Texas hang around.
Well, we talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, this is Ohio State. This ain't a smaller school that's just happy to be here. Like it's time for a national championship. The last one was 10 years ago.
Especially like as a huge favorite in this game, you know that.
What is it, 8.5?
Yeah. A huge favorite in this game, and then man, to let that go in a year where you lost to Michigan and you had no business losing to Michigan. And this is the tough thing. I think the fan base and the administration, they're not the same. However, and I can't really speak for the administration, that fan base is going to be at that man's house.
I mean, they're going to be affected. They're going to hear it.
Yeah.
Another
thing, college football on Tuesday. You still with this. You still with this Notre Dame though, right? Like that. How confident?
Hey, man. Those are two different questions.
Okay, fair enough. That is true. Those are two different questions.
I'm still with Notre Dame. I'm feeling really good. I like the look of this squad, which is why I made a $100, let's say, imaginary bet on them to win the national championship, and it could be quite profitable. But your second part, I don't know, man. I love the looks of this Notre Dame team. I think they're pretty complete defensively. Riley Leonard can, he seems to be just a big game kind of guy. But as Figgy said, that's Ohio State, and that is a loaded squad.
Yeah.
I mean, loaded.
I felt real – the college football playoff has been – it's giving you kind of some entertaining games, but these are the things that still kind of frustrate me about it. And there was a nice thing about it, which was you had these home playoff games, which brought that environment that only college football can give back to some of the postseason type stuff where you're going to – these neutral sites in these NFL stadiums a lot of times, and it's like, hey, this doesn't feel like it still has that same energy that college football brings that you have when you play at home. And this is where the money side of it all kind of shows up, as obviously you mentioned Ohio State, Notre Dame, they're playing for the national championship on MLK Day on the 20th. With that, there's only apparently been allocated 500 tickets per institution.
500?
How we have found this out is that there are some fans that have, from the schools that have, gone to their respective schools, in this instance, Ohio State. They got an email that responded, and I'll read it as verbatim. Thank you for submitting your ticket request to follow the Buckeyes to the College Football Playoff National Championship game in Atlanta, Monday, January 20th. Unfortunately, the demand for game tickets well exceeded the supply of tickets available, and they are unable to fill your ticket request for the game. College Football Playoff provides each participating institution 500 student tickets, and over 3,400 students requested tickets from Ohio State. 500
500, there's 60,000 people to go to Ohio State?
Yeah.
And then to talk less of like fans of people like it just geographically that are fans of the team or whatever.
That sounds kind of funny, man.
And it's awful.
And what is Mercedes-Benz Stadium has seats how many? It's got to seat like 80.
No, is it more than that?
Oh man.
But you know what I hate most about this response? They're saying, "Oh, they didn't give us." They're saying the college football playoff provides they only gave us 500 tickets. Well, they is you. Because you're part of the problem here with the money that you're making.
Sorry, 71,000.
71,000. Because it's like they're trying to just pass the buck here. Oh, they did it. They didn't they only gave us 500. Well, you're cashing some pretty dang big checks, and you have a lot of power as a college football institution as a college playoff institution to maybe remedy that. 500?
And maybe this isn't fair to go specifically at the college football playoff inherently. Like any of these championship games kind of feel like they get to this place where it's almost Super Bowl-esque, very corporate, and
but that's part of the problem.
And that does feel like it. But I was amazed to see that they've only allotted if this thing insinuation that Ohio State puts out to their fans is true, 1,000 tickets for students, and then outside of that, whoever else can get a ticket on the secondary market or pay face value for it, then that's cool. Man, like the money hungry nature of this, man, it feels like it's eating into college football, man.
Yeah,
and I hate it.
It's just
hate
the worst.
it so much.
Just the worst.
Yeah, but there you go. Still excited for that game that'll happen on Monday, and of course we'll talk about it next week on college football. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and making sure to keep you in the loop, I have to remind you, if you have not heard, just not more than 20 minutes ago, we learned that the Houston Texans have waived Deontay Johnson, a wide receiver that they just got on the waiver wire not more than 3 weeks ago. And in addition to that, Cade Stover has been placed on IR. So let's talk about that. What happened with Deontay Johnson? What were the hopes that were dashed, and what does that mean for the Texans going into this weekend's matchup against the Chiefs? We'll do that next.
For a wild card. Here, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig with you. Maybe not nearly as happy a Tuesday for one Deontay Johnson as we got news that Deontay Johnson has been waived by the Houston Texans, not more than 3 weeks, something like that.
2.5, barely more than 2.
For him being acquired via the waiver wire just after the Kansas City Chiefs game at Week 15. He played 2 games with your Texans. He tied his game in Week 18 in Nashville, and of course, he featured lightly. Is probably the way that I have to say it in the game against the Chargers, the wild card game. On Saturday, and now he's gone. What do we make of him? And actually, before I even get there, it's also worth noting, along with that move, another move was made, not a corresponding move because it does not add to the 53-man roster.
Yeah.
But Kate Stover, who caught a few patches, 4 passes to be specific, in that game, he has been placed on injured reserve.
Yeah, I'm more bothered by the Kate Stover thing by a pretty good bit.
Yeah,
by a long shot.
Because I mean, both of these pass catchers, both of these guys who you were anticipating helping this team as you try and make a deep run in the playoffs. But Deontay Johnson is the one that was the real sexy name, especially when you consider the wide receiver core that now is left with 4 guys.
They don't look. I kiddingly tweeted it's Jackson Janke time in Houston. He's the one that they had during camp.
All right.
I said kiddingly, but they had him during camp. He and his twin brother released him or whatever they did with him. Then they brought him back. He's been on the practice squad. And I'm starting to wonder, I'm really just kind of half kidding. Like, look at their wide receiver. They only have 4 receivers on the active roster right now.
Give them to me.
Nico, of course.
Nico Collins, yes.
Xavier Hutchinson,
yes.
John Mechie, and Robert Woods. What kind of confidence does that give you?
Whew.
They only got 4.
And most of the outside of Nico, those were like the bottom 4 too.
Those are guys
we thought was fighting for a camp spot.
I mean, Mechie got targets in this game, but I mean,
had some bad plays.
Had some drops in there. Fumble. And then you had Xavier Hutchinson, who just had the one reception. I imagine that's probably, well, that's not probably why, any reason why, but I think that you could probably see a little bit more of an uptick in receptions for him. I think probably Jared Wayne gets involved here as well.
Let me go there then.
Yeah.
These are the receivers. Man. These are the receivers on the practice squad. I mentioned Jackson Janke, or Yankee, however he pronounces it.
Daddy Yankee. I always call him that.
Xavier Johnson. What's your favorite Xavier Johnson memory, Figgy?
Oh, when you just said his name right now, with all due respect.
And Jared Wayne.
Which I don't have a favorite. I have a least favorite Jared Wayne memory, with all due respect to him as well. It's not. I don't know. I was like, I don't know how to parse that because.
Oh, Johnny Johnson III.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Johnny.
Yeah.
No, I actually know who
Johnny.
He is. He be around a little bit.
The Johnson's kid. Yeah. But that's slim pickings,
man.
Yeah, no, it is, and
we in a playoff game, man.
Which speaks to why it's so odd that they ultimately decided to waive him. Which, I mean, it feels like it can't point to anything else than attitude or some sort. Like, clearly, that is something that is carried with him, right? With the Panthers, where he started the season, then he ends up in Baltimore, which is one of those places that is, hey man, usually a great locker room, great environment, and he ultimately leaves there after barely playing at all.
He's been on 4 teams in a year.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then when he gets here, it was very obvious and evident. D'Amico Ryans was like, hey, it's a clean slate here. And not more than 3 weeks later, here he is being waived. I know that there was some reporting coming out of the locker room post-game. I know Chancellor Johnson was the one that...
but he didn't look happy or whatever.
Did not seem to be pouting after, in the midst of all these other guys celebrating and, lighting their cigars, smoking that Rex Ryan pack, right? Deontay Johnson seemed to be not very happy. And we were all kind of a little perplexed as to why he was not getting more involvement. I know I was sitting next to Sean Bijani in the press box during the wild card game, and he was like, "Yo, where's Deontay?" That was something that we were all kind of looking for, but to some extent, it still feels wild to have to maybe not be in the right headspace or however you want to parse that, however you want to say that, to the point of being released on a team that is still in the playoffs, still going, and it's not like you're going to bounce somewhere else in this instant, is
He
there?
should be kissing the ground in that locker room. Kissing the ground. You're on this team with this coach, with this culture, in the playoffs, and you're sulking. And you mentioned it earlier. It might speak to an attitude problem. No, my opinion, it is an attitude problem. 4 teams in 1 year, that happening in the locker room after one of the best wins in the entire organization's history. Yeah, that's an issue. There is an issue. You might want to say attitude, but at minimum, there is an issue with him. So, but all that said, I'm still more worried about the tight end position.
Yeah, Cade Stover placed on injury reserve. Do we have a good idea of like what the actual injury that he's dealing with is there?
Yeah.
But now you have 2 tight ends on your back to this, where it is. Well, Teagan is around, is he not? I'll have to double check again as I think about it. But of course, Dalton Schultz is there, who got 4 targets himself, a couple of catches, and then you're back to Irv Smith getting involved there. No?
Yeah, Irv Smith and obviously Dalton Schultz are the ones that are on the roster right now, the active roster. But beyond that, you talk about
Teagan's on the IR. That's right.
Yeah, Teagan's on the IR. So that's what I was going to say right here. I just gave you the wide receivers on the practice squad. Let me give you the tight ends on the practice squad. That's the list.
Come on. I was waiting. I was like, all right, here it come. Here come the tight ends.
0.
Ooh.
None.
So maybe they will have to run CJ. No, this is a little concerning. And I understand that it's not like you were going to, have all 5 of those guys wide receiver wise and throw them all the football, and even tight end wise, you're usually using 2 for the most part. There's very little room for, shall we say, error, right? Like injury, knock on wood, would really be a problem, in with this team. But yeah, man, you're next man up. You are stretching it to the furthest extent.
There's no man to step up.
Yeah,
next man up is a great idea. Where's the man? Where is a man? They have none right now on the practice squad in terms of tight ends. So, Andrew Beck, anyone?
I like to say Andrew Beck.
He was effective. I'm not going to say he was great, but he was effective. He obviously had the big kickoff return. I'm not talking about that last year, but he was an effective blocker, a better blocker.
Yes, I mean when he played this year, it felt like, oh man, I see the benefit of having a fullback that blocks in that particular way instead of running a tight end in that situation. But man, this is quite a frustrating thing, especially because like the Deontay Johnson, to go back there, right? Like clearly did not have the best attitude and was not utilized a lot, which makes me wonder if he was able to internalize the plays. That was the thing that D'Amico and others kind of made a big deal about, if he can grab the playbook very quickly, which it seems like maybe he did not do to a high level. But man, that was also in addition to like, hey, giving you somebody that has a good ability to run routes and has some nice raw talent, right? Natural ability, I should say.
Yeah.
You were starting to think about, okay, also what are you going to look like for next season, right? Like, is this a guy that can maybe help you next year? As Tank Dell is not going to be back by the start of the season. I think we're all probably in that space.
He's having surgery tomorrow.
That is right. Like that feels like that would be a quite the stretch to expect him back to start the season, or even like for a majority of the season, right? Stephon Diggs is also going through his rehab. What would that look like? And he is a free agent anyways, right? You don't have a lot of guys that you go, hey, we can lean on those guys. So you're looking at, is this a way that you could find a guy who could help you going forward? And here he is.
I mean, they could activate Quatoriano. So that's the obvious.
They could, and we've been waiting for some of that. But
so it's Bear.
But Teagan ain't like ultimate pass catcher either.
I think he's okay. I mean, he's had his moments catching the ball. So it's not like they don't have anybody that they could call up from IR, because Quatoriano is there. But practice squad, nobody. And, maybe. And they have, oh, by the way, they have 2 open roster spots.
Yes, because of both of these moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be. And it really does feel like, hey, Jared Wayne, you will come up and you will be that 5th wide receiver. They trusted him enough to put him in routes versus Kansas City anyways. Is that going to be something that factors in there? Maybe once Teagan is activated, and you go again, you go with what you have. But man, another I don't know. I don't want to make it too big because, again, he didn't. Deontay didn't factor in a lot. Cade clearly did, but I think what's your confidence level on Irv? Because I've liked when I've seen Irv.
I think he can block.
Yeah,
I think he's a good blocker, and obviously he's experienced. I mean, at this point, it's like you almost have to. You almost have to. Hopefully, Couturiano's going to be well enough to be activated, but beyond that, there's nobody. And at the wide receiver position, you got 4 dudes.
So this is, hey man, this is Mechie. We got to be better. I know that you don't have like a history of fumbling, but that game, of not holding on to the football or what have you, that can't happen again. Xavier's going to get more looks. I think that there's probably people clamoring for that. Get a little bit more involved. He seems to have the opportunity, and then it feels like Robert Woods will also need to. And that's the whole wide receiving core, right? That we name, but going to need those guys in particular to give you more when it comes to the passing game in order to be successful against the Kansas City Chiefs team. This is good, man. That defense, that Spagnuolo defense, is not something to be trifled with.
Stay healthy, Dalton Schultz. I don't think he's had a superb year, but he's had a good year. And against that defense, if you don't have some sort of tight end threat, that's just another hurdle to overcome.
Hey, man, Deontay Johnson has gone through 4 teams in the league.
In a year.
Hey, man, there's only so many teams, and if you keep coming up with this being the issue, he's not going to last long in this.
And not only that, man, you was under Mike Tomlin, you went to DeMeco Ryans, you went to John Harbaugh. If you can't get it going with those coaches, you might have to look in the mirror, man.
Oof. And then obviously we mentioned. You mentioned the guys that you have. Jared Wayne, Xavier Johnson, Johnny Johnson, and Jackson Janke are the guys that you have on the practice squad. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We were talking about all last week about bulletin board material, which is part of where this came from, right? You have in the midst of the celebration, smoking cigars, you got Joe Mixon smoking on that Rex Ryan pack because Rex Ryan was out here talking crazy about the Texans. It looks like we have some more bulletin board material now coming courtesy of Stephen A. Smith about this Texans team.
I'm giving the Texans 0 chance against the Chiefs. 0. I mean, it was a nice season. They've had a lot of injuries. And if Dillon and Diggs and those brothers were available, I'd feel differently. But no, they don't have a chance against they don't have a chance against the Kansas City Chiefs. When you look at the Houston Texans, I don't see them. I give them no chance of beating the Kansas City Chiefs this upcoming weekend.
No chance? No chance? Just like Rex Ryan?
Smoking on a Stephen A. Smith pack?
The crazy thing is, in that same clip, he pretty much gave the Commanders a better chance to beat the Lions rather than the Texans beating the Chiefs.
I mean, I don't agree with that, but no chance with the Texans with this. Did he not see the defensive performance?
That's the thing, right? Yeah. And not to give Rex Ryan any level of grace, right? But maybe you just ain't watched the Texans in a little while, and I mean, you weren't watching the Week 18 game versus the Titans, and you saw them against the Baltimore Ravens, and that was your last impression of what they had, and you're like, man, ain't no way. Maybe that could happen. After they did that against the Chargers, where it's particularly defensively, they're turning the football over and all this. You can't say no chance, man. For real?
It's actually easier to understand why Rex Ryan said what he said than what Stephen A. said what he said.
And that is no credit to Rex Ryan.
That's not saying anybody here is giving him credit, but after what the Texans had done against Baltimore and just sort of slogging their way through the end of the season, it's easier to understand how he got there to bye week than it is for Stephen A. Smith to say no chance.
No chance
after what you saw Saturday.
Oh yeah, he playing again. We're trying to get this played. We're gonna try and get this play back, and then also from the 2A1, he know what he's doing. He's betting heavy on the Texans. Like, we're gonna put this money over here and see if we can make this stretch. Although I have a strong feeling
he's trying to affect the spread.
He does not need Vegas to make more money. He makes more money than God. It feels like.
Yeah.
And a fair point comes in on the text line. A very fair point. J.J. Watt played tight end at Central Michigan, didn't he?
He sure did. Pretty decent tight end.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it feels like you need a tight end, huh?
What do you have, 3 pick sixes in his career or something like that? Let's go.
We're not actually. I had to say it. The text came in, but yeah, nah. Okay. But yeah, Deontay Johnson no longer on the team. I'm still trying to find a way to process that.
Yeah.
That's a wild thing to just have pop up on a Tuesday. But yeah, the Texans practicing today, and then we should hear from D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud later in the day. But yeah, this is the Wednesday as they move towards a Saturday game against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. Of course, you know the time and you know the day, Saturday, 3:30, and you'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, this is about the time where we turn it over to our guy Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what you got?
Yeah, so I'm gonna look through these Dura Rapper's tweets. He do a lot of tweets, and I want to know if he have a serious problem.
Probably.
Plus, hanging out at Starbucks might have to pay now.
What?
Oh,
we can't just go to Starbucks? All right. We'll hear about this next.
After crushing the 30-12, the Texans are headed to Kansas City for Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. I want to get right into this, man. So it's a rapper by the name of 42 Doug.
Oh, I've heard of him before.
I'm sure. Yeah, I was
honestly, I was gonna be surprised.
Yeah, it's a rapper by the name of 42 Doug from Detroit.
I have not, by the way.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, man. Like, he's a good rapper. He's okay. I'm not really a big fan of his, but he's out there. Mm-hmm. And so I recently just found his social media, his Twitter. Mm-hmm. And when I tell you, I want to read all of his tweets, or I got some of his main tweets. I'm gonna read them. I want to know if he have a problem.
Okay.
All right. So I need your opinion.
I'm guessing. I'm just gonna go ahead and put in my answer of yes, but we'll go through the process.
So this was a tweet from December 20th last year. He tweeted, "Jimmy Butler, you know you want whole ass ninja, boy."
Woo! I'm not gonna lie. I trust you, Figgy. I know that you know what you're doing. That moment, I was like, "Oh, he is missing the stop. He is missing the exit ramp. He is not gonna hit this." Woo! Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't even hear what you said.
Yeah. I heard.
Can you say it one more time? Wow.
No, we're good.
Here's another tweet. This is December 21st. The Kings are so bleeping weak. What the bleep ninjas be having going on, boy?
Still sort of walking that line there.
Oh, I already have a feeling what this is, but before I levy a guess, I want to get a little bit more data. Can you give me one more?
Yeah. So here's another tweet. This is December 23rd. I ain't gonna speak on Jalen Hurts. Wait a minute. He said, I think he had a misspell in here, or a misread in here.
Okay.
He said, I ain't going to speak on Jalen Hurts.
What is he saying?
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
I do feel like I have enough data, you know.
Oh, he said, I ain't going to Jalen Hurts on how much he cost me last night.
There it is.
That was
yep,
tweet.
there it is.
So
and full confirmation.
The original tweet, I'm going to read the original tweet, what he said. I had to figure it out. He said, I ain't going to speak on Jalen Hurts and how much he cost me last night.
Yeah.
So I had to try to figure that out.
Yeah. But it's very evident. He has been on that. He's been on that FanDuel.
He's a gambler.
He's been on that what are the other ones? Bovada. Mm-hmm. He's been on those. Yeah.
Let me read another one.
DraftKings.
Let me read another one. He said, Russell Wilson is so bleeping weak, old ass. You know what? Give it up. Give it the bleep up. You costing. You know what? Money. Wow. Merry bleeping Christmas.
Wow. Oh, he was betting on. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So he's not having a good month.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
He tweeted that on Christmas.
He's not having a good month.
I do wonder, like, does he tweet about all his stuff, or do he just be losing all the time? Right? You know what I mean? Are these all the tweets, all his bets, and he's just losing all this money?
Yeah,
is he just signing over his record deal over to DraftKings?
It's just all over the place, man. He said Geno Smith, a very special dude. That's all I'm gonna say, boy. Whatever need to happen for the Seahawks to not get in the playoffs need to happen Sunday morning. Lord, amen.
Okay, so that was a futures bet.
This one, I think Lopez could probably answer this one. He tweeted, "Hey, who's the corner for Texas A&M? I gotta know." And that was December 28th.
Will Lee.
Wait, hold on. He's trying to get names. What he trying to do with that corner?
He said, "I gotta know."
Yeah, he's good. Will Lee.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of that is. I'm gonna go. Handle that.
Is it good, or did somebody
maybe he
mess
made
up?
a play that he didn't want to see?
Yeah, it sounded like that.
To go back to the original question, no, he is not okay, like at all. He definitely has a problem. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are developing this problem.
Oh,
to
for sure.
a big degree.
For
That's
decades.
making me really uncomfortable. Yeah, no, but we've accelerated it. It makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do two more because these are hilarious.
Okay, so what do we have? We have football, we have basketball, college football involved here.
Yeah.
What else he betting on?
Let's stick with football, man. So, are you a fan of George Pickens?
Oh, who is?
I'm a fan of his.
Who is?
Well, let me tell you what
Press
he
conferences sometimes.
Hey, let me tell you what he said about George Pickens on January 4th. He said George Pickens had bleeping boxing gloves on tonight. Bleeped up a ninja's bankroll. Goofy ass ninja.
Yeah.
By the way, Pickens got there late to a playoff game.
Yeah, man, but he doesn't see the upside in the offense though. Apparently.
Yeah, and last one I get out here on this. Last one he said, and he actually tweeted this yesterday. I want to say yesterday.
Oh wow!
Shout out to the Vikings, man. Sam Darnold ain't it. I'm sorry, man. Leave his fireman looking ass out west.
See, some of these might not even be bets. Some of these is just him being a sports fan.
He might have won that bet. He's like
better on the Rams.
Kind of like told you he ain't it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It took him a while to get to that one.
Yeah.
Though, but.
He also mentioned something about the Chargers. He said, hey, the Chargers, the weakest bleeping team in America. The Bengals deserve that spot, my G.
See, he's not as angry in those last two.
Yeah.
He might have won.
Watching games, or maybe he did win.
He should do a sports show, man. I would like to hear him do a sports show. Maybe he hop on with Cameron.
Yeah, I was like, that's. And who are we talking about? The rapper 42 Doug. Which, look, I guess he probably has. Maybe he has extra money to play with in order to make that happen. But yeah, man, the nature of sports betting, especially because it's one thing if it's like, hey, you got a book, sports book that you go to. Now the idea of bookie. The idea of bookie is scary. But hey, man, well, you know what's scarier? A bookie on your phone that can send you notifications and it has data on you. That's the stuff that's deeply disconcerting.
You know the one thing I thought about with 42 Doug doing this, because a lot of athletes, they get mad at us media types and fans on social media whenever we talk crazy to them.
Oh, they're sick about these
I want to see
bettors.
I want to see one of these athletes stand up to somebody like him. Like
they do. Like they really like specifically a rapper.
Yeah, like this is 42 Doug. Like he from the streets of Detroit or
apparently he's
Michigan.
5'3". That is hilarious.
Yeah,
he is a little guy. I looked up his net worth.
That probably speaks to some of the venom in these tweets.
Hey, he got some Goonies around him though.
I bet
that's all that matters.
Right?
You never know how much of this to believe. But I looked at two different sites. His net worth is between $3 and $5 million. That's not that much.
No, it's not that much.
That's not that much.
He's still a street rap. That's why you probably not really familiar with. You probably heard a song from him, but he's one of those low key rappers.
So what's he doing gambling like that?
Because he's got enough money to do it. Well, I mean,
it's people.
You say that like there's
people
people
with less money.
Look at those people gambling.
There are people who make $42,000 a year, and I say that with absolutely no judgment. But
hey, less than that.
Yeah, we were just
out here gambling.
Somebody said I need a side-by-side of Figgy and 42 Doug. What are you doing right now?
Oh, man. That's
what is happening right now?
We do not look alike, man.
That is
nasty. It's not about
work.
your height. Yeah.
He said fair enough.
But he got them Goonies around him. That's all that matters, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Betting. Wild.
So hanging out at Starbucks is no more, man. Or at least not for free. Mm-hmm. So they changed a couple things. So I want to say this started on Monday, where they are revising the policy that invited everyone into their stores. So now, I guess moving forward, you got to buy something to hang out at Starbucks.
They some real haters, man. They some real haters. I wasn't trying to hang out at Starbucks anyway.
But people take advantage. I actually don't mind this.
What you mean take advantage?
They'll sit in there for 2 hours and do nothing.
Okay.
Except stay on there. They're just there for the free Wi-Fi.
Sure.
That's a business.
I'm actually fine. See, I'm actually fine with that part.
Wait, hold on. Let's press pause. Are you decrying the profit margins of Starbucks right now?
No, it doesn't matter. But they all have.
They don't make enough money, man.
They all have individuals that are owning owning certain restaurants. That's a business. You sitting in there for 2 hours and don't buy squat?
I think that was like one of the last businesses that actually did that too, because a lot of places won't let you do that. They won't let you go to the bathroom unless you buy something.
But I get it. It's Starbucks, billions upon billions. I get it. But the franchisees are trying to make those seats are taken with people that are just drinking water.
Yeah, but see, But see, they're not trying. I think they're trying to please the people that's there too. That
they
actually
give
bought
them a
something.
seat.
Yeah, because me working at I used to work at Starbucks, and it was a lot of times where, unfortunately, homeless people come in there and that kind of drive the other people that paid away, and we couldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah,
like I couldn't tell somebody to leave. You know what I mean? Or they could come in and just ask for water and chill, and it was always creating drama a little bit. So now I'm curious how it's gonna be now, because now these Starbucks people, if you working at Starbucks and somebody in there trying to go to the bathroom, you gotta kick them out, man. That's very unfortunate, and it should make it very uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, I mean, it feels like Starbucks is, like, the brand is big enough that if you're inclined to go to Starbucks, you're going to get your stuff. But I don't know. Like, more power to them. I'm interested to see how this affects, or if at all, if it affects their business, or if they have, like, other things that have been affecting them more. Like, I know that people have been, like, boycotting it for one reason or another.
No, I'm just thinking very straightforward, common reasoning here.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, people go in there and buy something, though.
For the most part.
Yeah,
but you work there? You've probably seen people just camp out.
Hell, there's times I went in there just to kind of camp out a little bit. Like, I needed somewhere to kind of crash real quick for like 30 minutes, and I ain't buy nothing.
Get you this chai right quick, brother.
Yeah, so now I just
get you this pumpkin bread right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is a university called Lake Superior State University, and every year they release a annual list of banned words.
Oh, cool.
So words that are often overused, misused, and annoying words.
Oh, I like this.
What an interesting way to try and get some attention for your university. I imagine Lake Superior University.
And it's a great topic.
Is not
feel free to look up where Lake Superior State University
Well,
is.
I'm guessing it's near Lake Superior, right? Otherwise, that'd be a very odd choice for the name. But most of these colleges, that's one of the reasons why there's all this money in sports, is at least that's supposed to be like the doorstep or the front stoop. Like, hey, get people into the university. This is an interesting way to get your name out there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go through these words. I'm gonna see if y'all agree with these words. The first word is cringe.
Yeah,
I'm kind of tired of that word.
In the common, slang term type. That's cringe.
Yeah, I don't like the way people use it.
Yeah,
man. I don't like that.
I'm good with that.
Game changer.
Interesting.
Is that used in pop culture? How is it used in pop culture?
I don't really use it.
We
as
use it
much.
in sports.
Yeah, and that's maybe we've been inoculated to like it's overused because we've been hearing that all the damn time for years upon years.
Yeah, that's like somebody coming in with some gloves with a little thing on the finger where you could use the phone. Oh, that's a game changer.
Yeah, well, that's how I would use it, but I didn't.
I don't really
does it
use
have a
it that
different
much.
meaning?
I don't.
Yeah.
If it does, I am not familiar with it.
Yeah.
That is the way I'll say that. It seems like that's pretty straightforward, and usually if it is used in a way that feels pretty normal, and it would not. Also, I guess I'm probably pretty permissive in this way because cringe didn't really hit me that hard either. Where I was like, oh, I need that to go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about error? ERA.
Era.
Yeah.
That's a shot at Taylor Swift. Yeah.
And all the Swifties.
So. Yeah.
That is correct.
What about dropped? I don't really understand that one.
Dropped?
Yeah, that one's beyond me. That was beyond me, brother.
Mm-hmm.
This one I kind of get tired of. If you know, you know. So IYKYK.
Yeah.
Well, because people don't use it right.
Yeah.
But I mean, or maybe sometimes they do, and I just feel excluded, and I'm being a hater. Like, why are you not gonna let me know?
And
so I can know too.
And for the most part, it's over something dumb.
Yes,
something silly. Like, oh, if you know, you know. Like, come on, man. Like, don't nobody.
Like, why are we gatekeeping this very stupid anecdote?
Yeah. This is the one that's probably the best one on the list for me.
From the 832, Deontay's a game changer. Yeah. See, now that's why it's banned. You got to ban 832. You see what you did?
Yep. Fringe. This is the one that get me. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, that should have been done 10 years ago.
I hate people that say sorry, not sorry.
That's because you're being smug. You're being a smug jerk. That's why. It's not really the words itself. It's that you are being a... That was a word that I probably couldn't say, but you are being a jerk right now.
Yeah. That should have been done a long time ago.
Yeah, I hate that word. This one, I don't know what this word. I never heard nobody use this word. Is it skibidi?
Oh, skibidi.
Skippity?
Yes, I agree. I agree with this, but that's because
how do people use that?
Yes, it don't mean anything. This is one of those things that you come up with when you're 12. and you did.
Skibbity-doo.
It's just the youths. The youths are using this to mean whatever the hell they wanted to, and it's funny to them, and it's annoying to the rest of us.
Yeah, all right, here's the last couple ones. 100%.
Emoji, right? I mean, what's it called?
No, just the notion of 100%, like, yeah, just as a response.
I would say 110% more so.
I realize that I say 100% probably more.
I say 100% a lot, yeah.
Utilize.
Again,
all right, well,
I don't know.
Why are you attacking me right now? I feel very attacked right now. What did I do to deserve these things?
And the last one, period.
Oh, like such and such, period.
That's right.
Yeah.
To me, I see a lot of females use this term, especially like, I don't want to stereotype anybody, but a lot of hood chicks use the word period a lot, man. Like, I done been around some where they just like, oh yes, girl, period.
You know what I don't get, and my guy Gerard says this a lot. Like, I've said period paragraph, like that's the end of this conversation. A lot of people say period point blank.
Point blank. I say point blank period.
Or point blank. I don't get the point blank in there.
I don't either. Now that I think about it, I haven't really thought about it. I've just kind of.
Where does period paragraph? You know exactly what I'm trying to say, and I'm not saying I'm just saying I use it. It's been invented well before me. but period point blank or point blank period. I'm like, okay.
I have never. That's one of those things that you just never really think about until you get there, and so now I kind of want to go and see what this means.
That means.
Yeah.
All right, we just say it.
Somebody said baby mama just did period on me after asking for more money on Sunday. Oh
wow.
Oh yeah, I imagine that would make that a lot less.
Yeah, I think about the City Girls, the rap group, the City Girls.
That's
period.
That is true. And people are trying to submit. Hey, don't submit it to me. Go ahead and talk to Lake Superior State University in Michigan. Go talk to them.
You looked it up too? I looked it up.
Oh, well, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like, Lake Superior State in Arizona. Like, what are we doing here?
It's right off the lake, Lake Superior.
It is, which makes sense.
What state?
Michigan.
Yeah. Michigan. Okay,
it should be. That's where it should be. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the guys of the drive, Clint and Ron. And before we get there, let's talk a little bit more about what's happening with the Texans next.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Happy Tuesday to you. It is In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you all day. If you just got in the car, if you have not been listening, or if you've somehow missed it, the Texans made a couple of moves today. One of them really, really surprising. The other one pretty disappointing. The first, the surprising, at least to me, Deontay Johnson, a wide receiver who has only played in 2 games for this Texans team, signed off the waiver wire just before the Ravens game. He has been waived after making a little bit of a scene in the locker room after the win versus the Chargers. Everybody else celebrating, and he seemed to be upset, sulking, about playing time. They had to kind of calm him down. He was pretty upset. 1 catch, 16 snaps, 22% of the playing time when it came to the game on Saturday, and so that it seems like, again, the march continues on for him in trying to find a place where he feels like he can get what he believes to be his due, and that's the question that I have for him, because Figgy made a great point. Like, you look at the places that have given him a shot this year. When you talk about, obviously he started in Carolina, where they didn't have a lot of expectation and they kind of have that room to go around. He ends up moving to Baltimore, which is a nice team, not a lot of wide receivers in there to take up a whole bunch of space, at least not ones that you imagine are going to stop you if you have an opportunity to excel. Did not really get a lot of playing time there, ultimately waived. And then here, where there was a clear need for wide receivers, and it seems like he didn't grasp the playbook, and I guess just could not find time on, and it was a concerted effort, or something that was a message that was clearly laid out that, hey, this is going to be a clean slate. It's up to you, whatever happens. And ultimately, a couple weeks later, that up to you leads to him being waived. So, I have real concerns about if he's going to find anywhere to latch onto.
Well, he couldn't play for John Harbaugh.
Correct.
Mike Tomlin.
Who has dealt with a myriad of knuckleheads.
Yeah. And
might be doing one right at this moment.
And George Pickens. He is the guy that was late to the Christmas Day game, which was interesting, and D'Amico Reyes. So you can't play for any of those guys. Who can you play for? And frankly, we probably shouldn't be very surprised. Given that
he had a little bit of a record there, and that was one of the things that we were we were trying to see, what that looked like. But that ultimately he is waived. Now, the thing that is concerning is that Cade Stover placed on IR, and we got a little bit of insight into what actually led him to be placed on the IR.
Yeah, according to Aaron Wilson, broken collarbone, clavicle, whatever you want to call it. That's obviously, as people know, pretty painful injury, but you ain't coming back from that. So
not this year. At least.
Not this year. Yeah.
So
big losses. Even though Deontay Johnson shouldn't be surprised, and he wasn't here very long. Big loss just in terms of warm bodies, that are in the wide receiver room. You only have 4
just
active.
Pass catchers generally.
Yeah, you only have 4 active, and then there's that. Pass catchers generally stay healthy. Dalton Schultz, because you're about it, man. Because Irv Smith's going to block, and who knows beyond that. Couturiano, I guess you could bring him off the IR if he's able to come off and be active to the IR. And somebody texted, well, he was on the practice field, I guess last week, which it's promising, but that doesn't mean he's going to be able to be, brought off the injured reserve. So they've got some issues in terms of blocking, pass catching from the wide receiver and tight end.
You speak about injuries, and the Texans taking the field today, right this moment, at NRG Stadium. And apparently Juice Scruggs, it's looking like a light day for him, as he might not be participating today. We'll keep watching that as you get through the 3 practices this week, because obviously him playing right guard, is important in this. Shaq Mason still not back yet as well. So that's another place to monitor between those 2 guys who are your right guard possibilities. And then also Christian Harris, who only had 7 snaps. That was the thing where it's like, hey, what's happening there? And we'll see ultimately what the injury designation is, or what the injury report is, because I don't know that he's actually going to be designated with any level of injury. Well, I guess the ankle, right, is the thing there. But he is practicing today as well. So that is encouraging, at least that he is out at practice, and I imagine at the very least limited, but probably a full participant.
Could be a matchup thing too, because I was very surprised that he didn't play as much as he did Christian Harris.
And that you had a lot of Miles Bryant
and a lot of Miles Bryant. But it could have been a matchup against the Chargers versus maybe the matchup against the Chiefs.
Love their tight ends.
You can use Christian Harris a little more.
Yeah, they love their tight ends. It'll be interesting to see because, I mean.
And it's not just Kelsey.
Yeah, Miles Bryant is a cornerback. Like, he is 5'9", pretty stout, though, when it comes to, like, the weight on that frame. But, yeah, man, that's not who you're looking at to, I imagine, who you're looking at to.
Match up with those big guys.
Match up with those big guys, whether it's Noah Gray or Travis Kelce or who's the other guy whose name eludes me in this moment. But, yeah, man, quite a bit of size there. But, yeah, man, that's where the Texans are at this moment. And, I mean, we're just now getting into this game that's coming up on Saturday. Like, where are you starting emotionally and, like, just kind of with the expectations?
I mean, emotionally, you can't be – it's probably the highest point of the season, isn't it? Have you ever felt better? That's an interesting question. You ever felt better about the Texans this year than you do right now? I don't think so.
This year, have I ever felt better? That is a great – well, I mean –
I don't think so.
Hold on. Press pause. Figgy, you're going to help me out here, right?
Outside of the beginning of the year before you play the game.
I was about to say, was there not a week? Is my memory serving me correct? Wasn't there a week or a point in time where Lopez designated this team Super Bowl contenders?
Yeah, we got the promos to prove it.
Okay.
Yeah. And how'd that work out?
Who you asking that to? Why are you asking that to me like that's a gotcha on me? Wait, did he just try and flip this on me and make that a me thing?
No, I'm just saying update is by definition they are.
That's crazy. That is an insane move that you tried to. Hold on, I respect it. I do respect it, but how did you try and flip that on me?
How many teams are left?
Oh my
8?
goodness!
So that means they're a Super Bowl contender, right?
Text line. Do you see this?
I mean, is it not?
According to Stephen A. Smith, it's not.
Are y'all ready to? Well, that's Stephen A. But are y'all ready to say that by definition?
Don't try to take a victory lap.
No,
over
I'm
this.
not.
Insane.
Hey, let's go through the other couple weeks.
That is crazy.
Okay, I'm just asking a question. It's a very simple question.
You was not singing no Super Bowl tune the last couple weeks.
No, they fell off a little bit. I'll say
a little bit.
Just a smidge.
But in the moment, I could see the signs. And by the way, Friday I said they are equipped.
Look at this guy, man.
They are equipped.
Look at this guy.
Did I say
here like aha?
Did I say it Friday? I said this team is equipped. Time to get excited.
Look at this guy.
Earlier in the season, I believe it was after the Buffalo game, I said they looked like a Super Bowl
Don't
team.
encourage him, text line from the 832. Yeah. He's not wrong. Yes, he is.
As of
How
today.
do you sleep at night?
like a baby. Like a baby. As of today, by definition, yes or no, are they?
I mean, they're still in contention in the playoffs.
He over here being well actually guy.
Yes, he is.
Hey, go to the tape. It's not well actually. Play
well,
it.
Technically,
it's not technical. It's literal. It's literal.
Hey, put a bet on them then.
Well, I just might.
Okay.
All right.
Just
go
might.
ahead, do it.
Depends on how much I win on Notre Dame.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, that's after. Yikes.
You did really, I mean, I don't know that we mentioned this at any point. The same 4 as last year in the AFC.
Mm-hmm. Different order.
Yeah,
but same 4.
Does it feel like this is going to solidify as the top 4 in the AFC?
I think these top 4 are going to be these top 4 or some variation of this for at least a few more years.
Yeah, because, I mean, the AFC South,
they're giving it to the Texans.
Looks like a mess. I mean, they have an opportunity to hire some like an interesting coach, but I still am not certain that they do that. And of course, if Trent Baalke there, I mentioned the Jacksonville Jaguars, who I'm talking about clearly. If I'm not certain that they ultimately get their affairs all the way in order. The Titans, we'll see what they do there. As they just fired the general manager, are they going to be able to continue to build in a good way? And then the Colts, which. All that works. Somebody mentioned the Bengals, which is a good shout.
It's hard to shut down Joe.
Yeah.
Burrow. And Chase will be there. It's hard. It's hard to kind of just take them out and say, because I could see how they could overtake.
Agree.
Like
I said, some variation of this.
Organizationally, though, that's what gets me about Cincinnati. Cincinnati has historically been a cheap-ass organization, and they broke that mold a little bit. I was surprised when they actually shelled out the money to get themselves an indoor practice facility, because that was an organization where they were sharing jock straps, right? Like that was how they kicked it with Mike Brown and them. And so I was surprised that they actually did that. But now they're in a place where they're going to have to figure out, are they actually going to make sure that they keep talent on that team? And you saw defensively, they suffered from not bringing back and keeping talent this year. So that's the thing that I worry about. Joe Burrow himself, that boy is tough. Yeah. But are they going to, as an organization, give him enough around him to keep them at the top of the AFC?
Top. Just when you say, is this going to be the mix of the top 5? Like, it's just Burrow out there.
Yep.
And I know it looked bad, but, like, say Tyreek or T. Higgins gets to the Chargers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they've kind of gotten their affairs together where they're probably going to go after a big weapon.
Yeah.
Like, say they get a big weapon to go with Ladd.
You can talk about Miami depending on what happens.
And like Denver seems to be on the right track.
But in terms of, boy, they look set, I think it's these four. At least for now, until anything changes, Ron. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's – yeah. How much leeway do I have for Ron versus Show? I just got
both of them work. It's just now you know.
Now you can say it.
Yeah, you can say it.
Yeah.
What I mean, outside of Ron and Show, do you know what, or did your parents ever give you any indication as to what other name you might have been? Because we were talking about that earlier.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. My friend here was had a chance of being Juan Felipe.
My mom, who's from Mexico, wanted to name me Juan Felipe, and my dad said, "No, we're not. It's John Phillip." Damn. Keep in mind, this was the '60s. And so it was a good strategic move by him.
Juan Felipe.
Yeah,
don't you like it? It sounds good, don't it?
My mom wanted Juan Felipe.
From now on.
You
Felipe.
can. I don't care. But my dad was like,
Felipe's a fishing son of a gun.
And it was a good move by him, actually.
And I was damn close.
Especially.
I was damn close to being a Fitzgerald, if you can believe that. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, or G.
Yeah.
I could make that work.
G.
Yeah.
My dad was pretty dead set on me being the second.
And his
just like I was on mine being the third.
Mm-hmm.
Hank was already the second, so that one was taken from Big Earn. But I'm going to be honest with you boys.
What was your name going to be?
Whitney Lee.
Whitney.
Ooh.
I like that.
I can see you being a Whitney, to be completely
Oh,
honest.
I had a girl name. Casey Camille was the girl name.
Yeah.
The way the story I was told is they thought I was a girl.
I think you could have made.
Mom did too.
You could have made it as a male Whitney. I think you could have made it.
I was thinking you said it was going to be a male name. Whitney's a good name for a dude.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get down with it. I mean, I would own it. I would own it and probably get a lot of juice out of that squeeze.
You'd probably go Whit.
I'd put
You. Wit. See that?
No, I don't want to undersell this. This was straight female.
It's supposed to be
Whitney Lee, boy. Mom, old dirty
How
Linda
was the
thought
Lee
she had a little girl. Leigh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So we just would have switched that to LEE, and then you'd have been off and running.
Whitley.
Yeah, the ladies.
Hard to find that light switch on that ultrasound, boys.
My wife had real issues. We had girls' names and we had them picked out. And her boss at the time had taken one of them. A coworker had taken another one.
Oh, no.
So she was like, oh, we got to come up with another name. And I said, why? How long are those two people going to be in your life?
Yeah.
Like, we want to name.
We cut them out today.
We want to name the girl Lauren. And, she left that job the next year.
There you go.
Like, we were going to go to some name that wasn't even. No.
All right. Well, for Juan Felipe and Fitzgerald, In the Loop is done on the day. We leave it to Clinton's show, and of course T-Mill in there. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Nailed it. The Drive is live, and thanks to the fellas in the Loop. Busy day on the Drive. As the game is Saturday, we will hear from the head coach and the quarterback. 3 o'clock hour, we expect to hear from D'Amico Ryans. 4 o'clock hour, we expect to bring you C.J. Stroud. So that will be coming up in the show a little bit later on today. So soon with us, a lot to get to. It is a tape drop Tuesday. A Texans. It's not a Texans Ticket Tuesday.
No ticketies today.
No, but it is a tape drop Tuesday.
I knew I'd get old chuckle at OT.
Yeah, and we will get to that in just a moment. But I do want to start here, Clint. Again, those of you here on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. And those of you on the text line 713-572-4610, you can be a part of the show as well. Before we get to the tape drop, Clint. Lanús.
Fitz.
Yeah. It's Fitzy. Was he saying Fitzgerald as like the first name?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because
correct.
Your last name's not changeable at birth, I don't think. I think that's pretty.
Yeah, Reginald and Fitz.
He said he was going to shorten it to Gerald.
So they were like, Fitzgerald. Oh, let's go Reginald.
Fitz and Juan would be a good show. Good show name.
Whitney and Casey would be another one, too.
You're live with Fitz and Juan.
And the drive is live with Whitney and Casey.
Whit and Show would be all right.
Whit and Show would be all right. All right. Before we get there, a little news, Clint. The Texans, according to reports, the Texans move on from wide receiver Deontay Johnson after 2 games played. He won pass in the playoff game against the Chargers for 12 yards and was visibly upset afterwards. Also, other news from the injury front, they also have to place Cade Stover on the injured reserve. So we'll tackle both of those. I will give credit to the fella who I inspired his name on YouTube and Twitch, Ronald. Ronald said, I don't think Deontay Johnson's going to be that big of a part of this team. He did catch 1 ball, but he is off the team after 2 games. And, Clint, if we start with the Deontay Johnson thing, clearly this is the 4th team. Now he'll be the 4th team. He started with the Panthers, Ravens, and now leaving the Texans. So this year, if he got on to be 3 teams that he has left, and he has been asked to leave or traded from. And Clint, to me, when you look at where they are from a receiver standpoint, with Nico Collins, and then there's Bob Woods, and then there's Mechie, who has been dealing with a shoulder thing. We saw Xavier Hutchinson make a big play with that 1 catch, right, Clint? They are down in numbers of receiver. So this just, to me, clearly, as Cornbread just said, this has more of a feel of a no energy vampires problem or an issue where they were good, even if they do need bodies and maybe even need him, right? We said it, probably the 2nd most talented receiver on the team behind Nico. And then we get this report from an after game. Johnson was visibly upset and teammates were trying to calm him down. His displeasure with his role is a recurring theme for him this season. So when you hear those reports, it is a feel, Clint, that this is not just all right, man, it just didn't work out. Yeah. It is you've been an issue because they can sure use him.
Well, there's no bigger issue that you can cause for a general manager and a head coach than immediately following a playoff win, a convincing playoff win. All the focus is on right here, right now, win or go home. You get the dub, you find a way to get the dub, and you've got a guy that's been here for 2 weeks that is to any. I don't care. I don't care if it was just a little flare up or if it was in the tunnel or on the field or in the locker room. I don't care if there was cussing involved. Like, it doesn't matter. Any energy whatsoever is being spent on calming down a guy that's been here for 2 weeks. Like, that's the one thing that Deontay Johnson couldn't do to keep his job. Like, Deontay, if you can be as mad as you want, you can pout if you want. Just don't be visibly upset to where teammates have to, quote unquote, settle you down for any reason whatsoever, and you're going to pick up another really, really, really good playoff check. Like, this, there's no doubt about it. This is, I'm telling you, there's no worse time and like literal time of the immediately following a win, and there's nothing more than worrying about your snap count or your targets or your touches. And it doesn't shock me one bit hearing that right there.
It's similar to his other stops.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
He was having issues with his role in Baltimore and refused to go in the game.
Yeah, and look, I understand with Deontay Johnson how Mechie goes out there and fumbles. Mechie goes out there and has a drop. I mean, you know, Xavier Hutchinson is it's a scramble play that he ends up catching. Like, nobody out there other than Nico. Hell, Dalton Schultz has a drop. Like, nobody out there other than Nico is like a surefire, this guy's taking snaps from me. I understand the frustration, but 2 weeks in, immediately following a playoff win, that can't be the time or the how you communicate your issues. So, yeah, that's a one-way ticket 10 out of 10 times when you're dealing with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. The one thing they can't have is somebody derail this in any way, shape, or form. And he bought himself a ticket, a one-way ticket up out of here. What a mess. That was the question coming in with him, right? Was if Deontay Johnson can keep the Deontay Johnson train on the tracks, this could be a really good marriage. This could be a really good thing for the Texans. Could be a really good thing for Deontay Johnson. Sometimes the old saying, Tigers don't change their stripes. Sometimes it holds up.
Let you know he wasn't going to. I guess. I mean, that was the whole deal when he got traded away from the Panthers.
Yeah.
To Baltimore and showed himself. Now I will say this.
It's a crying shame. Boy.
I will say this. I don't fault Nick or D'Amico pulling the trigger on it. I understand.
No, I don't either.
I understand it. It didn't work, and you got him the hell up out of there when he needed to get out there. We talked about when it happened. Like, all right, this is potentially what it is. Mm-hmm. But the first sign of issues, get him up out of there, and they do because this is coming right off the heels of the injury to Tank, and you needed somebody. And honestly, they still do, and I'm guessing maybe they go pull Wayne up from the practice squad, and maybe he plays because he was getting some time. Even
they're going to need a body big time. I mean, they're going to need a body just for insurance purposes, right? But you got to get more out of Mechie. You got to get more out of Woods. You got to get more out of Hutch.
Somebody on text line suggested that maybe they let Stingley get some run on offense in the wide receiver spot.
I don't doubt that we won't see that at some point in a Texans uniform, but I don't know if it's going to be this year.
Yeah. So that is the latest. Kate Stover placed on injured reserve as well.
Now that one hurts.
That does hurt. That does hurt, especially when you talk about the physicality of running the football and pass protection and things like that. That hurts, and we'll see a lot more on Tegan Cotoriano. We get the injury report. We'll see if he practiced today because he didn't get suited up. All right, Tape Drop Tuesday is here, and usually I kind of let you kind of take it from what you watch, Clint, but I want to start here because for me I've turned the page on the Chargers, right? And I think when you look at the Chargers game, to me now it's just how does this affect the next game? How does this affect the Chiefs? All right, like we did it yesterday. Today is all right. You got a game Saturday. All right, you're hearing from the coach and the quarterback right here on the drive. It's Chiefs time. By the way, 16 snaps for Deontay Johnson in that game, and that feels fair to me. Like understandable for how long you've been out there. I mean, feels like it would be 16 now. That may grow more. So anyway, he did himself in, which I don't think anyone is surprised. It was just a hope. But Clint, I want to get to this. The first 5 drives. Really, to be honest with you, everything that happened leading into the play that led into the 2-minute warning, which was the miss snap throw to Xavier Hutchinson for 40 yards. But the first 5 drives in particular, Clint, they have the ball for 6 minutes and 15 seconds, 59 total yards, 2 turnovers, 3 punts, and 2 sacks. What the hell happened?
Well, that is a loaded question, Ron, because I think the best way to couch it.
I mean, we've had some bad moments of offense this year, but that it extended time.
Well, I want to go back to a gentleman, and I don't have his name on social media that was disappointed, like lobbed a text out there, wanted to run me out of town off the post-game show. Because my opening statements about that playoff win, I mentioned the sloppy start on my way to talking about how CJ answered the 4-minute run offense was unbelievable. Like, sir, I don't remember who you were, but you can kiss every bit of my ass.
That's right, all of it.
That wasn't sloppy football. That was piss poor football, and it wasn't just for the first 5 drives, Ron. You can take the scoring drive. You can take the scoring drive and go ahead and mix that in there too, because that was just a couple of freak plays that were made by some pretty damn good players. But I think the best way, Ron, to couch this is these guys weren't ready to play. They flat out weren't ready to play because there's no one person. I'll read you my notes. I'll read you my notes real quick from the 5 drives to start the game here. I do want to check and see real quick how many plays were ran in those first 5 drives offensively for the Texans. I doubt it. I doubt it was many, Ron. In fact, count up those plays on the first 5 drives, Ron, while I'm explaining these notes here.
All right. Again, the amount of plays on the first 5 drives. I gave you the stats earlier. It was they had the ball for 6 minutes and 15 seconds. They had it. You got the plays?
16 plays.
16 plays in that thing. 6 minutes, 59 total yards.
16 plays. 16 plays, and here's what we got, Ron. We got a Mechie fumble. We got Bobby Slowick motioning into the receiver into a tighter split, bringing a defender in and running the ball into a loaded box and not blocking one of the linebackers. We got C.J. Stroud not taking the check down immediately on a near interception. We got a miss to Mechie in the flats. We've got that was the bootleg. You got a sack allowed, an uninspired sack allowed by Tunsil. C.J. throws a go route versus a soft corner, wasted down, throws the interception the next play. Then they come back, get the ball back. Mechie drops, has a drop over the middle on what would have been about a 10, 12-yard gain, and Titus Howard gets absolutely destroyed and gives up a sack on a twist. He buries his head in the D tackle. The DN comes around and gets a clean sack. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 huge minuses in 16 plays in a drive. And it's not just one guy, it's everybody. I'll argue C.J. Stroud sets the tone coming out, not working low to high when clearly Dalton Schultz is wide open on the check down. All the defenders are bailed up out of there. He's trying to look down the field. He ends up running around and damn near throwing an interception. I mean, it's just it is not sloppy football. It was awful. We're not prepared. Our mind's not in the right place. Football in the first half. And like I said, you can throw the touchdown drive in there as well because
there were some plays in there.
Oh, well, I mean, the how they got down there. I mean, the fumbled snap, go pick it up and get 40-plus yards to Xavier Hutchinson. That's a joke, right? You go down there and the long ball to Nico Collins. It was a great play, but the timing wasn't right. It was almost one of those kind of just ad-lib type plays. So really getting down there and scoring that touchdown. The touchdown throw was money. That was a good design. But really, all 6 of those first drives, to me, watching that film, Ron, the first time I saw an offense that looked like a playoff caliber offense that was ready to play was the drive that kicked the field goal at the end of the first half. That looked like
the big one.
CJ comes out. He doesn't hold the football. He takes Mechie right down the flats for about a 10-yard gain. He drops back. Doesn't see anything, makes an immediate decision to run. He takes off running. He comes back out, throws a little bang slant to Robert Woods, I believe. Nico even gets in the action a little bit, I believe. Boom, kick a field goal. Let's go. It was good play calling. It was great quarterbacking. It was good tempo. It was everything was on time. Everything was on schedule. Boom, we're rocking and rolling. The only part that wasn't on time and on schedule is C.J. Stroud. He felt it. He noticed it, put his foot in the ground, and he scrambled and went and got you in field goal range. That was the first drive where you go, all right, these guys are ready to play football. These guys are ready. I mean, the before that, from Laramie Tunsil to C.J. Stroud, everybody not named Nico and Joe Mixon, I would say, was I don't think they were ready to play. I mean, I hate to be – I mean, I know it's coach speaking, but that's the only way to put a bow on this thing is –
Were the Chargers doing things that –
No.
Okay.
No. This was not a, hey, man, we're in the playoffs, and this was – no. This was CJ's dropping back. CJ's dropping back, and both checkdowns are wide open, and 7 defensive backs, 7 defenders are 20 yards deep. Check the damn ball down. Don't float around back there. Get the ball out of your hands. Like, what have we been working on all week long? Like what messaging has been reiterated day after day in your head on these particular plays, especially on the very first drive, right? I mean, the least concern of mine, to be honest with you, is John Mechie's fumble. That happens. Part of football, man. You got stripped on the way down. It happens. So the other stuff,
the best play, right?
Laramie Tunsil letting Obosa just walking back and just kind of lay on top of CJ. I mean, Titus Howard just getting. I mean, burying his head in a defensive tackle and letting the twister not even see.
They haven't been able to figure that out all year.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
Oh no.
Yeah,
the reason why I go to this is now as we flip the switch and turn the page, like I just don't think the Texans are going to be fortunate, fellas, to be down 6-0.
Can't do it.
If the first 28 minutes of the game look like what Clint described.
Can't do it. I didn't even talk about CJ's interception. 100% unacceptable. The hell is he doing? Unacceptable.
All right, well, let's get to that, because you were saying something there in the first segment, and then we were saying some things off air in prep before the show started that you're seeing from CJ that is becoming a major issue, and it's a big deal because of the next opponent, and the next coordinator can really, really kind of highlight this even more. We'll just that is coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that we all take for granted a lot of the times until we start dealing with these issues.
Call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. On the I-45 and Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado, it's a stall that has your right shoulder blocked. West Point Lincoln is where you need to get your next financing for 60 months, 2.9% financing for 84 months. Go online right now at westpointsales.com. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. It's West Point Lincoln. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio.
6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
D'Amico Ryan's coming up in likely an hour or so from now in the 3 o'clock hour. C.J. Stroud in the 4 o'clock hour. We will hear from them ahead of the divisional round of the playoffs as they will take on the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, Clint, we were, as we said here, you know what, I just made an executive decision on this. You good with this, Clint and Tyler, that, hey, yesterday – you really celebrate, look at the game against the Chargers, and now it's time to turn the page with the game on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
To look at the Chiefs and how, or at least the chances for the Texans in this game, right?
Wild card dubs in the past.
Right? Now it's moving forward. All right. And you were talking about some struggles with CJ, about, hey, it wasn't really a lot that the Chargers were doing. Their check downs there, it was clear what to see. And you were talking about an issue that you're starting to see and you saw on the tape against the Chargers with CJ.
Yeah, I think it's the Chargers. I've not combed through the second half with a fine-tooth comb here, but the first half against the Chargers, just put it blank, C.J. Stroud was not good post-snap. I mean, in other words, if Bobby Slowick doesn't dial up a play where the first option is wide ass open immediately, then CJ struggles. That first half was from that perspective was concerning. You look at damn near every completion, again, with the exception of the check down to Mechie on the field goal drive at the very end of the half and the touchdown, not the touchdown throw, the dig throw that was a big chunk play to Nico. I think it was in the was it in the field goal or that was the 99-yard touchdown drive. The exception of those two plays, everything that was good was drawn up, dialed up. Bobby Slowick called it, and it's blatantly obvious you hit Dalton Schultz on the slant. You know, even the drop by Mechie, hit John Mechie on the little motion shoot route up the middle. The touchdown from Nico Collins, they run that all the time. It's, you know, the cut split, I call it a bang route, cut split, post route, whatever you want to call it. It's just the truth of the matter is to catch the snap. Hey, everybody, all the defenders are bailing out. Let me get this football out. Or it comes to getting through progressions, C.J. Stroud was not good. Throwing the ball accurately on the boot to John Mechie on the first or second play of one of those drives in the flats, just completely misses it.
Is this a one-off or something you've been seeing, or you've been thinking, or something that?
Well, I think we've been, you know, there's been a lot of it going on, but it's probably been masked by some of the pressures that he's getting and some of the overall issues. And don't get me wrong, there's like as I outlined in the first segment, there was nobody had a clean, I'm ready to play, let's get it playoff type of start to Saturday's game. I don't think anybody was in that right mindset, and their play showed it. But there's just it's glaring that C.J. Stroud is absolute dimes when Bobby dials it up right. When it's a obvious, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to play action. We're going to get this thing to Nico. We're going to play action. We're going to get the dig to Nico. We're going to catch a snap right now, throw the quick slant, get the ball over the middle, the quick stuff. He was really, really good. The minute he had to take that snap and make a decision post-snap, we're throwing go routes versus a soft corner, and the corner's 5 yards behind Nico and had the best chance at the football. We're throwing the ball up to God knows who on the interception, right? We're not checking it down, and we're ending up floating out to the side, damn near throwing an interception on the second drive of the game right after Mechie fumbled. So It just, to me, that's again, there's a lot of things going on, but C.J. Stroud from the pocket post snap has to be better if you're going to beat the Chiefs. Has to. It can't be one drive here, one drive there, hope that you hit Tank Dell on a bomb over the top. It absolutely, he has to be better down in, down out of taking what the defense is giving him.
Well, I think the next thought, because this is important, because obviously Steve Spagnuolo, the D coordinator for the Chiefs, is notoriously known for changing the pitcher, blitzing. You don't know where it's coming from. He's got a lot of different blitz concepts. You might be coming from the slot. It might be coming – and I think this may be something in the last Chiefs game, if you remember in the fourth quarter, a drive that was ended on a corner blitz that many people thought CJ should have been able to see and pick up. That's like things like that. That's a big thing because he thrives on that. How is this fixable? What is it that Bobby, CJ, what can they do to help improve what he's seeing post snap?
It's interesting because it's not a pressure issue. And it's not
At least it wasn't Saturday.
Right. I mean, it's not like a pressure issue for C.J. Stroud, right? Like, it's not what I'm talking about. It's not like, hey, I'm dropping back and there's an outlet right here, but I'm not going to take it. I'm going to run around. It was just plain and simple. Is chaotic? Yeah, there's chaos. You got to learn to live in that. But I guess where I'm going with it is yes, Spagnuolo's going to create some problems for the offense. But what I'm talking about is he's not going to – what I saw from CJ in the first half, you don't have to work very hard. Just drop 7 defenders, show him cover 2, show him cover 3, drop defenders deeper than the deepest and watch him hold the football. He won't check it down, right? So it's not necessarily a trick 'em deal. It's more of a, hey, they're showing you what the hell they're doing, just take it. Right, the trick 'em deal I can understand. Like Spagnuolo's going to make it hard. It would be hard to make this same point that I'm making right now about CJ in the first half of the Chargers game about the Kansas City, because he does a lot of that moving and man post snap. He's straining your ass like hard. Like where's the safe? What are the safeties doing? What are the corners doing? Where are the backers shooting? Was the backer carrying the seam? Like you got to see all that stuff. It's exhausting. What CJ did in the first half over here, there wasn't nothing exhausting about it. It was just
his decision.
It was just poor decisions, not being ready to play, and ultimately putting your team in a position where, you can't overcome the sacks that you gave up. You can't overcome wasting downs, throwing go routes versus a corner that's 10 yards off and belling. It's hard to overcome those things.
Well, if I'm a Texans fan, hearing that part of it, I feel better because it doesn't seem like it's a deal of he was confused. And especially looking at his track
that's
record.
why it's so frustrating.
I think it was just he was choosing to trying to make a big play.
It seems a heartedness. It is just a.
It'd be worse if he was confused and he just didn't see it.
Because you can tell when they come out and they play with tempo, like again the field goal drive. I mean, it's a similar concept. Let's say that it's not the exact same play, but it's a similar concept that they ran. I think on second or third down after Mechie's fumble, and the checkdowns are there and he doesn't take it. Well, then he comes out in that hurry-up situation. He just comes out, boom, takes it right now, gets on the ball, boom. He's working the ball around and getting it out of his hand quick. He should play that way all the time.
Yeah, that 1st and 15 near pick to Derwin James is another one where there's maybe a check down or something that he decides.
Is that the
Derwin?
Schultz?
Yeah, he goes.
Yeah, that was an interception got called back. Yeah. I mean those are just like why? It's like what are we pressing for? I mean this game, like there's a reason. Go back to the Deontay Johnson getting cut. Like there's a reason Deontay Johnson didn't play more and wasn't targeted more. They didn't need him. Right? Like to me, D'Amico Ryans is like, give me the guys that I know everything about this offense and have been in this offense since training camp on the team right now because my defense is going to handle it. I need guys on the field that know everything that are going to take care of the football, even though they didn't. They're going to take care of the football. They're going to know where they're supposed to line up. That they know everything. We got this game in we don't need to be real explosive offensively. And it seems like CJ post snap from the pocket was really, really struggling, and that's scary.
The potential of the biggest story in sports this year is brewing. We'll discuss what that means coming up next. But before
AbilityTrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
There it was. Glory hole.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. This could be, if this happens, this will be the biggest sports story of the year and will have legs. And that is, Clint, it was confirmed by multiple sources, including one of the individuals, that Deion Sanders sat down and met with Jerry Jones. By the way, Tyler, you got to get on this. I didn't know what Clint was talking about. Jerry Jones done this before. His part in Landman.
Oh, it was good, wasn't it?
Wow,
a lot of emotion.
Jerry was really good.
I think he was. It hit home. You know,
I thought it hit home. We had a tear come through. Like it was Jerry. Like Jerry Jones had been had much of nothing like running his football team for a while, but that acting thing. Jerry could slide into all my children right now. Like right now, if you told what's the come on, y'all. I know I'm not the only one who had been forced to sit with their grandmother and watch stories.
Oh, General Hospital back when I was young, but that's been 40 years ago.
I bet the same characters on there. Victor has been on. Which one's Victor on?
Is he still alive?
I believe so. Which one is Victor on? Somebody.
Days of Our Lives.
You don't know? Oh, you don't know stories, Tyler?
Google Victor soap opera. I guarantee
Victor soap opera. Is it Young and the Restless? Is Victor Young and the Restless?
I'm named after some character on one of these soap operas.
Somebody. Is Victor Young and the Restless? Victor, I believe, character is still rolling. I think Victor's Young and the Restless. He's not Guiding Light. No, because Guiding Light I think's done. I'm pretty certain he's Young and the Restless. But he's still rolling.
The Young and the Restless.
I tell you, old Vic.
I think Victor Newman.
Victor Newman. I tell you could do a storyline with Victor Newman right now.
God, how old is he? He's got to be 90.
Oh, my God.
Not man. Jerry, Victor, even though Jerry's getting there.
Yeah, he's...
he was literally on there when I was young.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
But I'm telling you right now, someone texted
83. Vic's 83 years
Victor,
old.
No, there they go, yep. Victor, and Cornbread said Victor is still to this day on Young and the Restless. Jerry could give him a run right now. Jerry was that damn good. Jerry was soap opera good. That tear, and it was good, Tyler, because it didn't come down his face yet. It just stayed in his eyes.
Just and sat there in the tear well.
Like there's no way there was another cut. I just can't.
Like they stopped and reddened up their eyes.
No, man. Did it? And Jerry, that looked like an actor.
Oh no, it was really good.
I was looking at Billy Bob Thornton's face behind him, and I think Billy Bob Thornton said, "What the hell is going on? This man, has he been doing this for a while?" Good God! But anyway,
made you want to start a business for your kids, didn't it?
Tell you, man.
Work with Trey.
Kinda. But no. He sat down with Deion, Clint, and I guess I throw this out to the people. Y'all can jump in on this. Is Deion the right choice for Jerry? Is Deion the right choice?
I don't know if he's the right choice, but I don't know who is. To be honest with you, I don't know who is the right choice, but I think Deion would be a good choice. I think this move, to me, I said this yesterday, the move is more about who can grab the attention of the team and get the team right. Like who can get Micah to understand how much of a distraction it is that he takes a lot of what happens in games and practice field and in the media to his podcast. Like that is a distraction.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Who can get the point across to CeeDee Lamb? Like no matter how bad the situation is, Your rolling of the eyes and all your stuff on your antics on the sideline, it's not helping us win, man. All that drama, like the shooting music videos the night after you get your ass kicked by the Texans. You know, CeeDee Lamb and Diggs, like you can't, like that stuff can't Absolutely cannot happen. It just can't. And who can get that point across? Who can get that problem solved? I think that individual's few and far between, but I do think Prime is one of them. I do think Deion could go in there. I think he would. I think he's proven that he'll go in there and say damn near anything to anybody.
I want the dogs.
But I think they'll listen, or I think he would go in there and tell Jerry, you got to get rid of this dude. Don't re-sign this dude. This dude don't work here. Like I think he is one of a very few guys that could get that done.
Yeah, I don't think that Deion's the best coaching option, but I do think he is the best for this particular job. Like if it was just about the coaching and this was just a normal gig, like Bill Belichick makes the most sense almost of anybody out there. If it was just a normal thing and it wasn't Jerry included and everything that comes with the Cowboys and the drama, because I mean, you think he's bringing probably Josh McDaniels with him. He's got a veteran quarterback in which that he can probably talk to him the way that he talked to Tom, and Dak will know. Real. Dak will know how to handle it, and Dak can handle Belichick because he has to handle Jerry's ass. Dak can handle Belichick the way Tom handled him, and imagine what Belichick could do with Micah Parsons and that defense and those guys. That one makes a lot of sense. A ready-made team that has a quarterback that's a veteran, and he can bring his offensive guy there and he can concentrate on. That makes the most sense. But Jerry and Bill would never work. I believe Deion is rare because I think Deion could be allowed to be himself and Jerry can be allowed to be himself. I don't know if there's a lot of combinations that can do that because this is just going to make the star and the story bigger, which Jerry is going to love.
No doubt.
And Deion's not going to be annoyed by Jerry wanting some light, and I don't think,
no doubt.
And I don't think Jerry's going to be annoyed with Deion because we'll go about it differently, and he will feel like Deion should just add more to the organization and the product as opposed to taking light away from me. That's why I think this one is perfect, and I think Deion can coach and can get through those guys. I think Bill Belichick, in a way, Micah Parsons, because of his resume, would just fall in line and pay attention in a way that he doesn't do with other guys.
Yeah.
I think because it's Deion, they would fall in line and pay attention and follow his lead because of who he is.
You make a good point of like I think the dynamic between somebody that's never played for or worked for Jerry, that's been successful, a successful coach somewhere, to come in and then deal with Jerry. Whether it's big issues or small issues, I think that would be when the alternative is they can go somewhere with an owner that doesn't meddle with, and then pick their general manager. They can literally have run of the land. Like that's hard. That's a hard one to imagine. Like the best coach out there coming to Dallas, but Prime, Jerry treats former players totally different. I think Prime and Jerry's relationship would be different than like what Bill Parcells and Jerry's ended up being,
or even Jason Garrett, even another former player, because Deion knows Jerry knows what time it is when you bring Deion in.
Yeah,
I mean, like he knows what time it is, and I think he understands. Like that's the biggest thing. Jerry got to be the star. Jerry doesn't. I think Jerry would understand that this is a growing star.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think Deion is triggered or pissed the way Jimmy was. But I also don't think Deion's just going to lay on the ground and let him do whatever the way Barry Switzer did.
Yeah.
Right? And as Ronald here on YouTube and Twitch said, he's a marketing hire. Deion can coach. Like, I mean, it just Colorado was, 1-10 or something before he took over, and they won, 9-10 games or whatever. Like, he's turned that program, and he's running it like a professional team anyway.
Yeah. If you follow, I follow Prime and follow all those guys on social media. If you don't think Prime has this thing figured out, you're dead ass wrong. Deion Sanders, I'm gonna tell you, if Dabo Swinney tried to get up there and say, "Here's the rules, guys. Y'all ain't wearing no do rags. Y'all ain't wearing no slides. Your pants better be pulled up. You better sit on the front row in class," he'd get laughed at, and we'd all make fun. Prime has got this thing figured out, man, of how to communicate, address an old school way to new school kids and relate to them, and it has a lot to do with the fact that the dude's one of the best to ever touch the field, and he's got an advantage that nobody else has. Or not many have, to get these dudes to do the right thing and ultimately do championship things. That's all that matters. And Prime's got it all figured out. He's doing it as well as anybody out there right now.
All right, we'll even open up the phone lines for this, and you can text in or do whatever you want to do to get your point across. What's your gut feeling? It's Tuesday. We'll revisit this on Friday, but what's your gut feeling right now about this game? Stephen A. Smith gave his gut feeling. We'll hear what yours is and what Stephen A's is coming up next.
Oh, my goodness.
After crushing the Chargers 32-12. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. As we said, phone lines open. You can text and give us your thoughts. We will get to that question, which is, what's your gut feeling right now on a Tuesday? We will revisit this Friday, but what's your gut feeling right now for your Texans heading to Arrowhead to face the Chiefs in Kansas City? What's your gut feeling right now? Be honest about it. What's your gut feeling? Before we get to that discussion, remember, coming up here at the bottom of this hour, we hope to be able to hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and there's a lot to understand there. We'll probably hear him talk about the Deontay Johnson news, the Cade Stover news. Shaq Mason has reported he didn't practice. What's the latest with him? So we'll hear from the head coach and C.J. Stroud coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. So is the latest there. 713-572-4610. You can call or text in with your thoughts, your gut feeling thoughts right now. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. And I see some people coming through here with their thoughts going into it right now, fellas. As some says, this is Salvador. My gut feeling is the Texans win a close one, 20-17. Another person steps in and says, was feeling good about Texans versus Chiefs until Clint's last segment on how we suck. Is it possible that CJ relaxed during the offseason and doesn't understand how to prep for opponents? It's almost like he is overly confident at times. So there's some thoughts on the gut feeling of this game for the Texans against the Chiefs. Here is Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith on ESPN First Take. This was his thoughts and his take on the chances that the Texans have versus the Chiefs on Saturday.
Stephen A., who's more on upset alert, the Chiefs or Lions?
The Lions. And I only say that because I'm giving the Texans zero chance against the Chiefs. Zero. I mean, it was a nice season. You know, they've had a lot of injuries, and we get that. If Dell and Diggs and those brothers were available, I'd feel differently. But no, they don't have a chance against they don't have a chance against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's why I say that with the Commanders, we're sitting there raving about Jaden Daniels and how mature he is and what he has the potential to pull off and do, even though I expect the Lions to win this game. But you know what? This brother's something special. Not to say that C.J. Stroud is not, because I know that he is. But I think that when you look at the Houston Texans, I don't see them. I give them no chance of beating the Kansas City Chiefs this upcoming weekend. I give the Commanders a very, very slight chance because obviously all the injuries that the Detroit Lions have suffered, even though they're going to be at home, I just think that the Commanders have a better chance of winning than the Texans do.
Are there, Stephen A., he went in harder, no chance on the thing. As we said, what's your gut feeling? His gut feeling clearly on a Tuesday, I wonder if that changes by Friday, but his gut feeling is the Texans have no chance. Where are you at right now? What's your gut feeling right now today looking at this game?
Well, I'm along with the texter. I felt like I was uncomfortable with how good I felt, given that the Kansas City Chiefs are who they are. I was uncomfortable with how good I felt and how I felt like, boy, the Texans got a real shot this week. And then I watched the film. And it's not that the Texans don't have a shot. I still hadn't decided. I'm not giving you a score.
I'm just gut feeling. We'll do that Friday.
I hadn't decided which direction I'm going to go yet. But my concern with the Texans is it's going to take 4 quarters, boys. It's going to take 4 quarters of good to great football to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. You can't waste downs constantly. You can't decide you're going to wake up with one drive to go in the first half and think you're going to be. You can't waste those types of downs and drives in a game. And so that's my concern. I would say, Ron, If 10 is feeling great, I'm at about a 6 right now with the Texans. I'm at about a 6.
About a 6.
I feel pretty good about where they're at, but I've been taken down a notch with the film from the Chargers game.
Yep. As we said, what's your gut feeling? Someone just texted in 34-10 Texans is their gut feeling. As I'm seeing some things here on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, more thoughts. I think it'll be close. High-scoring game. Texans win 27-24. All right, Tyler, your gut feeling. Where are you at right now? It's Tuesday. Obviously, our final will come up on Friday, but what's your gut feeling on how you feel about this game right now?
My gut feeling is that this is going to be a slobber knocker. That this Texans team has played in way too many one-possession games, way too many one-score games whenever that final score goes up, and I think they got a real chance. I'm not saying it's likely. I think it's a lot more likely than 8.5 points that Vegas is saying the Chiefs are favored by right now with the Texans. But I don't feel bad. I'm a little nervous. But let's go into Arrowhead and see what happens.
From the text line, hey, Drive, man, KC has too many offensive weapons. KC has a line will dominate Texans O-line. CJ is struggling too much. KC takes the game and moves on. That is the latest from a texter here. We'll get to the phone lines. Listen, I don't agree with Stephen A. at all. I think that's no chance is rather aggressive.
You got to be crazy.
I can understand his confidence in the Chiefs over the Texans, but no chance. Like it would not be a shocker to me if we come in here on Monday and the Texans have beaten the Chiefs. I don't believe it will happen. I don't believe that is something that I'm leaning towards. But I can definitely see, Clint, that this being a game in the fourth quarter. Right? And honestly, I mean, if you're the Texans, that's got to be what you're kind of shooting for. Can we put pressure on this and make this a game in the fourth quarter? Now, how much of a game is it? Is it a game in which, this thing is getting real serious and the Texans either have a lead or you could see them in a space where they take the lead, or you guys have been and watched some of these games where it's like, you know what? It's kind of in doubt, but one team still feels like they have control. And for me, that's how I thought the first game was. The first game these teams played in the fourth quarter, it was competitive. I definitely think that if I quit Tyler, I would be more shocked if the Chiefs blew out the Texans than I would be shocked if the Texans won the game. Right? So I think it is a game that is competitive, but it is what kind of competitive? Is it a game where it feels like the Chiefs are in control the whole way because they play a lot of games like that, and it ends up being maybe a one-score game, but you never really feel like the Chiefs are going to lose? Or is it a real, as Tyler said, a tight one where it could go either way? And that's my gut is a competitive game, just not certain how it's going to feel in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I agree. I feel really good about the Texans just being able to go out there and compete and give themselves a chance. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think the Texans are going to play better than they did the first time these two teams played.
I do too.
And I don't think they played bad, but I don't think this is a game. I went on in Kansas City today, and I said, hey, guys, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, they didn't touch Mahomes in the first game. I wouldn't bet on that. I wouldn't bet on. They got one sack, and it was from Christian Harris, and I think Barnett got a pass rush on it. But other than that, they just didn't touch him. Now I don't think they're going to go crazy like they did against the Chargers, but I do think that Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are going to be more of an impact in this game. And Azeez out there either. I think that's a big key, as you talked about yesterday. So I think they play better, but I also think the Chiefs probably raise their level and play better than they did the first time too. I think it'll be a competitive game.
Oh, I 100% think it's going to be a competitive game. I just ain't decided who I'm gonna go with yet.
Yeah. All right, let's hear from some of you. Jesse, we'll lead it off with you, Jesse. What's your gut feeling on this game on Saturday?
Well, before I answer that, let me ask y'all, who is the key player for the Houston Texans to win this game?
C.J. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So C.J. can show me here lately what he's done in the last game, and instead of trying to force the ball into double coverage, Clint, how about just take off for that first down, baby? How about just run, Forrest, run. The more C.J. runs, the better chance the Texans has to stay in a competitive game. So in other words, if C.J.'s on this game, we get somewhat, I ain't going to say great protection, good protection. It's going to come down to C.J. Moving the ball with his legs, and that's the key to this whole thing. And I think it can be a one-score game if it comes down to C.J. taking care of the ball and running for first downs. And, hey, why not throw off a 27 run again like he did San Diego? So that's my thoughts. What y'all think?
Appreciate the call, Jesse. I think CJ's big, but I almost think Joe Mixon is Joe Mixon helps CJ not have to put as much on his plate. All right, if they're able to run the football, and the Chiefs just don't know that they're going to drop back, and it's not all on CJ's shoulders, I think that's a big deal of it here. All right, let's continue here. Brian, what's your gut feeling in Saturday's game, Texans Chiefs?
Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you what. Last year around this time, I called in and I was entering a deep state of what I was predicting was going to be depression. But we got lucky, and Lovey won that last game, and I think the whole world was thinking if we had the first pick, we were going to go with Bryce, but we got lucky. So CJ last year was somebody that I thought was going to continue to progress. He hasn't really been that guy this year. I don't believe, if you look up and down the line, that the Chiefs have better talent than we do. But I believe that you're talking about a franchise who operates with a different mindset properly. They don't have a coach that follows after the GM and has this kind of like, predetermined response to every question. I think D'Amico needs to occasionally kick some people around in the butt a little bit and get them fired up properly for this game. And if we can execute, we have a chance. But my gut feeling is I'm going to have that same conversation with a bottle in hand, waiting on the next year for them to get rid.
Brian, real quick, what bottle would you have in hand?
I'm sorry?
What bottle would you have in hand, Brian?
Oh, it's white Hennessy, baby.
No, I got to disagree with Brian on something. Andy Reid goes about his business even more annoying than D'Amico does. Almost to a point where it feels like D'Amico got it from Andy and perfected it. They have very similar temperament in the way they handle the media. Andy says the same thing over and over again. I bet you, right? Tyler, I have not heard Andy's press conference, but I bet you I can tell you exactly what he said about this, offense or defense.
Oh, yeah, I bet you could too.
He says the same thing every week, regardless of who it is. If he's playing the Texans, if he's playing the Eagles, if he's playing the worst team in the league. It's a good football team over there.
Yes, nailed it.
Well coached, fast. He says the same thing. So he's very, very similar temperament to D'Amico. You know what, Clint? I've heard and saw this a lot about the running. Let's not get a little too excited about the running thing. Let's choose. Let's not just say, hey, CJ, just start breaking out and running. Like, yeah, he's picking up some first downs, but you start to bring Davis Mills into play. You keep doing it too much. Like, I don't think that's the answer of, hey, CJ, man, just start taking off. It's got to be chosen times that make sense. But you put yourself to take hits when you're doing that. I don't know that we need to get too aggressive with CJ running the ball to bring Davis in.
I just want him to be decisive with it. Like, you know what I mean? If you're going to run, go get it. Like he was unbelievable. That's the other thing this film shows, unbelievably decisive when it came. The running game from CJ was something that we could hopefully, lean into this week. I don't think there's going to be any designed runs. I think that would be plumb-ass silly. But boy, him scrambling and being decisive when he does is definitely a weapon.
And I'm sorry, I tried. Now, Brian, you know good and hell well they don't have the same amount of talent walking out on that field. I'm just like, let's calm down here a bit. All right,
didn't have a protractor out there.
Let's calm down. Maybe the Texans were a little bit more healthy. I got you. Let's calm down on that. All right, Rudy, close it out for us. Rudy, what's your gut feeling about this game coming up on Saturday?
I really enjoyed you guys' commentary on your opinions on the game, and I'm feeling good. I do not know why y'all are down. I don't know what y'all are taking. You need to drink some coffee. Did you not watch that game?
Yeah, we did,
Saturday?
Rudy. What's giving you reason that we're down, or are we discussing what happened?
You're not predicting that this is the final time we're going to have to go through this and debate this. We got all the bulletin board material. The Texans are not scared of the Kansas City team.
Rudy, hold on. You're not answering the question. What you said, we're down. What are we saying that's down, or are we discussing?
You guys are very negative. Hey, I tell you what.
I'm giving you the – tell me, Rudy. Game. Tell me, Rudy, what is it? Tell me what we're saying.
Because the Texans' defense that's coming into the Arrowhead Stadium is going to be very similar to how Denver attacked them, how San Diego attacked them this year, and how we attacked them. I cannot believe – all we got to do is score, I believe, roughly 25 points. If you look at KC, they're about a 24 on a game basis. If you don't believe the Texans are capable of scoring 25 points in KC,
let me ask
all
you
the
something.
Pressure is on Kansas City to three-peat. And all the bulletin board material is on our favor.
Okay, real quick, Rudy, because you're taking all the oxygen. Now, again, you still didn't really say what it is. You just went over to the defense, which we talked about the defense all day yesterday. Now, the crazy thing about it is these two teams have played. How many points did the Chiefs score on the Texans defense first time they played? Because you said they're about a 24. How many points did they score the first time?
I think they scored 27 or 4.
So is that more than 24?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't
what? They played each other.
Does not predict future returns in the betting world. You know what I mean? I think that their familiarity going in there, they're not scared.
I agree with you on that.
Intangibles. Joe Mixon, when Mechie fumbled, the first fumble of the game, what I loved was Joe Mixon went and stood in front of him because he knew the cameras were going to stare at Mechie. I loved it. I spent 21 years in the Army, and all I'll tell you is those are intangibles that upset the great teams. And I love Joe Mixon, man. You should feel very – now, I'm not saying we're confident to the point we're going to go in there and just take it to them. We're going to beat them. We're going to go into Arrowhead. I watched Jim Harbaugh in 1995 go into Arrowhead, double-digit.
I can't do it, Rudy. I can't.
I love
First
Joe
off,
Mixon.
that we're against it. Second, don't bring up Jim Harbaugh as the Indianapolis Colts quarterback in 1995. And I'm going to tell you what, that's a really tough moment for me.
He was just coaching against the Texans last week.
Don't bring up Lynn Elliott games for me. That was a real tough moment for me. And let's stay 95. Come on, Tyler was 4. Let's reel it in a bit here, Rudy. Listen, I love your confidence, Rudy. But when you're going to come in here and say, like, many of you feel like, hey, we're discussing the game and saying, hey, the Texans are playing the gold standard of the league. They cannot waltz out for 28 minutes of the game to start and not do diddly-poo on offense. That's not being negative. That's talking about what they need to do to win a game. In Kansas City, where they've won championships, they're not talking about, oh, man, look at this. Oh, they're not saying, oh, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, they can't rush the quarterback. There'll be nothing there. We got no worries. No, they're talking about the potential issues. Stop being soft. This is what playoff football teams do. They talk about what the issues are going to be and how you can win the game. I don't know what we're talking about next. That's the tease. I don't know what we're talking about next.
I know what I'm talking about. Hey, look here. Verlo mattress, baby.
starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
D'Amico Ryan's coming up next segment. CJ Stroud coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Rudy, I hope you're listening, Rudy. I'd like to say to you, Rudy, thank you for your service, Rudy. 21 years. You got me fired up. I loved having the conversation, Rudy. But thank you for your service in the military. 21 years, doing something that I ain't got the heart, the ability to do. So we appreciate your service. But I meant every word I said to you, Rudy, as I believe you meant every word that you said to me. And Rudy, I'd love to keep talking to you, and to those of you who are out there crying because Rudy had the call ended. I can't just let Rudy roll for 4 minutes as we're up against it.
Yeah.
But no, meant every word, but really appreciate your service and everything you've done in those 21 years. Thank you for listening, Rudy.
Have we been overly negative today?
It's not. There are some, like, we can have the conversation about it. There are just some people. It's so funny because their asses are negative. I mean, we'll pull up the game after the Titans game, or the game after the Jacksonville game, or even the game after the final Titans game at the end of the season, where, hey, man, I like what they've done. They picked up some. Oh, it's just one. No, they're just expressing themselves. Like, for me.
Well, that's the folks that just want sunshine and rainbows and not y'all's honest take on what's going on with the football team.
But they're ones who want sunshine and rainbows when they want it.
Yeah.
Right. And what I've learned from some of you, not the bulk of Houston sports fans that live here, I've talked to many. There is if you don't root for all the Houston sports teams, you're against us. You hate us. But no, I don't think we've been negative. I think we've turned the page like big boy teams do, and you start talking about, hey, what's going on? Hey, we look at the game. You don't. What's something that they say a lot in locker rooms, Clint? You don't ignore in defeat, which you wouldn't in whatever I'm trying to say.
It's backwards, but that's okay.
You don't ignore in victory what you would ignore in defeat.
Which you would not in defeat.
You got it. Damn it, yeah. And you're looking at it, and you're like, would everyone agree you're stepping up in weight class?
Absolutely. Everybody is in the second round of the playoffs.
It's the heavyweight weight class, if you want to go that route. I mean, this is the defending Super Bowl champion. You're going into their house, and they're going for 3 Super Bowl rings in a row.
Yeah, and the thought of, hey, man, 28 minutes of the first 28 minutes of the game, it was 6-0, luckily. Like, you watched them. They played each other before. I think, and I said it, I think that the Texans can get after Patrick Mahomes potentially. I want you to know it ain't going to be as easy as the Chargers and Justin Herbert allowed it to be, but I think they can get after him. We've seen them do it. Now, they did play before, and they didn't. But we're going to talk about what we saw. You can't just sit here, and I think every last one of you would agree. You can't sit here and go for the first 28 minutes and not. But you say are overly negative. Sure. We're discussing what happened. Were we overly negative yesterday? Or did we do a full 3-hour show talking about how great this team was, which was well-deserved for the most part? And we will do that today, too. I'm sure it'll go dead quiet with many of you. You won't say a damn thing.
Hold on,
So you can say negative. It's big boy time. Talk about what's happening in the game. I do want to talk about this. I don't want to go any further. Yesterday is why Jalen Green pisses me off on a regular basis. On a regular basis is when he pisses me off.
Oh, damn, so
He was sensational. And sensational against a great opponent, and was the reason why the Houston Rockets won with against the Memphis Grizzlies, a team that has been at the top 4 of the Western Conference. They win a tight one. He hits a late layup that really kind of gives them the lead, and he puts up 42 and was the best player on the floor. And you look at him and you're like, I don't need you to put up 42, but can we show some level of consistency, because then he may go on a 14, 16 week run. But that dude last night, like, he shows those glimpses. Clint, we talking about you got a 1 or a 2 on the team. He shows glimpse of being a 1 or a 2. It was
last night. He was a 1. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's the deal is, can he and not 42, but can he bring that level of that approach to every game, night in, night out, and prove to be that 1? Because that got me good and excited yesterday. Last night. Now that got me good and worked up. I mean, Thompson was money. Sengun was, and then here's the other thing is like, when it came down to it, first of all, the comeback. They're down a handful of points against a team that's neck and neck with them in the West, a team that's really good defensively, and a team that has a couple of dead-eye shooters and 1 superstar for damn sure. And the Rockets not only were able to come back, they look like the more experienced team in that moment. They didn't flinch one bit. Obviously, Morant and they're young, but I mean, when you look at
but they played in the playoffs. They've got some experience.
The down the stretch, Green was tremendous. Don't get me wrong. That's obviously the tip of the spear here. But just it seemed like the moment they were extremely comfortable in the moment. And I know it's a regular season game, but it was against a better opponent. It meant something. It meant more. You could tell that. And I think it's a building block, a stepping stone, if you will, to the games that really will mean more once they get into the playoffs.
And listen, they've beaten this team twice here in like a week, which is not usually an easy thing to do.
They beat them 3 times all year, right?
But here, they played each other like twice the last week. And then one of the games, Sengun was the leader and the best player on the floor. And then this one is Jalen Green. So amazing performance, but it is, someone texted in, I will not fall for Jalen being a star for the 7th time. I will not fall for it. All right, coming up, we hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. That's next.
All right, y'all, look, take your NFL playoff and your college football national championship enjoyment to the next level, and do it with Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog.
sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, welcome back to The Drive. Let's head out to NRG and hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans.
Damn. You in the front now, man? What's going on? Uh-oh, there you go.
Might as well take the floor, dude.
Go ahead, dude. He's sitting up front, Aaron. His first time sitting up front. You maybe have to let him. Maybe you have to ask the first question. I don't know.
Just kind of, you guys' decision with Deontay, what kind of just take us through that, what kind of went into that?
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're on to the Chiefs.
What happened with Cade?
Yeah, Cade had a shoulder injury, and he'll require surgery, so Cade will be out for the season.
Coach, was there is there any update on Christian Harris? We noticed that he wasn't in the game. Didn't play as many snaps on Saturday.
Yeah, Christian's doing good. He's working his way back. Again, Christian has missed a lot of football a lot of times, so we're working him back in slowly but surely. And Christian is a guy who's been a team player. Whatever we've asked him to do, he's been very diligent with what we asked him to do, and however many reps he gets, he's going to go out and play his hardest, play his best. So he's continuing to do what he needs to do to help our team win.
Last time you guys played Kansas City, you had a pretty good amount of pressure. A lot of those didn't convert into sacks. Was it something Kansas City was able to do, maybe schematically or just individual performances? And how do you convert those into sacks this time?
It's very hard to get sacks on Patrick. He does a good job of getting the ball out. They do a good job of getting all 5 eligibles out as well. And, if the check down is there, he's not afraid to take the short pass. And that's what makes him, very unique. He won't hold on to the ball long just to hit a deep pass down the field. He'll take you get him, even though you apply pressure, right? You still have to be sticky in coverage because the ball can come out in the short area very quickly. So, we'll try to mix it up as always. We try to mix it up as much as we can, and guys just have to, you have to remain sound in coverage, right? Even if you're getting pressure on him, understand you still have to cover these guys twice because he's going to make a move, make a guy miss, and still he can create in the pocket.
Coach, you talked about the way that the defensive line has played this year. What is the connection that you and Coach Wright have as far as having everybody on that same page?
Coach Rod Wright has done an outstanding job since he's taken over with the defensive line. Just his rapport with the guys, him just being a former player, I think he has that instant connection with the guys. They respect him. They love him as a coach. He does a great job of motivating those guys, getting them going every single week. And, I can't thank him enough for the job that he's done with our defensive line. We wouldn't be where we are right now with that unit if it wasn't for Coach Rod and Coach Nate as well. Those guys working together in tandem, they do a great job of bringing energy to the room. Each and every week, you hear the D-line. They're loud, they're rowdy. The energy is always up in that room, and they're great teachers. Right? That's the one thing about both coaches. Those guys are great teachers. They get the message across to their guys, and their guys go out and play, lights out every single week for us. So, can't thank them enough for what they've done.
Speaking of their nicknames.
Oh, their nicknames? I know Terminator and Cyborg is that.
Speaking of the line, we talk a lot about Will and Daniil, but also D'Amico Autry and things he's done. What are you seeing from him now? And he's played through some things, but having him now for the playoffs.
Seeing Autry and the season that he's had through all the ups and downs, a missing time, just seeing him just stay with it, right? I couldn't be more proud of a guy. Could have went left a couple times, but he stayed with it, man. He's been very persistent, and you talk about a tough man who's been through a lot, a lot of adversity. He's overcame it, and right now he's just hitting his stride. Like watching him this last week versus the Chargers, seeing how effective he was, not only in the passing game but also in the running game, seeing him play with power, right? Seeing him change the game for us on special teams. Like that was our vision when we decided to sign Danico, and he's a big-time player for us. And when he's healthy, when he's on, like he's a lot to deal with. And you throw him in the mix with our other guys, makes us a very tough front. So really proud of Danico, just for him continuing to persevere through all the ups and downs of the season, to be at this point right now, to be at his best when we need his best. It's really great to see him come through.
For teams to remain in contention this late in the season, they obviously have to have a lot of good qualities. What do you think is the most important quality that has your team to this point?
I think the most important quality for our team is perseverance. We've had some ups and downs throughout the year, and we went through some difficult times, where, again, everybody was not believing in us, which is good. You had that adversity from the outside. We were trying to, on the inside, make sure we're doing things the right way, playing the right way. Games didn't go our way all the time. Like, we've been in tough games. We had tough losses. We've had wins at the last minute. So we're battle tested as a team. And I think that's hardened us to be exactly in this spot for that reason. Like, we're battle tested, and we're ready to go to battle against anyone. Any type of way the game can go, we've been there. Unfortunately, we've been on the downside, we've been on the upside, so we know what it takes to win. And that's what I love about our team. Like, we've learned a lot of lessons throughout the season. We've grown closer together as a team, and I wouldn't want to be with any other group.
You're listening to The Drive right here live, and you're listening to the head coach,
Our defensive line has to win this battle. What did they do so well? So many players mentioned playing with a physical style and letting them feel your physical presence. What did they do against the Chargers? How do they repeat that against the Chiefs, who can not only pass it, but obviously can hurt you with the run game?
For us to play well every week, it's going to start with our D-line. It's going to start with our offensive line. That's the challenge right now here in the playoffs. Like, for us to win a game, we have to win up front. It'll always start there. So if we come out of this game and we can say our offensive line and our defensive line, right, control the line of scrimmage, they play physical, right, and they dictated the tempo of this game, then we'll come out on top victorious. But it all starts up front, and that won't change.
Can you talk about Foley a little bit? You mentioned about the guys up front. He's missed some time, but stepping in and to be so effective, like right off the bat. Can you talk about him, what he brings? Foley's another guy similar to Autry. He had some up and down moments throughout the year, dealing with injuries, but he worked in the background when no one else was watching. He was working to get himself back healthy to help our team. And as soon as he gets back out, you instantly see the impact he has when it comes to, first and foremost, the run game. Like, we talk about playing physical up front in the run game. Like, he made a nice third down stop versus the Chargers just because of his physicality on the interior of the D-line. And, we've been missing that, and that helps when you can have a guy play stout, play physical as Foley plays. It helps us to play really good run defense, and that's always the number one key. When we line up, we have to stop the run to make teams one-dimensional, and having Foley has been a huge reason why we were able to play good run defense last week.
Beyond the play that CJ made that, like you said, helped spark the team, it seemed like also beyond that, him and Bobby really in sync with the quick passing plays. How vital would it be to continue that progression of, executing the quick, short passes? Teams have tried to take away the explosives, and obviously there's a bunch of stuff underneath. How vital would it be to continue that into this week against the Chiefs?
Offensively, we just have to continue to play efficient. And when it comes to the quick passing, right, getting the ball out, getting completions, allowing our playmakers to make plays, that's part of being efficient. And that helped us last week. It'll also be a key this week as well. Not only the quick passing game, but also running the football. You want to play well in the playoffs, you have to run the ball well. So both of those will be key for us. And CJ's just commanding the offense, right? We know it's going to be loud. We know it's going to be rowdy there, so we have to be great with our communication, Everybody has to be very attentive in the huddle, making sure we're getting in and out of the huddle fast to make sure we're operating efficiently all the way across the board. When we do that, we're a really good offense.
What are the challenges with warm weather indoor teams playing in cold weather this time of the year?
The weather can be a challenge if you allow it to be a challenge. For me and for our guys, it's something we can't control. You don't control the weather. Right? Wherever we have to play, we're ready to go play. We understand we'll be on the road. It's going to be cold. That's what we have to deal with, and it's not a challenge for us. It's just something the other team has to deal with as well. So we're ready to go. There's no excuses about weather. We got to go suit up and we got to go play ball.
What goes into your interaction before and during the game with the officiating crew? Do you want to be clarified with them ahead of time? Do you maybe give them a heads up on, hey, this is happening, how I see it? What kind of that relationship, head coach to officiating crew?
When it comes to the officiating crew, we meet prior to the game. Right? They'll come in and they'll ask if I have any questions on anything that I've seen on film from the other team. They'll give me feedback from anything that they've seen that possibly that we're doing that we need to correct. So it's been really great communication with the officials, just making sure you're on the same page before you go in. The simple things, you have anybody reporting, captains, all the standard things you go over, but mainly just to answer, they're available to answer any questions that I may have prior to the game. And our officials done a great job of communicating right during the game as well. So the guys been doing a great job of just keeping the lines of communication open. Anytime we have questions during the game, the head ref, he's available and he's ready to come over at any time and answer. So our refs has been doing a good job.
Miko, how much? This is Bobby's second turn going against KC's defense. How much will he sort of tap into you? With you being the defensive mind, of maybe trying to, I know what Spags done to us back in December. He might come back to you and just say maybe try to get inside, and trying to come up with that DNA to try to figure out what happened to him the last time won't happen this time.
When you go against a team for a second time, there's always that chess match of, we know they're going to don't know what it's going to be, right? You just have to make sure we are executing our rules, we're playing with the proper fundamentals, and we're on it mentally. That's what this game will be about. If we're on it mentally, we'll be able to handle whatever they bring. We know they're going to pressure us, and we just have to operate efficiently on offense and make the right reads, make the right throws, make the right decisions whenever pressure is presented.
All right, that was head coach D'Amico Ryan speaking to the media, and we'll have C.J. Stroud coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Be interesting to hear what he's got to say. Maybe he gives us a little bit more on Deontay Johnson, because it was a straight up, hey, it didn't work out, and on to Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't know.
What did you do, Deontay?
I don't know if we need any more. To be, I don't know if there's any more to be had there.
I want to know what he did.
It's pretty obvious. Yeah, I want to know what he did.
I want to know what he did. God. What you got coming up?
Well, the text the film has dropped. Well, tape dropped Tuesday, and I think Ron asked a perfect question to sum this one up. What in the hell was going on in the first 5 series, really the first half of the Texans game with this offense? We know the defense was great. We know that they flipped it and scored some points at the end of the first half. What was going on, and can it be fixed? We'll discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. It's Dirty's Daily, baby. Get ready, all you sensitive ones out there with that skin, that thin skin. I got some negative stuff to talk about.
Holy
yes,
smokes.
Indeed. Every game got some good, got some bad, got some ugly. Rudy, you might want to change the channel.
It's not
you might
negative.
You might want to go to the restroom, Rudy. We got to talk about some things now. Guess what? Everything's ain't gonna be peaches and cream when you got Kansas City. When you're staring down the pike at the Kansas City Chiefs, baby. So buckle up. But here, we didn't. Ron did. Ron made a bet. And he brought back the show. He is now back to Ron the Show.
That's right.
I like to just call him Show.
The showman.
Which I think that just rolls off the tongue perfectly. I mean, I ran something by Boss Man. Tyler, I don't know what y'all gonna think about this. Since he's doing all the rebranding and everything, because the show keeps changing his name, I wondered if could we just rename the whole thing The Dirty Show.
The Dirty Show.
You think we could work dirty and show in there somewhere? Just kind of, to hell with Clint and Ron.
I'm going to go out on the limb and say I don't think that's his vision.
Yeah.
The Dirty Show.
Maybe we can save that for a 610 after hours or something, boys.
That sounds perfect for that.
But I don't know. I got to think about that last night. I was like, show has really stuck. I think for the closer people are to me, they definitely know the dirty part of it. We can probably make something happen there. But yeah, you're right. I don't think Park Dog would be on that same wavelength right there. Hey, big announcement, if you will, from the Houston Texans. They're having a little send-off, a little Friday send-off at NRG Stadium, y'all. Send the team off to Kansas City this Friday. Be at Stadium at noon. Park in the green lot.
Yes!
Send-offs are fun, y'all. Send-offs are fun.
Them?
Well, that just means it's really fun when you're involved as the team, but it's fun in our role too because that means they're playing meaningful football. So again, noon. What I say? Green lot. NRG Stadium, noon Friday. Send the Texans off. Be there. Tell all your friends. They'll get out there and they'll tailgate if you want to. I don't even know if they're allowing that, but if not, just blame it on us, man. Blame it on Sports Radio.
I might have to get out there
Friday at noon. Make a little slide by there before we go to the show. Well, we'll be out somewhere. Do we even know where we're going to be? We're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings.
We're supposed to find out by the end of this afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings, so you can come have a little Thirsty Thursday with us and a Football Friday with us somewhere out and about. But Friday at noon, NRG Stadium, green lot, Texans send off as they leave for the airport to head towards Kansas City. Go see if we can't get this shock the world and get this playoff dub. So support the team as they roll out. All right, it is a tape drop Tuesday. And that means we got to dig into the goings-ons with the Texans game Saturday against the Chargers. And the defense was absolutely tremendous. I think everybody that's a fan, I think everybody that was at the game or everybody that watched the game, you understand the defense was absolutely tremendous. Derek Lee Jr. was tremendous. As Ron said, as Show said yesterday, Kamari Lassiter was the best player on the field. The Will Anderson off the end was ridiculous. The interior defensive line, who, yes, I questioned coming into the season. They have played out of their mind. They played, above expectations. Mario Edwards Jr. was tremendous. I think the biggest add and the most excited thing that part of the defense for me is the Azeez Al-Shaair factor. Like, it's clearly this defense plays faster. This defense plays more physical when he's on the field. All of that held up with the Texans defense. But we got to get to the offense. And I got a two-part story here, Ron, because I've been able to catch some of the two-part. Yeah, I've been able to catch some of the second half. The first half of this football game, the first 5 drives, I'll even throw the 6th drive in there where they scored, but it's the first 5 drives of this football game. The Texans had 16 plays altogether. Mechie fumbled. Bobby Slowick did his motion the receiver in with the cut splits and invite everybody in here, and we're going to run the ball into the teeth of this defense, and then we're not going to block one of the most dangerous guys. CJ hung on deep routes when 7 guys were deeper than the deepest in a zone coverage instead of getting the check down. CJ flat missed John Mechie on a bootleg on a little flat route. Laramie Tunsil allowed a sack where Joey Bosa, I believe it was, just sat him down at CJ's feet. CJ then goes out there and throws a go route versus a soft corner, and that soft corner was belling and running. He had the best chance of the football by far, wasted down. The interception is absolutely unacceptable by C.J. Stroud. There's a Mechie drop in there over the middle. There's a sack allowed by Titus Howard. Now, I gave you 16 snaps, y'all. 16 snaps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 major mistakes in 16 snaps. You ask what went wrong in the first 5 drives, this team was not ready to play. And it's not about CJ, it's not about Tunsil, it's not about Titus, it's not about Mechie. This team was not ready to play, period, point blank. And if you're going to be a playoff caliber team, you've got to come out and make the most of every single drive. I'm not worried about Mechie's fumble. It happens. That was a great play.
You can argue that was the best. Hey, dropped off, dropped back, quick, got it out.
Yeah, got it out.
7-8 yard on first
Mechie was protecting it, went down, and ball got stripped. I'm not worried about that part. It's the other stuff that I don't like. And it's the fact that it's not – I can't point at one guy and say, hey, man, CJ was the one that struggled right here. It was the whole crew. D'Amico's got to get this group ready to roll. He's got to get them ready to roll because you can't waste a half of football against the Chargers. Now, you were able to do that because your team picked you up, played complimentary football, tipped the cap to the Texans. That defense was real. You can't put that kind of pressure on your defense. You got to go out there and play better so that all of the pressure isn't on the defense. The start to this game was absolutely unacceptable on the offensive side of the football. Now, the problem as we zero in on CJ is right now, again, in the first half of the game, the positives, the good throws, the quick throws, that's all on Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick, like the first half was legitimately, could Bobby Slowick scheme up something where the first target, the first receiver in the progression is open. If he did that, CJ was on the money. But going through progressions, recognizing deep coverage and checking the football down, protecting the football and throwing it away and not putting it in harm's way, CJ did a poor job of that in the first half. Now, I'll say there was more of the same in the drive that really set this game on fire and really gave the Texans the momentum.
Yeah.
The snap goes through CJ's hands once again.
Even the touchdown drive you're talking about?
Yes, the touchdown drive. In the second quarter, the touchdown drive. Snap goes right through CJ's hands. Can't happen. It can't happen. Today, or Saturday, you picked it up. There was a guy wide open. You threw it for a 40-yard touchdown. Great. Get the damn snap right. Right? Every day, focus on touching leather, seeing leather, and then getting your eyes up and finding safety and identifying whatever key it is in the defense that you're reading at that point in time. That will bite you in the ass 9 times out of 10. Don't overlook it just because you won the game. But that happens in that particular drive. Patterson earlier than that got beat immediately, forced CJ to throw it away. Titus got beat again, throw it away. Titus got destroyed and the deep penalty. Schultz dropped the ball, right? It was just one of those, even though that drive, they were able to overcome it, that drive was sloppy as hell. So anybody out there that doesn't like me talking about the Texans offense being sloppy, whether it's in the post game or now, damn it, we're going to talk about it. We're going to keep it a buck now. It was bad early on. Even that scoring drive was not winning football. Now, the field goal drive was beautiful. CJ comes out, checks it down to Mechie to the left side, a little over 10-yard gain, gets out of bounds. I think he hits Dalton Schultz on a little slant. I think he hit Robert Woods on a little slant. I think Nico even got in on a mix. He scrambled down there. Boom, kick a field goal. You're up 10-6. We're off and running. No doubt about it, that span right there, those two drives, those 10 points absolutely flipped this game on its head for the Chargers. And while I can sit here and I can give CJ credit multiple times in this game for being decisive and running the football. Great job. Changed the game. I loved it about what I saw about CJ. He's got to do it this week. Love that. That was piss poor football early on. Can't happen.
First 5 drives, they had the ball for 6 minutes and 15 seconds, 59 total yards, 2 turnovers, 3 punts, 2 sacks.
It was ugly. It was ugly. You just can't. And that's one thing. If you're playing a great defense, which the Chargers they have a good defense. They have great defense. But that wasn't like, boy, the Chargers are really disrupting these guys. That was like uninspired football. The Texans weren't ready, period. Now,
and you're fortunate it was just 6-0.
Correct.
In that time frame.
Very easily could have been 14-zip. Now, here's the good news. As you watch the film, CJ Stroud, I love watching the film because everything I just told you that was a problem seemed to be fixed in the second half. You can argue, again, was fixed or addressed in that 2-minute drive that ended in a field goal. But in the second half, the first 2 drives. Now, one of them ended in a punt. It's not all scores. It's not all, everything's not going to end in points. But CJ comes out, checks the football down. And when I say checks it down, I'm talking about, boom, he realizes immediately the defense is just bailing out right now. Let me dump this thing. I think to Joe Mixon, he did dump to Joe Mixon one time for a nice little gain. Come out, added some of the quick game once again, and they moved the football. It got significantly better in the second half for C.J. Stroud. Here's the overall point. C.J. Stroud, in order to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, C.J. Stroud is going to have to play better from the pocket post-snap. It's that easy. It's just that simple, right? When you let the Texans' success early in the game, it was strictly because Bobby Slowick was dialing up, the first option was wide open. Anytime that wasn't the case, it was a negative play, right? The second half, CJ started doing his thing. And you saw how the offense opened up a little bit. CJ Stroud's got to play better from the pocket. CJ Stroud's got to, again, which is a dead horse I've been beating for a month plus now, he's got to work low to high. He's got to be able to do it for 4 quarters. Ron, I don't think there's any coincidence that we just heard DeMeco Ryans, first thing he said when he was describing Pat Mahomes, gets the ball out of his hand quick, man. He ain't going to hold the ball and try to throw it down the field. He's going to get the ball out of his hand quick. I mean, just – you're talking about, you can say anything in the world. You're about the best quarterback arguably to ever play the game. You can say anything you want. Gets the ball out of his hand quick. It's hard to sack Pat Mahomes.
Yeah,
he gets the ball out of his hand quick. Like, I don't think there's a coincidence that he's saying that. I'm not sitting here saying he's talking to CJ through that. I just think that's on his mind as a head coach, not just a defensive coordinator, right? That's the way you play the position at a high level. CJ's got to do – when CJ does it, boy, it's big time. It's absolutely beautiful. CJ's got to be better in doing that if you're going to win moving forward in the playoffs, because you got some surefire dudes. Not just the Chargers and the Steelers and some of these teams. You go, oh, they're pretty good teams. Minnesota Vikings, they won. That's pretty good teams. Yeah, they won a bunch of ball games. Yeah, I think they're pretty good. No, these dudes are legitimately bona fide the best the league has to offer. You got to play 4 quarters of really solid football to beat them. That's what we saw late in the first half and the second half from CJ, because, by the way, once that run game got going, woo! I got to give Schultz a little credit. I got to give Laramie.
You got to give Dalton.
I got to give Laramie Tunsil a little credit. Hey, once they got that run game rolling, Ron, woo-wee. I'm gonna dig into that sucker a little bit more tonight, and we'll talk a little run game Wednesday. But man, it was impressive. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just, to me, I think it's significant of the change that happened, right? If they at least play the way they played the second half, and listen, it wasn't perfect in the second half either, but at least if they play the way they did in the second half, they'll give themselves a chance. If you start off the game like you did, hell, if you start, like, I think the start, and it wasn't nearly as bad against the Chargers. The start in the first game against Kansas City was a bit of a thing that put them in chase mode the rest of the way. CJ on the first drive throws an interception. Mahomes and then the Chiefs drive it down there and score a touchdown, and they throw an interception. Like now you're in chase mode. You get to me, I think getting off to a good start is a big thing for
you just can't waste downs. You can't waste drives, man. If they stop you, it's one thing. I'm okay with you going 3 and out 3 or 4 straight times because if they stop you, but don't have the check downs wide open or some of the different things that are schemed up and you miss or you got guys dropping balls like Bolts and Mechie dropping balls in the second half. That was critical. That hurt them. I think Mechie was actually in the first half. Dalton's in the second half. But those things are critical. And I understand it happens in football, but when you're playing the best, you got to be damn near perfect, man. To win in the playoffs, you got to be damn near perfect.
Yeah, and we'll see if they have to play that way. You have to go into it and saying not making any mistakes against this team. All right, coming up. We just watched somebody, Clint, cost himself millions yesterday. Just cost himself millions. That's tough, and I feel bad for him. And I almost think it's a bit unfair. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ooh, had a little yaw in there. Need to talk about Generator Supercenter, y'all. Let's talk about protecting your family, man.
Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
C.J. Stroud coming up here in the next segment. We'll hear from him what he's had to say about the Chiefs in this game coming up. Maybe some of what happened in the last game. C.J. Stroud, we'll hear from him coming up in the next segment. I do want to get to a man who lost millions here in like 14 days. But before we get there, I don't know which one of it is, but I feel like my kids done cost me damn near $200 with a damn pencil.
$200?
Had my guy Mike, first choice. Shout out to Mike. Had to have him come out there, bring his crew out there. Old plumber had to come through one more time. Just couldn't flush that damn toilet. We found out what it was? Wasn't getting that. Wouldn't go through. Did everything I could.
That's not a place you want to be.
Damn pencil. Somebody flushed a damn pencil down the
A pencil
down
in the
toilet.
crapper?
Is it mechanical or a real one?
He said I think it's a real one. Number 2. And he said he had to go down there deep to get it, and he said he felt he broke it. Said it felt like something long like a pencil. I said, you know what? That sounds right. I've walked on several pencils in that room.
There's pencils all over my kids' rooms.
I've been looking at this thing I poured like the toilet Drano, done it all.
Yeah.
Then it would flush like 2 or 3 times. He said that thing broke. He said, I bet you toilet paper was wrapping around it, causing it to, it was smoking hot.
Oh, my God.
The damn pencil. And we're gonna load up all these pencils. No pencils allowed in nobody's rooms or bathroom.
Damn kids.
Who puts a pencil? That had to be dropped a pencil in the toilet and didn't want to get my hands dirty.
It's got Nicholas's name written all over it. Probably walked away in laughter.
You have a prime suspect here?
Yeah.
Why not your daughter? Why not Lauren?
It was in her room.
Will they fess up to you?
No. Nicholas will play the 4-year-old card real easy. I know if you had me a guess, if I had to guess, it was him. And he's probably flushed it and smiled and laughter and enjoyed every bit of it. I don't know how to flush a toilet. I bet he just kept doing it. Boy, that ran me hot. I didn't know a number 2 pencil could just stop the whole toilet.
My kids
I didn't
never
know
put
a number
nothing
2
in
pencil
there.
would get down there. It must have been sharpened quite a bit.
No, I think it could just lay down in the thing.
I mean, a number 2 pencil.
Like how long? How long do you think a number 2 pencil is?
Well, bro, have you never seen how a toilet drain works?
Yeah, I see how.
Like it bends.
I see what you're
straight.
saying.
It's
now.
not going to a pencil.
No, I'm sure it probably broke on the.
I thought you were saying the sharpness of the graphite had some effect on this.
No, it's not going to bend around that corner in a crack. Like how did you'd be able to see it? How did it get beyond where you could see it if it wasn't a short pencil? Or did Nicholas break it and put it in?
I mean, I've had some long turds.
My man said it broke. Someone texted in the irony. It's a number 2 pencil. It is. I'm assuming it is. It was a number 2 pencil. I think that's all we had.
I mean, when I find a number 2 pencil around the house, I'm stoked.
What? I usually am.
Who still uses number 2 pencils?
Some Scantrons.
Yeah.
I'm usually stoked about it too until now.
Got the tax test coming up. It's the only reason I can think why anyone would have a pencil.
Text line
anymore.
coming through. My son was 4. He decided he did not like the pink colored Power Ranger, and he went down the toilet.
She
What was
was
her name?
fine.
Kimberly?
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't like Kimberly?
It's morphin' time. Morphing in my pants.
I was Tommy.
Oh, yeah. R.I.P. by
I
the
felt
way.
like in my mind I was supposed to be Zach, but I couldn't help who I wanted to be. I felt like in my mind I was supposed to be Zach, but I couldn't help. I felt more connected to Tommy.
The Green White Ranger was...
The Green White Ranger.
That was a man.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. I met him one time at a restaurant up near my house.
Do you think it went in any of their minds to say, we're going to make Zach the Black Ranger?
Well, don't forget the Yellow Ranger, too.
Did you think they thought maybe we should make Billy the Black Ranger and maybe we make Zach the Blue Ranger just to switch it up? Because
I didn't watch it, boys.
I know you did.
Well, to be fair, I was probably more of a Billy, but I was
but I'm
Green,
just
White
saying,
Ranger fan.
do you think they just came to, well, naturally, all right, the one black guy we got on the show, like we're gonna make him the Black Ranger.
They were like, that one's easy.
Like they had all others. They could have made him the Red Ranger, the Blue Ranger, the other two guys. But now we're gonna
keep. He was the Black Ranger.
Yeah, black guy, Black Ranger. That's what I said. I thought that maybe they should have. Like I think today maybe they would have easy. All right, Zach, Black Ranger, got that one nailed.
What color Ranger would you want to be?
I don't
know their personalities. I would just go with my favorite color.
I was closer. Well, yeah, probably blue or
Blue was a nerdy guy.
And Blue was the smarty Billy. I connected more with Tommy when they brought Tommy in.
Tommy was just the badass, like he was the secret weapon. Well, he was.
I know. He said he connected with him more than any of those.
Yeah, guess so.
Jason was like the leader. That's
I'm
Red
trying
Ranger.
to think like what's so. Yeah, Power Rangers probably behind you. Because that's right in my range. That's probably you probably when I'm watching Power Rangers, you're probably straight up in high school.
I had the Green Ranger come to one of my birthdays.
We lost him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying R.I.P., man.
Yeah. I think his real name is Jason.
Jason, yep.
Yeah, he died. Yeah. Wow. Well, no, it was the number 2 pencil got me. Shout out to the Power Rangers. Yeah. Yeah, dog. Shout out to you, Mike. Appreciate you for coming out and knocking it down.
Mike hooking you up.
Yeah, hook me up. How much money I think Sam Darnold lost the last 2 weeks?
Oh, makes my stomach hurt.
It's unfair, too, man. I mean, I guess it's not unfair, but Clint, you know the business. You've been in it, but my man had 16 great weeks, 14-2, 36 touchdowns, 12 picks. And then the last 2 weeks against the Lions, the number 1 seed, and the Rams on the road, I guess sort of, in Arizona, he loses those two. And I think now people are just assuming, well, he's the regular Sam Darnold. I think people probably view him closer to the Sam Darnold that was in New York than the guy who just turned out 36 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
He's definitely lost some shine in the last 2 weeks. There's no doubt about it. I question what the hell they're doing. I mean, the last 2 weeks I've watched enough Vikings football, and you're watching, you're just going, whether it's the play caller or the quarterback, why do they refuse to call the quick game? Why do they refuse to run the screen game? Why do they just insist on the quarterback dropping back, holding the football, and wasting downs, throwing go routes? I mean, it blew my mind to sit there and watch it again last night after watching it versus Detroit last week. It's wild. That's why it makes me think like. Because if Sam Darnold was doing that, Ron, and that wasn't like part of the approach of like,
Clint,
hey,
they said he was 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, like
he's holding the ball.
But there's got to be a part of that is like Kevin O'Connell is like, we're going to hold the ball and take hits, and we're going to throw the ball over the top. We're going to throw them up out of these coverages that they're playing, and it's backfired on them. There's no way because that guy I'd have met him at the numbers multiple times.
Kevin was over there ticked off. He was over there. Going off.
Oh, man.
He held the ball 4.5 seconds on those 9 sacks. 9 sacks. Interception and 1 strip sack for a touchdown.
Yeah, he's lost a little money, man. I've already seen the he's seeing ghost graphics floating around social media already after he won 14 games, man.
And not just won 14 games. He's going to get – he's probably Tyler probably did it. He's going to get –
I did.
I know you did. Tyler's the one who did it, Clint.
Did what?
The seeing ghost memes.
Oh, was that him?
He's going to get MVP votes. Well, at least I thought he was. Maybe get some.
You think he gets 35 a year?
Yeah, he should. If I'm him, I'm knocking on the door and banging for 41. Daniel Jones got 40. I'm banging on the door for at least more than Dan Jones. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud. His press conference will let you all and listen together hear what he's got to say about this matchup coming up with the Chiefs.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here, and look, I got to take a minute.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's head to NRG and listen to the starting quarterback. Here's C.J. Stroud talking to the media.
Be the first team that's ever here that has ever got to the AFC Championship game?
Man, that'd be huge, I didn't know that, but I think that'll be a huge accomplishment, and, this team are really motivated to, go up there and play some good ball, and, a great Kansas City team was been in these moments forever, so, it's going to take all of us, it's going to take a lot of, execution and, get that done, so got to be on our A game.
What are these moments? It was not that many years ago you were in high school and college watching the Patrick Mahomes. Now you'll be out there competing against the Chiefs in a big-time game.
Yeah, it's moments you dream of. You watch them, like you said, growing up and dreaming of the moments to be in that field or be competing in those moments. So, I'm very excited and, ready to roll. But, got to have a good week of preparation. But, yeah, I'm definitely excited for it.
CJ, what do you do when you're facing a team, especially outside the division, for the second time so close together? Is that helpful? Do you look back at it, or you just try to move forward? How do you approach that? Yeah,
you definitely got to go back and, see, things that work, things that didn't work, and I think that definitely helps playing them so recently, but, they also have that advantage as well. So, we got to be able to, still have a new game plan and do things that are, new. And but yeah, it definitely does help to see a familiar team again. And they do a lot of great things. And we didn't really see a whole bunch of it. I think it was like the exotic things. So I wouldn't be surprised if that stuff started to show up. So yeah, but it definitely does help that we seen them not too long ago.
You guys have talked quite a bit about how close you guys are. When you guys get to this stage, obviously execution is its own thing, but just to be on the same page, the same mindset, walking in the same direction together, how important is that this time of year?
It's huge. It's now you think about it's only 8 teams left, and it seems like you're like lonely at practice. I'm not saying like you ever worried about anybody else, but you always knew other teams were practicing. Now it's only, 7 other teams. So, it's kind of unique. It feels a little weird, but it kind of feels like when you're in youth ball and you play all the way to like Thanksgiving, because you usually don't play that long, unless you make it to the championship. So kind of how it feels, and it's cool because, we get another week to hang out with one another and, go spend time with one another off the field. And, I think that definitely is. But these type of games about who stays tight-knit because, crazy things happen in the playoffs. Just like last game, crazy things happen. Whoever can, gel together usually is the ones to win. So.
Joe Mixon's had a fantastic year. Can you describe what this season's been like, watching him have that success and the bond you guys have personally built? Yeah,
Joe has been, doing great, been, helpful to all of us, making our linemen right. But, our linemen have been doing a great job in the run game, giving him the opportunities, and he takes them every time. So it's been cool to watch, Sometimes I just hand it off and watch him go to work, So it's nice to have that, and not have a whole bunch on my plate all the time. And, but yeah, even when, our run game isn't working, I know he leans on me. So it's just playing off one another, playing complementary football, but it's very helpful to have somebody like Joe.
How about personally, away from this and the relationship you guys have built?
Yeah, me and him are very close, and, come from a similar, like West Coast, stereotypical background, and, love being from the West Coast and, definitely bond off of that. So, we definitely, he gives me a lot of advice, not only on the field but off as well. So.
CJ, last time you all were in Kansas City, Tank had the injury. It was very emotional for you all, but you all had basically tied the game up, with that touchdown. How important is it for you all to get back there, to get past that emotional aspect of it and play the game that you all were playing during that time?
Yeah, it's an emotional sport. we play. So when you be with somebody for so long, you know, you see how hard they work, you know, how much they love the game. And, you know, to see Tank go out like that was very tough. And I think even seeing him this weekend at the game and in better spirits, you know, smiling again, gave us like a boost of energy. So, you know, now we got to go do it for him away and in the same stadium he got hurt. But, you know, we got to find a way not to get emotional and to channel that. And I think we'll be able to do that and, you know, just be more inspired than anything and try to get it done for him.
Knowing that you guys are going to play at some really cold temperatures, do you do anything throughout the week? I mean, I think Belichick like famously froze footballs or, you know, anything like that to prepare yourself, or you just know what's up?
You know, I don't really have nothing on my sleeve, but, you know, that's kind of one of the reasons I went to Ohio State was to play in the cold and to get used to that. So, you know, I played in cold weather games before. It's, you know, it's different, but it's better than playing when it's wet. So, and then it snows, which is better than, you know, if it rains. So, yeah, I'm kind of used to them, but at the same time, we really don't play in the cold here, but definitely have been trained by it in college.
Who kind of came up with the T-shirts and just to pass it around before the game with Tank on it? And, you know, how cool was that moment just to have, you know, everybody rocking that Tank T-shirt?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of, you know, I don't like it, but, I mean, I like that, but it reminds me of, like, the funeral shirts and, you know, that's kind of what we do back home is, like, I'd rather, you know, be there for somebody than wear a T-shirt. So, but I don't mind wearing the shirt. But I think, you know, our EQ gets them for us, and it's a good way to remember somebody for that year, you know. But I don't want them to ever think like they just on the shirt. Like I actually do check up on my guys who aren't playing no more, you know, care for them more than just wearing a T-shirt. So, but you know, they're dope. You know, it's a good way. I hope they like it. But you know, I think I don't know if I would want to be all up on a shirt. You know, but no, I think it's amazing that we do that, and everybody shows respect to that person who is out for the rest of the year. But thank God they're not on the other side.
Hutchinson on the snap. Multiple guys said that kind of felt like the turning point, and you kind of just see like the energy pick up. Could you feel that, and why do you think that was, if it was the case?
Yeah, I kind of answered that. You know, I don't really want to go back. You know, it was a crazy play. You know, it was a great job by Hutch, but I continue to run, and, you know, I try to do my best to salvage the play. But, you know, it's ball, you know, and that's kind of how it goes sometimes. Not how you start, it's how you finish, like I said. And, you know, things like that spark energy. Execution sparks energy. Plays spark energy. So, you know, those things are definitely helpful.
CJ, when you were growing up, did you watch a lot of, like, playoff football? And are there any games that really stuck out to you and you thought, maybe one day I could be like this guy? Is that anything that you have in your head?
Yeah, you know, I definitely looked up to a lot of guys growing up, you know, and watched these type of games growing up. And, you know, I remember watching Houston play in Kansas City some years back and went up early, you know, and they ended up coming back, you know. So, and I'm not saying that's how it's going to go, but we're watching that one. Remember watching all the AFC championships with Burrow and Mahomes, and watched the one with Josh Allen and Mahomes, you know, all those great games. So, you know, I've always wanted to be in these type of moments, which is amazing. I'm able to do it in year 2 again, you know, so I'm definitely not taking it for granted, and definitely, you know, going to try to earn my op and, you know, try to run with it. So,
CJ, looking back at the tape, what do you think you guys kind of captured offensively to kind of get back to, you know, the way you'd like to play that you can carry over to this week against Kansas City?
Just execution, you know, just owning the little things. And, you know, finally we've been able to, you know, get some practice with some guys, you know, because we didn't really have all these guys in training camp or OTA. So now we're able to get some guys in that we've been here for a couple weeks now, and moving guys up from practice squad to get more time and reps down. So that showed in the last game. So we try to take that over, just execution. Yeah.
Do you get a chance now to watch any other football? I know you're focused on getting ready for this game. Are you watching any other games right now?
Yeah, I watched all the games this weekend. I watched Jaden. He played amazing, you know, got his first playoff win, so I'm super proud of him, super happy for him. I watched a little bit of the Bills game, took a nap during it, but it was a good game. Josh Allen played great. You know, I thought Bo played good too. What other games was there? I watched the game last night. Yeah, I watched it this weekend, yes.
CJ, you mentioned after the game the message that Aziz had about the impact of the team, you know, impacting everybody else in the organization. You know, his messaging has come up couple of times he's come back from the suspension. Just how have you felt his leadership has affected the team since he's come back, and kind of what impact do you think he has, playing this Chiefs game when you guys didn't have him last game?
Yeah, it's huge. He's been a leader since the day one. So like that's the first thing and foremost is he's always been a leader, and just because he was out doesn't mean he was even leading. He was leading even when he was out. So, I think just in life, until you make a mistake, you can't gain wisdom. So, when you're on the stage, you make mistakes, and you're held to what your actions, and you learn from them, you move on. And one thing I'm happy for him, he's not living any guilt, any shame, and I'm proud of him for that, for just coming back and just playing really good. And he played great on Saturday. We need him to play great again. He knows that. So his wisdom and his leadership and the ups and downs he's been in his life, and the shoes that he, the background he has, that he grew up. A lot of people don't know Aziz's story. Like, Aziz don't really come from much, and you look at somebody like him who was the oldest out of a lot of kids in his family. He's had to take care of a lot of his siblings. It ain't been easy, so you make mistakes, you know what I mean, and it's all about how you answer it, no matter what the mistake is. So, I'm very proud of him, and, he's going to be huge for us.
CJ, I know you mentioned, obviously you prefer to stay in the pocket, but what impact do you feel like using your legs last game had on helping out the offense? And talking to Joe, he mentioned that he's had conversations with you about wanting you to use your legs more. What do you remember about some of those conversations?
Yeah, he's been talking to me about that for a long time, and I feel like I've been able to kind of do that this year. Throughout, I ran for like 60 yards against the Jets. It was like probably my career high, which I thought was kind of cool. But yeah, it's not something I've ever been opposed of. It's just I think I'm elite at throwing the ball in the pocket, but I have been able to extend plays this year, and I think that's a good thing for us. And when it's need be, it's not something that I'm just looking for all the time, but definitely is something that I think could help us get an edge on the team. And I'm more than able and more than capable, and yeah.
Surprised, like the Chargers a little bit when you got out of the pocket and took off like that? Do you feel like
not really. They kind of shown those looks throughout the week. There was one third down, actually, the one I threw the interception on. I looked and I was like, dang, like there's a wide open. There's nobody accounting for me, and I looked at it on the iPad, and that's learning moments right there. I'm still learning. Year two for me. I think I'm ahead of a lot of things, but I'm definitely not perfect. I don't think I ever will be. So I'm always willing to learn, make mistakes, and learn from them. So I'm glad I was able to learn from that and see that look and take it off from there. So yeah.
Last one, sir.
CJ, one of the highest attributes that you've been given is your football IQ. How much of playing against this Kansas City Chiefs team in Week 16 will you be able to use heading into this division game?
It's huge, man. Their DC, he's amazing. He does a lot of great blitz packages and plays a lot of sound coverage, bend don't break type of defense, but they make a lot of plays. They attack the football. At a high level, they've been able to uphold their team a lot this year, and keep the games close, and it starts up front with Chris Jones, amazing player, and then Nick Bolden, great player. The whole linebacker team communicates very well. Reed in the back doing his thing, and then McDuffie I think is, like I told y'all before, one of the best corners in the league in my opinion, and plays nickel too. So, they do a lot of great things, and their coaches know how to put them in positions to, execute at a high level. So, we got to be on our A game and try to do our best to, withstand the surge early on and, chop wood, carry water throughout the game.
All right, that is C.J. Stroud as he speaks to the media ahead of this huge matchup on Saturday. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up, and hey, the injury report is out. This is interesting to note. A few did not practices, and some important pieces. We'll let you know the latest on that. And if you missed D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, response to the Deontay Johnson news of them getting moving on from him, you don't want to miss that. You'll hear that coming up next.
Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Live on the Drive.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It's 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the blonde tip bomber, Les Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is, before we get to this injury report, the news of the day. The Texans, they have moved on from wide receiver Deontay Johnson after just 2 games. He did catch 1 pass for 12 yards in the playoff game against the Chargers, but according to Aaron Wilson, who's reporting this, visibly upset afterwards. And after the game, Johnson was visibly upset and teammates were trying to calm him down. His displeasure with his role has been a recurring theme for him this season. So it looks like, Deontay Johnson is out for this team. And D'Amico Ryans, when he spoke to the media, which you could hear right here on Sports Radio 610 at 340, this is what D'Amico had to say when he was asked about the move of parting ways with Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're on to the Chiefs.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, that's one. I'm not going to say anything bad, but I'm also not going to pretend like it was good. Here's the deal. With this report coming, as you said, the report says after the game, Johnson was visibly upset and teammates were trying to calm him down. Like that alone, for a guy that's been here 2 weeks with an organization that's full of young guys and older guys that are fully bought in and 100% setting the tone, there's not a time for someone to make a bunch of noise about personal stuff and for selfish reasons than right after a playoff win, literally right after a playoff win that you did absolutely nothing in. Like
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
I mean, I could see Nick and D'Amico making that decision before he ever gets a shower. I mean, if you want to get cut, obviously Deontay Johnson was on thin ice anyway. If you want to get cut immediately following a win that everybody's stoked about, where the defense played unbelievable and the offense played great down the stretch, run game, make it about you.
Get out!
Make it about you. Be a distraction. And you're gonna buy you a one-way ticket. It looks like with Deontay Johnson. That's a crying ass shame though, because this team needs him. I think he needs the team. It's a crying ass shame that it ended this way.
Yep, this is the 3rd time, and I don't know. Do you?
It's really the 4th, Ron.
Pittsburgh. I mean, it's this year. It's the 3rd
right,
team.
Right, 3rd this year. But Pittsburgh, his time in Pittsburgh ended pretty similar.
2 teams have tried to go after him to help their playoff runs. Baltimore and both teams are still alive.
Yeah.
And Baltimore and
Houston. He can still be collecting checks.
And we've heard his displeasure with his role is what led to both.
Yeah.
All right, the other thing in this is before we get to the injury report, because this is something that we now know, Cade Stover is on IR. So he is going to miss this playoff game. Cade Stover is on IR. He's going to miss the rest of the season.
Done for the year. So
he's on
D'Amico
IR.
said it.
He's on IR. And, look, this is a bigger deal than I think kind of when you just hear it. Oh, Cade Stover's hurt. Because I think he did some good things last week. And of the tight ends they use, with the 3 of them, he's one of the more physical ones, him and Irv Smith Jr. So this is, I'm not saying this screws their chances from winning the game on Saturday, but this is maybe a bigger deal than one would think.
Yeah, look, Cade Stover has been I would say when it comes to the run game and some pass protection situations, I would say he's been, when he's healthy, the best guy that you have to throw out there. Now, Irv Smith has been good of late, and Dalton Schultz, as I said, improved in the second half this past week. I think he did some good things. But, yeah, I mean, Cade Stover being one of the guys that when he's healthy, he's definitely in the game plan. He's definitely one of the guys that you're going to get run. Hell, he had a couple of catches last week. So, that's luckily they got some willing and able bodies out there. I think Irv Smith will be just fine with Dalton Schultz and with an expand role here on the offense. But, I mean, Cade Stover was doing some good things and moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and to go along with that, Tegan Quatoriano, he was a full participant today. So they have not brought him off of IR yet. It feels like that's probably going to be something that they do. He's probably going to be the guy that they bring in to be the other tight end that replaces Cade Stover. So that's the latest with Tegan Quatoriano. He was a full participant today, so that's one to watch. Here are the ones showing up on the injury report and the ones that did not practice today, Clint. So these are ones to watch. Aziz Alshire did not practice today with a knee. Shaq Mason did not practice with a knee, and he has missed multiple games now down the stretch with that issue. Dalton Schultz was limited today with a shoulder. Juice Scruggs did not practice with an ankle issue. And then Robert Woods did not practice with a hip issue. So those are the ones who did not practice today. So some to watch for. Right now, not going to make a major deal of it, but on a Saturday game, any of these guys miss on Wednesday, then I think is a point where you gotta be a little bit concerned about how serious the injury is.
Well, this goes back to, I think, Nick Casario's comments that he had on Payne and Pendergast a couple of weeks ago with the when we work, we play good. We play good football.
Yeah.
D'Amico, I think, reiterated that last night or yesterday on the co. And made it very clear that when they've got a full week's worth of work and everybody's at practice and they've got pads on, this team plays well. So with that in mind, and I know some of these guys like Nico is rest, and you got some guys that literally have earned and deserve some rest. But when it comes down to some guys that you're going to Juice Scruggs, Robert Woods, I mean, these are guys that need reps. I know Robert's longer in the tooth, but his role is more now than it's probably been all season long with the Texans offense. So those guys need reps. So the deeper you get into the week with guys that didn't practice, the more you got to take into consideration what Nick and D'Amico said.
Yeah. On the Kansas City side of things, Andy Reid says the Chiefs had everybody as a full participant except for McCole Hardman, who has been on IR, but he continues to work. He was limited. But everybody, that includes Chris Jones, who has missed the last 2 weeks, Isaiah Pacheco, who had a rib issue and missed the last week, Jawan Taylor had a knee, missed the last week, Jalen Watson, a big key to their defense. He's been gone for 12 weeks with a broken leg. He is returned and should be able to go a full participant in practice. So that is the latest for the Chiefs. McCole Hardman, the only one that wasn't a full participant, so they seem to be pretty healthy at this point. We'll keep an eye on that and update you, because that's with some of these key contributors not practicing today.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about this a bit, but still, man, shout out to the Houston Rockets as they get another big win against a West contender, the Memphis Grizzlies. Last night they win 120-118, and Jalen Green was the star of the night, ties a career high with 42 points, including a big tough layup that he hit late to finally give them the lead that they would never give up. But they win behind him 42 points, and it was just one of those performances in which I know I've talked to Adam Spolane, I've talked to Brandon Scott of this is why he can be frustrating and you don't want to just you're scared to give up on all of that talent that it may come out in another way. but he was special last night against a really good opponent with John Moran on the floor. He was the best player out there, Clint.
Yeah, I mean, he was nasty, and I think it's important to note that Memphis is not only the 2-3 seed right in the West, right there with the Rockets.
Yep.
They're also a really good defensive basketball team, and the Rockets, and really Jalen Green had their way. And what I liked about it was you talked about the layup, and there was no doubt in that moment he was getting to the rim. There's no question. It was blatantly obvious. But it wasn't like give him the ball, get the hell out of the way. Within 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes of the game, you saw Amen Thompson getting off.
He had a double-double, 19 and 13 himself.
Şengün was going off. I mean, you had guys, Fred VanVleet, like literally while I'm watching, just get the hell out of the way, right? Have the wherewithal to, hey, this young fella's hotter than all get out, man. Give him the ball and get the hell out of the way. And so, look, I thought it was obviously a great night for Jalen Green, but as I tuned in and out with the flip back and forth from the football game, it was difficult for me to leave the Rockets. I mean, it is a fun.
It was a good game too.
It's a fun. Yeah, it was a great game. They had to come back from down a ton of points, and they come back and make that run. But just I don't know. Like we've talked about it before. It's the brand of basketball where it is fun for me to watch. I don't like the ISO ball thing. Now, look, Jalen Green having 42, he clearly was handling the rock a good chunk of the time. But these guys play together, man. They play hard, and it's fun as hell to watch.
Yeah, Amen Thompson, again, he just, when you look at his frame, 6'7", is still probably going to grow more into that body and put more weight into it. But his toughness, and he's just a guy that fills the stat sheet. I don't want to take credit for this. We had a texter in the other day. He's like, he feels like he potentially could be a modern-day Scottie Pippen. And, yeah, a guy that can guard multiple positions.
Is he the most impressive-looking athlete on that team?
I still think Jalen is, just athlete-wise.
Well, I think he is, but I'm just talking about the bigger body. The power aspect to him. I mean, it just.
Well, he's not done growing into it because he's so young. Yeah, he's his boy. If he ever gets himself confident, and I hope not even to the 3-point line, just a consistent jump shot.
Yeah,
that he adds that to his game. He's a scary player. So Rockets, they continue rolling through as they are second in the West behind OKC with another big win over Memphis.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, this here coming here of late, the Steelers. There's been conversations about Mike Tomlin, if he will continue there. There have been conversations about certain teams trying to trade for the head coach, Mike Tomlin. His response is, save your time.
We do not care.
On leaving the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, look, I'm not sure if this happens this year. Tomlin's been there almost 20 years. It feels like, to me, like the time has come. Like you always hear about, hey, man, there's a new voice. You need to hear a new voice. It feels like, to me, the Steelers, it's time. And the Steelers have had 2 damn coaches, feels like in my whole lifetime. But I think it's time right now to kind of move on from Mike Tomlin, both ways, both sides. Yes, he can still coach and is young. It just feels like a new voice is needed in Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah, I mean, I love Mike Tomlin, man, and I do think he's a great coach. You don't have the connection that he has in the locker room and with players and get the respect that he gets from players in the locker room if you're not a great coach. And I firmly believe in Mike Tomlin. I'm gonna be honest with you. When I started with the Deontay Johnson stuff, the George Pickens stuff, and those guys not being held accountable when they're not even blocking, they're not like the standard that he always talks about. Like when I see him letting those guys stick around, continuing to play those guys even though they're not playing up to the standard, like that's when I start questioning, okay, is he losing, to your point, is it time for a new voice? Is that a thing of the past, holding guys accountable and holding guys to a certain standard? Because clearly it's national TV. They're talking about it all the damn time. George Pickens ain't living up to it. and you keep throwing him back out there. I understand why.
Deontay Johnson wasn't doing it either.
That's it. That's it. I mean,
and Antonio Brown.
Yes. So I don't know, man. This is a hard one for me. I'd hate to be the one making that decision.
Yeah, it's tough because he's been really, really good. It feels like they need and not a full one because they got young talent, but it feels like they need maybe a 2-year restart, a kind of a teardown. They definitely need a quarterback, and to start there. But I think maybe that should also include Mike Tomlin. And just like what we've watched here in Houston, it don't mean this has to take 5-6 years. Just like we watched in Washington, doesn't mean it has to take 5 years. But it feels like they all need a reboot. Andy Reid was only
trading for Mike Tomlin.
I don't know.
Raiders?
If I'm the Raiders, I would. I'm the Raiders. Jerry wouldn't do it, but if I'm the Jets, I'd try to trade for him. Yeah, hell yeah. I just think he needs like it was time with Andy Reid in Philly after so long, and then he went to Kansas City and there was a rebirth. Both sides need to start over. All right, just turned my mic off for some reason during the tease, but yes, there's something that has caught Clint's eye that is of grave importance that needs to change leading into Saturday's game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, hey fellas, look, listen up, man. If you're dealing with like fatigue, lack of motivation and drive,
Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Rock and roll, meow.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Your guy running the show. Clint Stoerner's in the building. Tyler Milner is here as well.
God, that sounds good. Run the show. Oh, yeah.
I said it. How it sounded. Run.
I'm just happy the name's back,
Run
man.
the show.
Show.
Ended it with a bit of a question mark. No, I know it is a tape drop Tuesday, and I know watching the tape, you've gotten yourself, Clint, who probably watch it in a much different light than we do. You've gotten a clearer picture of what you've seen from some things, in particular the quarterback spot. And look, like I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna to kind of, make this sound nice and neat. C.J. Stroud's got to play better against the Chiefs than he did against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Like that has to improve. That has to improve for them to have the best chance to win. He's got to play better. And I know you noticed some stuff when you watched him on tape.
Yeah, I think, and it was really obvious in the first half of this week's game. I think it's been obvious other times throughout the season. But here's the reality of it. This offense for 4 quarters has to be a combination of Bobby Slowick absolutely in his bag and dealing, and C.J. Stroud making plays when he's not. Right? Everything can't be dependent on Bobby Slowick calling the perfect play for the perfect matchup and getting the number one wide receiver open for things to work. CJ is really good pre-snap scenario where he pre-snaps, he knows where he's going with the football. It's a quick game. It's designed to be out quick, everything. CJ is deadly accurate. He's on the money. CJ has shown over almost 2 years of football that he can do the same in the mid-range game and the long-range game. I think this year, and again, obvious in the Chargers game, in the first half, he struggled mightily with post-snap reads. If that first progression was there, boom, ball's out, no problem. But if it were hey, recognize that coverage is belling really deep and check the football down right now, he struggled with it. If it's, hey, everything's covered, throw the football away, keep the ball out of harm's way, he struggled with it in the first half through one interception and through one, if not 2 other balls that would have been picked. And so I think if you look at CJ in a nutshell, this week it's a huge challenge against the Kansas City defense and Spagnuolo. They're going to force C.J. Stroud to process post-snap what the hell's going on. And C.J.'s going to have to process that a lot quicker than he did against the Chargers in the first half. He is going to have to be willing to get the ball underneath immediately. Right now, according to that first half, and I think this has been a struggle all year, Bobby Slowick has to be hesitant right now in calling some of the deeper progression passes.
You said, man, he can't even call them.
He can't call them because he's forcing them. He's it's a 50-50. Now, look, CJ's earned the right for him to call them, but I'm just saying right now, right here, Bobby Slowick has to be really mindful of calling some of the mid-range stuff or even calling a shot because CJ is hell-bent on taking that shot. CJ is hell-bent on holding the football. CJ is hell-bent on extending plays instead of just checking it down. He's got to be better at recognizing the defense is out of here. They're deeper than the deepest. I'm not going to hold the football and let the D-line get to me. I'm going to check this thing down, get me 8, 10, 12. Hell, you're checking it down to Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon, so it's probably a pretty good chance you're going to get a nice little gain.
Yeah.
Live to see another day. When CJ does that, which he did in the very last drive of the first half, and he did for a good chunk of the second half, they started running the football so well it was a non-factor. But He did it early on. When he's doing that, this offense is humming. This offense is going to be hard to stop because now you got Bobby's quick game that he's dialing up that CJ's really good at. Now you got CJ seeing, hey, the shot's not there. Let me check this thing down or take one of the underneath routes. And you're staying ahead of the chains. You can play with tempo, and CJ's really comfortable in that particular situation, and you're protecting your offensive line. And so, and most importantly, this week you're keeping Spagnuolo off balance. You're keeping him guessing what you're doing. And so, yes, I think a big problem last week early in that game was post-snap processing for CJ. Quick decisions, it was not good. It was bad. It wasn't sloppy. It was bad football. It was bad football across the board. It was bad football by CJ, and that's where it all starts. He's got to be better.
But it's like, so this isn't like a Kenyon Green situation. When Kenyon Green is in the game, I just think he's confused. It's a whirlwind. Yeah, whirlwind. It's overwhelmed. Like that. I mean, that time he got pulled out, the Colts just repeatedly were doing the same thing, and it was a deal that he just couldn't execute, couldn't pick it up. It doesn't sound like that's what the deal is here with CJ. I don't think, at least in the game you're talking about, it's a confusion thing. It sounds like you're saying it's a willingness. It's
it's not.
It's fixable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's very, very fixable.
He's capable of fixing.
We've talked about a ton of different issues that the offense has, right? Why they sputter for an entire half, damn near, right? There's several issues that attribute to that. But at the end of the day, the quickest way to mask a lot of it or fix some of it is through CJ. And CJ showed that in the second half. He comes out, and really the last drive of the first half, the field goal drive there, he showed it. Comes out in the second half and does some of it early on. When he's doing that, this offense is hard to stop, even with all the injuries. The injuries are a non-factor, right? This offense is hard to stop. CJ can determine whether he wants to give Chris Jones ample opportunity to impact this game or not, right? I mean, if there's going to this all the time, there's going to be 5 to 10 snaps where you don't have a choice. It's the down and distance, the score, the situation. Something's going to dictate that you're going to have to hold the football. Outside of those 10 snaps, refuse to hold it, right? The interesting thing to me, man, is I wish I had 47-year-old me to coach me and talk to me when I was playing ball, because I was that dude. I was a ball control offense. We were going to be low percentage because I was throwing go routes to Anthony Lucas, and we weren't a big screen team. And on top of that, every time coach called 4 verticals, I was holding that thing trying to hit one of them seams, man. I was going to hit it no matter what. And the reality of it is, and I think this is like CJ needs to play this way. I think there needs to be a strong voice in his ear of, if we call a shot and it's not blatantly obvious that we've got not just a good advantage, we got a huge advantage. If that receiver's not running wide ass open on that shot that we're calling, then bring it on down to somebody else. Last week, if Dalton Schultz doesn't just run right by Derwin James, if Derwin James recognizes it and turns and runs with him, and you even think it's going to be a tight, don't throw it. Can't do it. Now, Nico, you want to take some risk with Nico? Cool. Know your personnel, right? That to me, that's the message that CJ needs, because when they're running their quick game, CJ's playing low to high and getting that football out, recognizing coverage. They don't need anything else, Ron. They don't need anything else. You couple that with the ability to run the football the way they ran it late in that ball game, they're going to be hell to beat now. But the minute you start holding that ball and you don't get it out, look out now, because now all of a sudden Chris Jones is a thing. Now all of a sudden batted passes are a thing. Now all of a sudden strip sacks are a thing. Now all of a sudden second or third and 15 or 20 is a thing, right? So you got to avoid that. And CJ did a poor job. CJ and company was not ready to play to start the Chargers game. They got to come out of the tunnel this week ready to play.
Yeah, they do, and he's got to take what's given to him.
That's it.
Yeah, he's got to take what's given to him. All right, coming up, we'll get T. Mill's best bet, as well as our thoughts, our early thoughts right now on this game coming up. between the Texans and the Chiefs. That's coming up right here as we continue live on The Drive.
9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I sometimes love when we get text. Text comes in. Frank Ross not being brought up in coaching interviews is amazing for us.
Sorry, Frank.
I didn't think. I don't know. I didn't know that Frank Ross was.
I didn't either.
I think you got a chance to really hold on to Frank for a minute. Frank's a really good coach, special teams coach. I don't know. Maybe.
He is.
Yeah, John Harbaugh started there. Can you think of anybody else that was that was primarily a special teams coach that became a head coach outside of John Harbaugh?
Not off the dome.
Somebody texted in and said Frank Ross not being brought up in coaching interviews is amazing for us. And I'm like, I ain't got to worry about that. I can't think of anybody. Anybody that has.
I'd be the wrong guy to ask about that. That's for damn sure.
But John Harbaugh's the only one that. And to be honest with you, in fairness to Frank and the texter, I think it should come out more. They work with all of the players. They have relationships with a lot of the players. Offense, defense come over to them. But, usually that, right now we're in a game of play caller. Hell, we've seen what linebackers coach get jobs. They promptly got fired 1 year out of it, but we've seen that. I don't know. Like Dave Tobe and some of these other special teams coaches haven't had looks or real interviews. So yeah, I don't think you got to worry about that. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in a bit. I was in the hallway earlier. Someone texted in Joe Judge, but Joe Judge also went to the offensive side of the ball first, though, before he became a head coach. Joe Judge was then became an offensive coach, a wide receivers coach. But anyway, walking in the hallway, ran into a couple of folks, Aaron in particular. She said, the Texans can win. They can win.
Sure as hell can.
And I said, I asked her how her mom was doing. She said, because I had to try to talk her mom off the ledge. She had, much like Tyler, it was during the second half of the Baltimore game. And we were in the suite, and I had to talk her off the ledge because she had quit the season like Tyler had. Said they were not going to win another game the rest of the year.
Damn, Tyler.
She had moved on to the next season. But now she's back in it. She's excited. She's like, they can win the game. Listen, I don't know if that is the case, but I guess my thought as we sit here today early on in the week, to me, I think it's going to be a very competitive game. Hell, I thought the last game was competitive. But I wonder, for me, the one thing to look at is, will the Texans be able to match the probably up intensity level that the Chiefs have been? It's the playoffs. I will say, I do not think there is going to be any intimidation from the Texans. I don't think that is the case. I don't think this is a situation where they get beat before they get off the bus. I don't think that. I don't think they're intimidated by the atmosphere of Arrowhead as a team. But I think it's a competitive game, fellas, that I think in the fourth quarter it will be in doubt. I don't think that it's just going to be a game that we already know who's going to win the thing. I think it may be one where you feel like one team may be in control, but I don't think we'll know who has won. I don't think it's a blowout. But I do right now, my gut feeling is this is a competitive game that's a game going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, look, I think generally speaking, I agree with you, Ron. I think that right now this is not a mismatch. I think is where I'm at. These are two comparable teams in terms of just the team right now. If our quarterback can play his brand of ball, That's it. I think. Look, I don't think D'Amico Ryans is Andy Reid by any means, but I think when you look at the quality of coaching jobs that each do with their particular team, the foundation they've built, the winning edge that they give their team, I think it's comparable. I like it. You look at the defensive coordinator, and you look at how the defenses are able to play. Both defenses have the ability to be great. You look around, the Texans probably don't have their weapons healthy, as many weapons healthy as the Chiefs do, but they're plenty capable. To me, this is a evenly matched game that I feel a lot better than I thought I would, if I'm being completely honest with you. And I think this whole thing boils down to, does C.J. Stroud play the kind of ball that we've seen him play before, or do we see the same approach to playing quarterback like we saw in the first half of last week's game? Because you can't waste series against teams like the Chiefs. You got to get it when the getting's good, and if the getting's good in the first quarter, you got to be ready to play. And so I think with this game for me too, I think if the Texans show up and play, they're hot at the right moment, they'll win this game. I think the Texans are good enough to show up and play some of their best ball and win this game.
I think the Texans are capable of winning the game.
I don't think they have to be perfect by any means. I just think that they have to show up and for 4 quarters play their brand of football. There's that cliche, right? What is their brand? Their
brand of football. From the text line, before we get to T Mill's best bets, I feel like KC has been squeezing out so many close ones all year, and they can be had. Just haven't seen them be impressive much this year. I would say before the Bronco game where they just punted on that game, I'd say the Texans and Steelers game may have been 2 of their most impressive games, their last 2 games, the way they played. Tough team they played through. And I have never really been a big believer of flipping the switch. But like sitting here watching the Astros, they flip it.
Oh, ain't no doubt.
And the Chiefs do it too. The
Texans defense did it last week.
I don't know if they. Yeah, I don't know. We've seen that game before from the Texans defense. I mean, yeah. The Dolphins, the Lions, Cowboys. We've seen that game before from the defense, but we'll see. Like last year, Travis Kelce was just a different person in the playoffs, right? Like it just different things. So I do think, as I said, I think the Texans are going to play better football. I'll be shocked if Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter don't impact this game as they didn't at all the first matchup. I think they will play better. But I do also believe the Chiefs are going to raise their level of play as well. I think it'll be, like I said, I will be surprised if this is a blowout. Hell, either way. Even the Chiefs. I would be surprised. My gut tells me right now it is a game in the fourth quarter, a game in which it feels like the Chiefs will be in control, and they'll probably win it in a similar fashion. Not the last-second field goals, but win it in a similar fashion like they did the first time by 8, or like they did in some of these other games. That's the gut feeling right now. We'll see what happens, injuries and everything else. But I think it'll be a really entertaining game between these 2. All right, coming up behind us, Area 45, 8 to midnight. And before that, the Players Show. That'll be coming up right behind us, along with Texans All Access. And a guy, to me, Clint, that was a real key in the game against the Chargers, and it'll be a real key in this game, too. Foley Fatukasi, he is going to join the fellas. And when they brought him in, he wasn't in at the beginning of that first drive. They brought him in, and then he bench pressed somebody for 5 yards on a 3rd and 1 and shut that down. He was a big key to the game. So he'll be on right after we get done with the fellas on the Player Show. All right, Tyler, give us your best bets as well, we need you to pick it up. I need you to pick it up. Somehow you hit it on the acres. You were 50% yesterday. But we need to go over that.
Yes, we do.
Maybe in the 60s at least.
Yes, we do, very badly. So I got a full slate of NBA picks for you tonight. Best bets all around the NBA on a Tuesday night. Really quick, I'll list them off. You know the drill. Clint and Ron will tell me if they like any of them, and they'll definitely tell me if they do not like any of them. Pacers +8 tonight. That's my first one. Next, I got the Cavs-Pacers. That same game, I'm on the over in the first half, 113.5 points. Another over is next. OKC Thunder and the 76ers square off over 218.5 points in that one tonight. Probably my favorite. These teams are going to score a lot more than that, I think, on a Tuesday night. And then I got 3 player props. Max, the Philadelphia 76ers. I've won a lot on his point props this year, over 25.5 points for him. Vucevic with the Chicago Bulls, the big man, over 10.5 rebounds.
Just go for it. Just go for it. Just attack it.
I was just going to go
attack. No, just attack it. Go for it.
And then the last player prop is going to be the OKC Thunder's Gilgeous Alexander. No, see.
I told you to put a D in there.
Say it.
Whenever I get a chance.
This is the one name I've never been able to master.
Whenever I get a chance to do this to Tyler, because Tyler is always on the money.
I can't get it.
Just go SGA, man.
SGA over 32.5 points. That's a lot of points, but this dude is a baller. Lock that one in. Those are